Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, Episode 3. Yes, we made it to 3. So far, so good. I'm Dave Z. I am here with Christian and Brandon. Yeah, this is kind of a big deal for us because, like I said, it's only our third show. But doing a show like a year-end review like this, it's a pretty big undertaking for any podcast to do. We're brand new here, like I said, episode 3. Hopefully, everything goes well, and hopefully you guys enjoy it, but...
Our opinions matter, damn it.
Agreed. Yes, they do. It's gonna be a great time, I think. I think honestly, after the first 2 episodes, we've had good responses. We've had good participation from the listeners, and I believe we're already in a comfort zone, dare I say it. It seems comfortable to me, so rock and roll. And Brandon, you are unusually quiet.
Are you there? No, I'm just waiting for my opportunity to jump in. It's like double dutch. I'm waiting. Here I go. I'm in.
I've talked too much already. Fuck.
Should we let the listeners know what their new nickname is?
Oh, son of a bitch. I was going to bring it in on the intro, and I forgot. But since you came up with it, by all means, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Good. Our listeners will now be referred to as Headites.
Nice.
Yeah.
Better than the head givers, which we were tossing around.
Yeah, the head givers was my second choice.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with head givers, right? Shit. Maybe
and we of course, are the headmasters.
Headmasters to me sounds like a place you would go to get like a $6 haircut. You know, like one of those chain places, like fucking. Although we all live in different places, so I don't know what everybody has. When I was a kid, we had O'Hare's. It was this like, should have gone to O'Hare's, and then there's that.
That's an Irish haircut place, right?
Yeah, yeah. You get a fucking beer. You get green beer and a haircut.
We got everything, but they're typically like super cuts, great cuts, like not very creative with the names.
Yeah, great clips.
Yes,
great clips. That's it. It's the same chain we've got.
Yeah,
the Canadian division.
Mm-hmm. Yes, great clips. Great and super cuts. That was the one I was thinking of. They pretty much took over for O'Hare's out here. Everybody that was O'Hare's. But Headmasters to me sounds like it would be one of those fucking, those chain haircutting places.
All right, so it's a work in progress.
Well, hey, we got Headites. That's a start.
That's a start, yeah.
We could just be the heads, if anything. I don't mind that. The talking heads.
There you go.
Wait, I think that's been done.
Never heard of them.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Never heard.
You know what? I wanted to ask you something, Christian.
Sure.
Now, I know this because I'm close to Canada. This is completely off topic, but it's probably not going to come up again. So there's a place in Canada. Now, I don't know if it's still there, but it's called...
I'm sorry.
it's called Pizza. It's still there?
Oh, yeah. Huge chain. It's a huge chain.
Okay. Yeah. Now, here's my question. You are aware of the Little Caesars commercials. They were kind of older now. I don't think they do it anymore. But Little Caesars used to have the commercials, and they used to say pizza, and they flip the pies in the air. And it's a cartoon character. Have you seen this?
We have Little Caesars as well.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask about this, I always wanted to know. I saw Pizza. Did Pizza come before Little Caesars, or did this company just hear that expression and just kind of rip it off and make a chain out of it?
Again, from my understanding in Canada, Pizza was like the original chain we had. Like we had that, and of course Pizza Hut and whatever. But Pizza I think was first.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I feel better about it.
It was very off topic, but hey, I'll talk about Canadian pizza as long as you like.
Well,
I'm very excited to hear that pizza has finally made its way to Canada.
Yeah. Came right after electricity.
Yeah. That's good. Way to go, Canada.
Yeah.
Way to go. We're rooting for you.
That'll conclude our weekly...
Here, I'll give you guys a little bit of trivia. Are we north of you or south of you?
You're north of me.
Yeah, well, of course. Why is geography not an American's friend?
Because they're too busy teaching fucking... Listen to what they teach in school for math. It isn't just 4 times 4 anymore, is whatever, fucking 16. It's, how did you get to that 16? Well, you take the 16, and you take this, and you go by half decimal of this, and you show this. You wouldn't believe the explanations that kids have to do in math. It isn't just fucking, this is your question, this is your answer. There is a supplemental answer at every question that says, how did you arrive at that answer?
It's new math.
It's fucking
awful.
ridiculous.
It is
My
actually
daughter's
kinda
9.
crazy. Yeah.
I cannot do her math.
I was kind of shocked at the homework that they bring home. I was never a great student. I was the class clown, but ultimately, I wasn't a horrible student. I would say that I was pretty bright, but I'm like, I can't remember this stuff. I really don't. And it's all show your work. I guess because now, they can pretty much go on in their phones to get the answer of anything. They want to see how you got there.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't get it at all.
I would just draw a picture of a phone and say, here's how I got there. I looked at my phone, and it gave me this answer, right?
My daughter would just draw the logo of the apple with the fucking.
That would be awesome.
That's how I got
here. Yeah.
This? Yeah, fucking an apple, a couple leaves on top. There's your answer.
How's
teacher.
that for you, teach? Can I go home early?
Holy fuck! All right,
I want to get out of here before someone shoots the school up. I'm sorry.
Is that a jab at the States?
Oh, I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to make so many enemies on this one episode. Going for the jugular, the year-end episode.
I can't be offended, so it's all good.
And I'm kidding. I mean, it's not something to joke about, but
no, but whatever.
Yeah. But I'm joking, but I am kidding, and I joke about everything. I mean, if you can't laugh at it, that sometimes it's like, I guess my way of dealing with stuff too, whether right or wrong, is I've got to find some sort of comedic output, something just to make it all right. And I'm maybe just wired differently than other people, but have to laugh at something.
I'm just an asshole, and I think everything's funny.
Yeah. Maybe not the minute after.
No.
10, 15.
Of course not. Right.
Get a little breathing time.
Let me rephrase it. I think it's okay to joke about anything.
Yeah.
Me, I don't get offended. Granted, I'm not going to walk in front of fucking other people. Somebody's in a wheelchair in line at the fucking grocery store next to me. I'm not going to make a wheelchair joke. Of course not.
Yeah.
But I might
minutes
make
later. Yeah.
Oh yeah, or on this show.
Having said that, I say I don't get offended, but I've got a couple of movies on my bottom that I found quite offensive. I'm just like, the fact that they were made was offensive to me.
The fact that we were insulted, that our intelligence was insulted.
Absolutely.
By these filmmakers. Yeah. All right, well, that's a good segue. Let's get into film.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's get into horror.
Canadian pizza.
Horror movies. Is that what this podcast is about?
Yeah, today.
Well, this is a pizza podcast.
Pizza, Canadian economics, and fucking...
and new math.
Yes, and new math.
They're like, what the fuck do these guys think they're doing, man? Episode 3, they think they could talk about whatever they want? Yeah.
Yeah. We're just going to lure everybody in, and then fucking... The longer we go, it'll be less and less horror and more just whatever.
Random
look around the room. Yeah, there's a red vase in my room. What do you guys think of the color red for a fucking vase for flowers? Off we go.
Yeah, I get to see the listeners drop it off.
Right.
Anyway,
okay. Let's get to business. Let's talk about 2015, the world of horror, and fucking everything that we saw and everything else. I think we should start this off basically by making a statement on how you feel about the state of horror in 2015. And who wants to go first?
Brandon, I think you earned the right, based on how many movies you watched this year, to go first.
Thank you.
I agree.
I'm actually in the middle of movie number 158.
Wow.
I paused it to start recording.
Wow.
I think 2015 continues to improve on the years past. I know last year was an amazing year, and the last 5 years have been pretty amazing, but I think this year as a whole had so many solid films. Now, with that said, I don't think it had one standout film that you're going to see a lot of people saying, this is my number one. I think we're going to see a lot of different top 10 lists. I think we're going to see 3 very different top 10 lists tonight, but that's what makes it a great year. So many good films, so many different ways to make up the top 10 list.
It's going to be interesting, the top 10. Because, yes, it is...
I was playing with the order earlier. I was literally switching numbers around. Oh, number 4 is now number 8. Number 8 is now number 4. That's how like hard it was for me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that many movies, but I was doing that with seeing, a fraction of what you viewed this year.
Yeah, they're very tough. Probably could have done 3 different top 10 lists and gotten 0 complaints from listeners. Well, maybe not 0.
Again, that will never happen.
That'll never happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get complaints on my bottom pick.
I'm glad I'm part of this podcast because ultimately this gave me like an adrenaline shot of horror films to end my year off, because I told you guys this, and I can't remember now if this was on the show or off air or whatever, but it was one time when we were chatting, and I said that, I love horror, always have, always will, but I tend to go back and revisit the same movies that I love over and over and over again. But the new movies, I'm finding that I will only end up seeing like a handful. So now I binge watched. I spent the last 3 weeks binge watching as many 2015 horror films as possible. And now I've got to applaud the fact that this show is sort of rejuvenated my love of the modern horror. Not that I was ever a naysayer against it, but this year was phenomenal, in my opinion. I know that 2014 was called the standout year. I thought 2015 was amazing. And 2016 looks like it's going to be awesome as well. So it's an exciting time to be a horror fan, because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of cool films coming out.
I'm with you. And I'm glad. See, one more great reason for you to be on this show. Now we've awakened the sleeping giant.
Yeah.
I gotta say straight up.
Oh, Dave, you died. You're gone.
I didn't die.
Oh, what happened?
Sorry to disappoint.
I was like, Dave died. What happened?
Did he kick out on your headphones?
He did kick out. You kicked out.
I hit my mute button. That's what I did.
I didn't die. And there goes the show.
I was like, shit, our host is dead.
I'm out.
Anybody want to fill in tonight?
Yeah, who wants to jump in? Make phone calls. Just go into your Skype contacts and just fucking call somebody. Hey, you.
We need a new host. Dave died.
Yeah, do you know anything about horror? Dave sent us a few notes earlier. We can just go with that. And
we were talking about new math, and then he just dropped.
Fuck. No, so I'm assuming I cut off mid-sentence.
You sure did, yeah.
Okay. What's the last thing you heard me say?
You're saying that you're glad 2015 was a great year, and you're about to, I think, go into why, and then you just kicked out.
Fair enough. Okay, well, why? I mean, I think it was the best year. I think that 2014, let me step back for a sec. I think 2014 still was a bit of a stronger year than this year. But that's not to say there was a damn thing wrong with this year. I think that it all started in 2013. I thought that was a really good year. I thought 14 we peaked. I thought 15 was very good, a tad lower. But the one good thing about this year, I think, is that there seemed to be more. I think that as far as quantity is concerned, we had not a lot more, but we had more to choose from this year. That's been a good thing. I mean, there's been some really good ones. There's been some that aren't so good. But I think this has been a great year. I'm not ready to declare it better than 14 because I thought 14 was just stellar. And as far as the top movie, like Brandon said, this is kind of weird because last year on the list, I had my own show. I listened to other shows. I read things online. There was a lot of people talking about Babadook. That seemed to be a movie that was landing on a lot of people's top 3. And this year, It Follows seems like the Babadook, where it's landing on a lot of people's top 3 as well. However, the same way Babadook got a lot of hate, It Follows gets a lot of hate as well. I see that being a similar thing. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you my top 2 from the last 2 years. 2013, my number 2 was Maniac, and my number 1 was Lords of Salem, and that's subjective. And a lot of people had Maniac in their tops. Not as many had Lords of Salem. Last year, my number 2 was Babadook. My number 1 was The Town That Dreaded Sundown. I think I'm in the minority with that, but funny enough, my 2 co-hosts on Banana Laser, and we didn't know this, just like we don't know our picks tonight, they also selected Town That Dreaded Sundown. So that was kind of weird, but in general, that movie I don't think was selected by many people as their number 1s.
I don't think it made my top 25 last year, but I actually really liked it.
You see what I mean? And I know Lord of Salem was a bit different too. It's not everyone's cup of tea. I get that. So it's like, now this year, I don't see it being that much different as far as when we get down to the nitty-gritty. I don't know. But I do think it's a great year. I think horror continues to evolve. We have all these podcasts. We have websites. We have, even Hollywood. Hollywood is definitely better this year than it was last year. I don't think
Yes.
there's any
Much
question. Yeah, last year I think I really enjoyed Oculus. That was in my top 10.
Yeah, that was a good film.
Yeah, and I stand by that. That was a good film, definitely. And as far after that, I really, off the top of my head, I can't say what else Hollywood put out last year that I particularly enjoyed or was on my top 10. I could be mistaken, but just going by memory, I don't know. Bottom line is this is still a damn good year. That's what I say. I don't know, Christian, how do you feel?
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, I mean, this is the year that got me probably seeing more new horror films, and there's still a ton on my list. And unfortunately, like I said, there's a lot of catch up to do to make sure that I could make the best judgment call in the top 10, in my opinion, and and a bottom list for that matter as well. In a nutshell, I'll quit the rambling. Stellar year, in my opinion.
Yeah, stellar year. I agree. I think independents are really huge now. I think it's just last year was the beginning of it. This year, even more so, that independent horror is just taking everything by storm. I think the only complaint I have is that I don't know where the Japanese went. They're quiet now, and they were really in the forefront for a while there. It seems like a vast amount of the independents that we've seen are American. That's the only small. It's not even a complaint. It's just an observation. Doesn't it seem like there's a little less of that right now?
I think, yeah, the Japanese, and then I guess, I mean, this is dating me a bit, but going back to like when the French wave of horror flicks came out, and kind of, I think, rejuvenated. I think this is maybe why we're getting all these independents now, American independents, and let's be honest here, a lot of Canadian, like a lot of the movies that we've been watching just in the 3 episodes that we've done have been a lot of Canadian co-productions or total Canadian productions. Like I said before, films that Telefilm Canada would have never financed back when I was in school and whatever like that. They were doing all these artsy films, and now they're doing full-fledged horror films. It's fantastic.
Yes. Yeah, Canada's involved. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we've always been known to make horror films, again, going back to Cronenberg and whatnot, but the reality is that I think maybe some of these new generation filmmakers were maybe brought up. You know how there's like always these new wave of metal, and then from that comes, something even more aggressive. I think that's what ends up happening. Horror got soft, but then out of that came like all these like really brutal French films and really scary ghost movies and whatnot, and then that sort of rejuvenated or I guess inspired the next generation of filmmakers, and now we're getting a lot of these new independent films coming out that have a little bit more energy and are trying to build some atmosphere and get back to something not just jump scare, but actually that gets under your skin.
Yeah. They're doing great things. And back to Canada again, The Editor. That came out. That's a Canadian movie.
Yeah,
And
Winnipeg, man. I couldn't believe it. It blew me away. Fantastic movie.
agreed. But so strange to see a Canadian picture completely evoking Italian horror cinema and doing it so well. It's just
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't tell that's a Canadian film.
No.
Not at all.
You cannot at all.
no, not a bit. The only reason you know is because of what the credits say. And
Yeah.
I watched it for the second time recently because I was doing some rewatches for the show, and that gets on, and I'm like, I forgot. I didn't take that from it the first time. I just might have noticed it and said, Canada, that's strange, and watched the movie. And the first time I watch a movie is vastly different than the second. So the second time I watch it again, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's Canada. How do you like that? And that sunk in. Now I won't forget. First time I see a movie, it's a different experience for me. Sometimes I'm on the edge of my seat. Sometimes I'm just sucked in and I'm not thinking about anything else.
Well, like Star Wars. I'm going to bring it right out. I'm not going to do any spoilers. I had a grin from ear to ear. I loved it. Fantastic. Anybody that tells you different, shoot them.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck them. Right.
Yeah. Honestly, the whole family loved it. It made my daughter, who was not a Star Wars fan, into a Star Wars fan.
I could tell you right now, without having seen it, that I love it only because, based on what you guys just said, if I tell you I don't love it, you're either going to shoot me or fuck me. And
it doesn't matter what order.
it really doesn't matter what order. I'm not down for it. So I love it.
Yeah.
Good answer. All right, I can live with that.
Save
Yes.
myself a bullet.
I'm gonna have to take my daughter as well. She hasn't really seen any of them, but because I'm like I said, the first time doesn't count. I was blown away by it, and that's a whole other story. But I was blown away by it. The second time I have to go see it again. I'm gonna end up seeing it 2 more times, but I think I will take my daughter the third time. But it does take, I was so blown away by everything going on the first time that if there was any flaws, I really didn't notice. The second time,
I hear you. I hear you. And we already said we're going to go back.
right.
The whole family wants to go again. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Yes,
Why not?
but yeah, fuck yeah. But I'm second view Dave. Straight up, I am a strong believer in that. Sometimes
Second view, Dave.
straight up, man. If second view Dave, if I watch a movie once, I have to watch it a second time to fully be able to give my honest opinion. Because sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, and it's just the way it is. So it's almost like it doesn't count unless I get a second view. Because it's the old first impressions don't always necessarily. I don't know. It isn't like meeting people. Movies are different. Movies are more intimate. But anyway,
What do you want to do here? Do we want to jump into our bottoms?
you want to do bottoms before we do anything?
I don't want anyone jumping into my bottom. Okay.
I set myself up for that, but
Yeah, you knew. I could hear you kind of chuckling. I'm like, I gotta
as soon
jump
as
all
I
over.
said it, I'm like, oh, I deserve that.
Just don't say anything bad about Star Wars, Brandon. You'll be all
No,
right.
I won't.
Be my number one bottom.
I just realized that what you said, Dave, that the lack of foreign horror this year,
Weird,
and
huh?
Asian horror in particular,
Yes.
with the exception of maybe Gunwoman and Killers, which I excluded from my list because they borderline on horror. Yeah, not much.
No, we actually see some of the influence. Like, to me, Unfriended seemed to me, honestly, like an Asian ghost story.
Yeah.
Didn't it? They had that. I could have totally seen. Someone could have told me that Unfriended was a remake of a Japanese movie, and it would have made complete sense to me because they're big on
It's actually
ghosts,
a good ghost story, and they know how to do ghost stories.
right? And they're always about the vengeful ghost, about people that did them wrong. It's a big
Yeah.
thing in Japan. So that felt that way, and then there was a couple others, and maybe
Dark Summer was like that.
No, did I see Dark Summer? What was Dark Summer?
With
This
the
would be
kid from It Follows, Keir Gilchrist.
Yeah, I think I just saw. Oh, he had the thing on his.
He was on house arrest.
Yes, yes, agreed. It was a vengeful ghost, a suicide type thing involved, or at least that was on the surface.
Yeah.
And that's something. We had some others, but it just, I don't know. It's been trailing off. But yeah, do we want to do the bottoms before we do our categories?
I'm down.
Okay. Well, how many bottoms do we want to do here?
I have half
Line
a
'em
dozen
up.
bottoms that I'd like to get into.
Okay, here's what I'm doing. You got half a dozen bottoms to
I
get
got
into?
6.
I'm going to go 5 because here's how I decided on mine. Mine are all rated. And I have 3 movies with a rating of 3 out of 10 and 2 movies with a rating of 4 out of 10. And then everything else is higher than that. So to be fair, I do have a 4.5, 1 4.5. So I guess I could do that. But you know what?
4.5 on the bottom.
How low do you go? Shit.
I go down to a 1.
I do, but I haven't seen a 1.
I saw a 1. In fact, I actually gave it a 0 at first, and then I changed it to a 1.
I've got
Okay.
2 that are no question.
So how many? You have 2 bottoms?
No,
or
I've got 4 because I really couldn't come up with a 5th, and I don't think it's fair because really I'd just be picking from my least favorite kind of middling. When I watch a movie, I'm like, okay, this is awesome, this is good, this is like, been there, done that. I call it middling, and then we're starting to get into the bottom, and there's 4 that I would put into my bottom, and I could pick one from the middling.
Put
I know.
into my bottom.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just, I could
There's
just fit
4 I would
right
put
there.
into my bottom. Damn.
Well, that's cool. I stole your 5th and put it as my 6th.
There
Oh,
you go.
fuck. Get
There we
outta
go.
here.
So I'll stick with the 4 then, and
Okay.
keep it like that. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Then Brandon, you should start off since you have the most.
I should start off? Okay. Number 6 on my list was one I caught on Netflix, and it's called Archivo 253. Any of you guys see this?
No.
Never fucking.
Arcado?
Archivo 253.
Wow, sounds sci-fi-ish.
It's paranormal found footage, takes place in an insane asylum. As generic as found footage and these insane asylum stories go. just a waste of 80 minutes. Just terrible. I think I gave it a 2.
Fuck.
I actually have it higher up on the list than some of these others because some of these others were just way more boring. At least this one was short at, just under 80 minutes. But again, I caught it on Netflix, knew nothing about it except it said 2015. I'm like, I'll check it out. Sometimes you can't go by those Netflix ratings. They'll give something 1 star and it turns out to be pretty good.
True, yeah.
Yeah,
but this time they were right.
No, they were generous this time.
Oh, okay.
So
Archivo something?
Archivo 253. Avoid it.
Okay, that's our first avoid. Holy shit. Now, see, it's kind of weird because the ones I put out, some people might disagree with.
That's fine.
I know. It's just, yes, it is. It's just strange that some people, I don't know. I thought they're not total pieces of shit. Most of them were just fucking really boring or didn't go anywhere. It wasn't like awful. That's why they're 4 and 3. But my number 5 is a movie called Hellions.
Canadian movie.
Is it?
Bruce McDonald, man. It was a bizarre movie.
Very bizarre.
I'll tell you, I thought the first act, I thought it was going to be something good. And I was actually kind of bummed out at first because I saw it after Halloween, not knowing that it takes place on Halloween. And I was like, oh, shit, man. If I would have known this was Halloween, I would have watched it sooner. I was like, fuck. So I watched it after Halloween, and then it starts off, and the first act actually sets things up nicely. And then to me, it just fucking got convoluted, fell apart, and I just could not wait for it to end. And I was just, and this will be a running theme with the rest of these movies, I think. This one's at least funny, though, because I'm fast-forwarding, and I'm watching it on speed and a half, 1.5, because
you know a movie sucks when you have to do that. Eh?
Dude, it was bad, but something good did come out of it. And let me see if I can dig it up here. There's this song in this movie, and there's like kind of like these creepy kids singing. And as I'm fast forwarding it and watching it on 1.5, my wife happens to, she's not watching it with me. She's in the kitchen or something. She hears me watching this movie. She's like, "What the fuck are you watching?" I'm like, "It's not very good." She's like, "It sounds like cats. What is this?" So there's this creepy song that plays, and I'm going to play something. Now, on 1.5, it sounds like cats. So I have a little recording I'm going to play for you guys. So hold on a second. And this is actually quite funny. Meow, 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 meow. Listen. Hold on.
That's from hell.
Yeah.
I think my rating goes up for that movie just based on hearing it like that. Because I'm with you. I did not enjoy that film, but I enjoyed that song.
You enjoy the fucking cats?
Oh
meow, 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 meow. So forever, my wife's been talking about that ever since, that fucking movie with the cats. And
well, he's a hit and miss director. Have you guys seen Pontypool?
That's the guy who did Pontypool?
Yeah, he did Pontypool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pontypool was great.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. So you're with me on Hellions, at least. You can see why that sucks.
I can see why.
I didn't like the fact that the whole point of the movie was kind of rammed down your throat. The whole social commentary.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to give anything away for people who haven't seen it, but
you're right.
It was really rammed down your throat. It was like,
yeah, he had an agenda.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, and the thing is that was an afterthought. I was like, yeah, they are ramming it down my throat, but I was just so fucking bored.
Yes.
And you'll hear me get more onto it later. I won't blow my load about why on the first bad movie. But
yeah, don't blow your load in the first bottom.
No. Yes, gotta pace myself. Right?
Pace yourself.
It's a long night.
Oh, beautiful. That was awesome.
Okay, so
want me to go with my number 5?
Oh yeah, since Christian is 4, right? Yeah.
Christian didn't put in enough work and only got 4.
Oh, I could give you a 5th, but
no, I'm just kidding.
It's okay.
All right, my number 5
passionate.
is a sequel, Woman in Black 2, Angel of Death.
Oh.
There's not really much to say about this. I actually enjoyed part 1, but this one was just an utter bore.
It was a cash-in sequel, right? It was just...
yes, a total cash-in
sequel.
They
all are, but I mean, some of them more so than others.
Yeah, this just... Oh, dreadful. An hour and 40 minutes. I was watching the clock nonstop. I couldn't even tell you what this movie's about, so I can't even argue why it's a bad movie except for the fact that I can't remember it, and I just recently saw it. So it was that boring. It didn't have the atmosphere the first one had. It was just not for me.
I didn't see this or the first one myself.
First one's really good.
The first one has Radcliffe in it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And again, I'm not one for judging ratings, even on IMDb. They're way off because people will just put whatever they want. But for part one, it's got a 6.4 rating, which is pretty high for a horror film.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And, Woman in Black 2 actually kind of has a higher rating than I thought it would. It's got a 4.9, but that's a significant drop-off. Usually if you have 6.0 or higher in the horror genre, it's something worth checking out.
But it was just fucking boring, huh?
Boring as hell.
Did you I take it you don't have the 1.5 fast forward?
I didn't know that it existed until about 5 minutes ago.
It exists on a PlayStation.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
I don't have it.
Okay.
I watch it. I slow it down just to torture myself. Like, why did you pick this crap movie? You're going to watch it in halftime. Yeah. I'm watching it in slow motion.
Yeah. He's at 0.5. That's great. Yeah, he's fucking torturing it.
I hate this, and I'm going to just endure it. His own personal hell. You have 156 movies again, or what are you at?
157.
Yeah,
I'm
you
on
don't have time to half it.
Right?
You're watching all these on 2-speed.
Dude, right. I did like 90, and I fucking fast forwarded probably a dozen.
No, I can tell you that next year I will not do what I did this year. Last year I watched 75 films, and that was plenty.
Yep.
This year I was just watching for the sake of padding the numbers.
Bragging rights?
Yeah, I wanted bragging rights, and I'm still probably not even going to come close to Jason Lloyd. He's probably seen like 600 new movies.
He posts every day. I just see every day there's another movie. I'm like, hey, holy crap.
I miss doing what you do, Christian, though. I miss going back and revisiting the older films. Yeah. Like, it was nice to take a break. I revisited the Gates of Hell trilogy and caught a couple of other older films that I hadn't seen in a while, and that was nice, and that's what I'm looking forward to doing in the new year.
That's what October's for, though. October, I watched 65 fucking movies this October. And new, I would say maybe 5 of them were from 2015. Everything else was,
Yeah, you were posting like crazy in October.
I went mad this year. Yeah, like I watched, like I said, I watched 90 new movies. I watched another 60 in October. So I probably, all in all, I might have watched 200 myself, which is, it's not. It's out of the ordinary. I would say usually I'm more like 150.
Oh, movies, yeah, no question. I watch a shit ton. I don't even have the number. It would definitely be very high. But the horror films definitely have been ramped up again this year from a new standpoint, from keeping myself current.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. No, I do appreciate it, man. It's awesome. So far, except for my number, now, except for the next 4 that I've got here.
Right. Well, you want to give one? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you my number 4. Exeter. There are people that are going to love this movie or like it or probably go like, it wasn't that bad. But the problem was it was just so been there, done that. I hated the characters, hated the plot twist. We've seen it better in Evil Dead and anything else. It was trying to be like the kitchen sink 2. Throw another exorcism, throw on this, throw on that. Yeah. It just was a little too much for me, and I was just like, oh, just be done. And bad comic relief. I wasn't enough time waster, I guess. So to have it on my bottom, some people would argue, well, why? But it just was so familiar, it was boring to me.
I agree. It was boring. It's not bottom 5. I think I'd give it like a 5 out of 10. It's middle of the pack, but it definitely was boring. It had a good setup, I thought. I mean, nothing you hadn't seen before, but I kind of like those movies when people are trapped in one place, like Night of the Demons
but that's what it played like. I mean, I'd rather watch Night of the Demons again, because that's exactly what it played out like. It was like a revamped Night of the Demons meets Evil Dead meets The Exorcist. Let's pack 3 movies together, boom. Add some gore, add some blood. I mean, they were putting in the right ingredients. Unfortunately, the finished result or the end result was just bad.
I'm with you. Jason Lloyd really liked it. He pimped it up to me too. He's a big fan of it.
He's not gonna be a happy camper then when he hears that one, eh? Oh, yeah.
Well, he's pretty extreme. You never can tell with that dude. Sometimes he thinks a movie's a 10 that I think is shit, and vice versa. Sometimes we're right on. He's a very unpredictable cat. So
Well, my number 3 is probably going to be more controversial, but that's fine. Hit your number 4s, boys.
Yeah, what the hell are we? Are we at 4?
Yeah, we're at 4.
I'm one drink in and fucking I don't know already.
Well, did you hear all the listeners just did a shot because of the first mention of Friday the 13th?
Oh shit, that's right, it was said.
Yeah.
Nice.
No,
Maybe that's
enjoy.
a good idea. Hey, we're probably a more enjoyable show when people are buzzed. So let's face
I
it.
think totally shit-faced.
Yeah, hey, so be it. That's fine. Fucking. Maybe I'll be joining them by the end of the show. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, okay. Number 4. Yeah, Brandon, what? You did 6 and 5?
Yes.
All right, fly away, my boy.
Okay, number 4. Tobe Hooper's latest film, Jin. Oh man, I heard a bunch of people talking about this. When is this film gonna come out? When is this gonna come out? And then finally, again, pops up on Netflix. Ugh, so boring. I don't even know what to say. It was just dreadfully boring, just generic, just stupid.
I've heard that from a lot of people. And see, I guess that's the difference between you and me this year, is that when I've heard all kinds of real negative shit like that, I just didn't bother. Like the ones that I saw that end up being bottom of my list are ones that I heard at least mixed reviews for, or I heard nothing about them at all. But like when I hear nothing good, I'll tell you what, the Psycho remake, to this day I've never watched it because I never heard a good word said about it.
Yeah, there's no need to ever watch that.
See what I'm saying? And I'm a
Yeah.
huge fan of the Psycho franchise and everything else in it. I
Wait,
even
wait,
like
wait.
4.
Like, I mean, if you want to see Vince Vaughn masturbating, then check it out.
Maybe
I
for
I have other ways of seeing that.
Yeah.
I'll send you some links.
I've never seen it. I watched that for comedy. If I can just watch that scene, that might be funny. But I'm such a, I'm so into Psycho that and then, like I said, never heard a good thing about it. The Fog remake, another one. Never heard a good thing about it.
Yeah.
Right?
It's poor.
And there's just some movies like that. They come out, and nobody says one good damn thing about it. I'm saying, well, I highly doubt that I'm going to be the guy to watch it and love it. So, that Jin, exactly. I didn't even bother with it, even though it was on Netflix. It's a fucking click away.
Yeah, and everyone's talking about, oh, this is the one that takes place in the United Arab Emirates, and it's got a cool setting and all that. Just, I don't know, the story was just dreadfully slow and boring.
Hooper's fallen off,
He has.
But
he has.
They all do.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he fell off. I mean, ultimately, let's be honest here. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Poltergeist, and you can argue who directed that because
Right.
it's always been argued that Spielberg had his thumbprint all over it, which it plays out like a Spielberg film more than a Tobe Hooper film. And then, and then I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre too, and
Yeah.
I
I'm cool
love.
with it.
And Invaders from Mars and Life Force are both so ridiculous and crazy that I actually enjoy them. But they're crazy movies. Like they're not. Wouldn't say they're good movies, but I like watching them.
Yeah.
Right. Then you have Eaten Alive, which a lot of people like.
Yeah, I didn't mind Eating Alive, and then he just kind of went from down like Spontaneous Combustion, Two Box Murders remake,
Yeah, average at
The
best.
Mangler.
The Mangler. That might be a future movie we're going to cover.
Oh. The Funhouse was good. The Funhouse was also good. I like The Funhouse. Anyway.
All right, let's get to 4 for me. 4 is a movie called The Hive. Anybody know anything about this movie?
I skipped that one.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Well, you were wise to skip it, and don't even bother. It's fucking. It actually started off kind of decent. This guy wakes up, and he has amnesia, and he's in a place he can't figure out why he is where he's at, and he's getting clues. He's locked into this place. He doesn't know. It almost starts off like a Saw, maybe in a way, where it's like, okay, where was this going? But it was kind of weird that right off the bat, the dude kept talking to himself.
Oh, I hate
I
that.
understand. Right. I mean, it's needed for fucking exposition, but come on. The first fucking 20 minutes, he just kept doing it. It just got worse from there. And when you finally find out what happens, it's just, he ends up fucking falling in love with somebody like overnight. And it's just, once again, there was boredom. I was hitting the 1.5 button. I say don't fucking bother with it, and I'll leave it at that. The Hive, I'm thinking, hey, maybe it has an interesting kind of fucking title. Maybe it's about killer bees or some shit. But
No such luck.
no such luck. That's it.
3s. Here we go. My number 3 is Headless. Yeah.
Blasphemy.
It's blasphemy. I hated this movie. I hated it. I don't even think it's a slasher film. It's just it's just random violence. Don't get me wrong. I loved Found. Dave, you told me watch Found first because they're tied in, and I saw it. And as soon as I saw that he was watching Headless in that movie, I'm like, okay, I guess this is what I can expect from Headless, which is funny because that was my least favorite part of Found. So then when I watched Headless, I'm like, wow, what a piece of shit.
Oh.
What an absolute... Do you have the power to cut his mic from there?
Yeah. It's a piece of shit.
Oh my gosh, fighting words.
Yeah. Yeah, I hated this. I'm hoping it's not on your top 10s because I hated this movie.
Okay. Besides, it's a piece of shit. And I know you can do this. You're a smart guy. I've heard you say things. So you're thinking that it was just a glorified snuff film without a story and with nothing redeemable? Is that your take?
It did, I guess, attempt to try to get into the head of the killer, so to speak. Like, I just, I didn't like the portrayal. I hated the acting. I didn't like the directing. I know it was a low budget movie made for like absolutely pretty much next to nothing. I mean, it was gory, but it just was not. It was ugly, and I know horror is ugly, but there's nothing to recommend about this this movie for because it's not enjoyable. And when I'm watching or want to recommend, or when I'm watching a movie, sorry, I'm repeating myself here, I want to at least say it was enjoyable, but even if it wasn't enjoyable, I need something else to back that up, and I found nothing in Headless for me to be able to recommend it. You brought up the Maniac remake, which was far better, in my opinion, at capturing a diseased mind.
Funny you should bring that up because later on when we do talk a little bit more about Headless, I bring up Maniac, so it's a comparison I've made since the first time I watched it. I compared it to Maniac, so that's interesting. I'll tell you what though, in all seriousness, I do realize that movie's not for everyone. There are just some movies you just can't recommend them to people. Like, there's no way. Even if Headless was my number one fucking favorite movie of the year, I wouldn't go to my job and say, hey, you know what's a really good horror movie? Headless. I just wouldn't do it. It's not the kind of movie I can recommend because it's fucking out there. It's gory. It is what it is. It's not for everybody, and it's not, that type of horror isn't everyone's cup of tea. So I could understand why somebody would say that, why you would have that on your list. So I can't hate on that. I disagree, of course, as you have guessed, right? But that's okay. I can feel that. All right. We'll talk more later on it, I promise.
I had a feeling.
It'll be floating around somewhere. I think Brandon might have something to say about it, too. So.
He made a solid argument.
I know.
I disagree, but he is a smart guy. You're right. Now that I've heard him talk, you're right.
I do ramble.
Right, he's smart.
And I talk fragmented. Like, not Shatner style, but I mean, enough that throw people off. But
I feel you, though. And because there are some movies I consider, the movies you're talking about, I don't put Headless in that category, but I do agree there are movies like that, like some of those August Underground movies or some other ones that are just fucking gore for gore's sake and shocking just to shock with nothing else redeemable. That's just my opinion.
That was it.
Right.
That was interesting that you said that because your description of Headless is sort of going to be my description of my number one movie on my number one bottom. So very interesting because I'm with you on that. I didn't feel that way about Headless, but
okay. Well, let's get closer. All right, let's do it. What's your 3?
Number 3 for me is Ejecta.
Wow.
Yeah.
Guess what? It's my number 3 too.
Is it? Awesome. Awesomely bad. Just right? Sci-fi. I believe Scream Factory put this out.
I believe it did.
Yeah. Basically, it takes place over one night. Aliens. What's going on? I was so confused by what was going on in this movie. Mm-hmm. Just basically a lot of running around. And the lead actor, his character was just so annoying. Julian Richings, the guy who played the Krampus in Christmas Horror Story. Wow. One of the Krampuses.
Oh shit.
One of the Krampi. Sorry.
One of the Krampi. Yes.
Yeah. It was just a jumbled mess, and by the end, I just didn't care anymore. And I hated the ending as well, so just an utter bore.
Well, I don't remember the ending. I just remember I was bored, and it started good because I really personally, I'm into that fucking... There's been so few done, but I'm really into UFO alien type fucking things where they come down and they do fucking menacing things. They get me excited because I personally, I don't want to say I believe in it, but the thought of it definitely scares me.
You like the fourth kind, obviously, then?
The fourth kind, which wasn't half bad. But
or Fire in the Sky, I guess was
yes,
one of the original, not original, but you know what I mean. Like, it definitely played into that fear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and there's always a reason to complain about every one of them. I've never seen the perfect one, but I will say one thing: last year's Extraterrestrial has been actually my favorite, and
I was just going to bring that up. Was that last year or this year?
It was last year.
That was last year?
It was in my fucking top 20. I really liked it. Not everybody did. Some people shit on it, but I thought
like that.
Oh, good. I'm glad you did. To me, it set it up well. I mean, they were menacing, they did some fucking shit. There was a little bit of gore. They were mean spirited and there was a reason for it. And they I don't know, they did the things that I think you should do in a movie. Fire in the Sky had too much downtime. There were some great things, but every movie I've complained about, and this is another one where do they show us the ship towards the end? Maybe for a little bit, but it's just like I don't know. It didn't do anything. The setup was good. At first I thought, okay, maybe this could be a fucking good, alien invasion type thing that works. And once again, not only did it disappoint, but it fucking, took it to a new level of disappointment.
Yeah.
So I got nothing there. That's my 3. That's your 3. So fucking interesting. Woo. So Christian, you're up, brother.
Okay, number 2 could easily be my number 1. Just a dreadful movie. Human Centipede 3. I gotta admit, I'm not a huge fan of these movies. I think they're all kind of garbage, but at least the first 2 offered something more than the third, which was just going more for comedy. The Brie Olson character, I mean, what they made her do was just demeaning. It added nothing to the movie. The Human Centipede element didn't kick in into the last half hour for the most part. The lead up to it was torturous. I mean, I can yell every line too. I mean, it's very easy for you to just yell your way through a movie. It's torturous for you to watch. Maybe that was his point.
I agree.
It's not for everybody.
No, I agree about part 3 though. It was garbage.
I did a review on Banana Laser where we talked about we did 1, 2, and 3 right in a row, right when 3 dropped, and on that show I said I know how I feel about it, but I could understand why other people may not feel the way I do. Me personally, I enjoy the fuck out of it. I never laughed so much. Not never, but the first 20 minutes of this movie, I
see
laughed.
More comedies.
Right, it wasn't like I was watching The Naked Gun, but it was close. I laughed almost every time that guy opened his mouth in the first 20 minutes. It was a fucking laugh a minute for me. But it wasn't. It was dark comedy, but not the kind of dark comedy that everybody be into. I could see people hating it, and I know he yells the whole movie. But I walk around my house now, not when my daughter's here, of course, but randomly I'll just go clitorises. I think it's fucking hysterical, and because I like 1 and 2 so much. I'm not going to say they're awesome. I give them like an 8 and a 7 or something. They're not like fucking amazing films, but I think that part 3, there's so much going on in 3 that they take a lot of lines from part 1 and 2 that if you know those movies well enough, they're nods to those 2 movies heavily. They're fucking
Well, that's all it is. One big in-joke, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. It is a big in-joke. I'll give you that. And there are some things I understand that aren't so great, but
yeah, like the first 90 minutes.
I enjoy it. I can't help it. But I understand why others wouldn't. To me, it's a movie that should be a cult favorite. It's just over the fucking top.
No, the first one would be the one that would be the cult favorite, in my opinion. The second
Too serious, though. For the first one, you can't show a movie like that to normal people. They don't want to see people getting sewn ass to mouth. At least in Centipede 3, you don't see that shit till the fucking...
Speak for yourself.
Brandon loves ass to mouth.
Love it.
You don't see that till the last half hour. So that's what I kind of like about it, that it's just a lot of fun. Not fun for everybody, but it's my kind of fun.
I don't know. I mean, I was, getting your testicles removed so that they can be fried up so that he can eat them for his lunch. Sorry, spoiler. I will say that was the highlight of the movie. You can call that a highlight.
Well, again, like I said with Headless,
To each your own, I know.
it's not for everybody, and I could understand why you would say that. And Brandon, you echoed it. It seems you're not a big fan either.
Yeah, I didn't hate it as much. I mean, it didn't make my bottom list. It's very average for me.
But a lot of people hated on it, and I was like, well, that's okay. It's not for everybody. And I even said you could love 1 and 2 and hate 3, or you could not care for 1 and 2 and love 3. It doesn't really. I don't know. It's separate from the others, and I like the way how they had the guy from 2 playing the role that he played. I like that.
Well, you know what though? That's what I think I find so offensive about it. To be honest, the production value on it is top notch. This movie looks great, and it pisses me off that it was wasted on Human Centipede 3.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's where and I'll end it there.
I can dig it. All right. What are we down to? 2s?
2s.
2s. All right, man.
All right, number 2. It was my number 1 for a long time, but it just recently got bumped. The Gallows.
Oh, I knew it too because you just talked about the Gallows on our first show.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know, what pisses me off about this film, and it's something Christian just said about Human Centipede 3, is it's got good production value. It made a ton of money in the box office. Made something like $40 million on like probably a couple $1 million budget.
I think it was $1,000 budget. I think it was like a high school production. I think it was made for tens of $1,000s. I mean, probably souped up for.
That's making me more angry.
Yeah,
as
sorry.
You're telling me this. That's making me more angry that it might have been made for less money. Because it runs about 68 minutes, and you're paying $10 to go see this, and it's just generic found footage set in a school. And I'm reading articles that say how refreshing it is, a new change of scenery, it's set in a school, deals with a high school play, a haunted high school play. But in the end, it just turns out to be a generic found footage ghostly.
Yep.
It's not the most poorly made movie on the list, and it's probably not the worst movie on the list, but it deserves such a high spot on the list because of because it's a Hollywood film, and they should know better by now. They don't. They just regurgitate these cookie cutter films over and over. All right, we'll make this year's found footage set in a school. Next year we'll set in a hospital. Next year we'll set it here. And it's just the same story.
It's odd that it came to theaters. It's the kind of movie, a found footage especially, that you wouldn't be surprised to see it just pop up on Netflix.
And I think if it popped up on Netflix and I watched this, I don't know if it would be on the list.
Right.
I think I'm just disappointed that mainstream horror just is cashing in on being unoriginal.
Well, in this case, for sure. I found it here. The budget was $100,000 estimated. The gross was $38 million.
38, yeah.
Holy fuck! So I think
back to number 1.
Fuck.
You know what? You told me about that first episode. I think you prepped me for it. Don't get me wrong. It would have been between that and the Lazarus Effect for fifth place, but I didn't really hate either movie. I just said, they're just kind of just average, and I'm not a big you know me, I'm not a found footage fan, so I actually didn't find, I was like, it's good for what it is. Found footage, that's what I expect from a found footage film, to be totally honest.
See, I like found footage. I consider this average, though. I've seen much better found footage. I think this movie should have had 2 more characters in it, so we could at least have seen 2 more deaths. And I don't like the fact that all of a sudden it cut to the one scene, that famous scene when the girl gets tugged away and she gets the rope around her neck. There's no reason she would be filming that. That didn't really make sense. Well, so that bothered me.
I find that's the problem with all found footage movies, except for... Well, I won't say except for, but I do have one that I really enjoyed. I actually like the Atticus Institute, actually. I enjoyed that. Yeah, that one I put on, that rated good. And I'm very hard on found footage movies because typically I just hate them.
Well, that had a story to it. You know, it was interesting to see, the experiments that were being done. You almost felt like you were watching a real documentary.
Well, it's the faux documentary.
Yeah, those faux documentary found footage are much more interesting than these, we're being haunted, we're being killed one by one, keep filming until I'm taken away and I'm seen by
Totally
the
agree.
camera being taken away, you know.
It's almost over. The shaky cam handheld style is becoming a thing of the past. It seems like found footage is morphing into more and more the mockumentary type style.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. Granted, there have been some that I've really liked. I don't know. Like I said, this is to me this movie's a 5 out of 10. I saw it for free actually at a press screening.
If you paid for it, it would have gone down.
I didn't pay for it, and I honestly, when I left the theater, I didn't hate it. And the more I heard people talk about it, the more I started looking into things, and it brought me down a little bit. So, but
we got to you.
it has sometimes, not very often, but sometimes, yeah. But I'll tell you, here's what I did like. I liked the intro when they showed the play and the person being hung and that and the backstory. I actually dug that, and I dug the look of the killer. I really did, and there's an obvious reason why. If you know anything about me, I won't spoil it for anybody. But what the killer was wearing, it was cool. I dig it, and I really liked the way it ended. So I'm big on endings. Sometimes if the ending does it for me, it could boost it up a full point or more.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the ending. I like the setup, though. Like you said, the opening scene gets right to it, and it has a good creepy setup. But by the end, I was just like, okay, I see where this is going.
Mm-hmm. And I get it. A lot of people hated on this movie, so it's...
The only thing I hated about the opening scene is the whispering where they're like fully talking at wow, he's really good in this play, don't you think? I guess this is so bad. It was driving me crazy right from the get-go. Like the woman, the husband and wife talking. But I do admit that the hanging was phenomenal.
It was. And what about when they're talking to each other? That reminds me of fucking when my little brother was in a play when I was a kid. And I was talking to my mother, and she had her old school fucking thing. You know, the old cameras in the 80s, those big ones. And she's trying to shush me, and I'm talking, hey, when's Mike coming on? Something like that. So, I don't know. I guess it reminded me of my youth, that part. I don't know. But yeah, I feel you. I could understand. It's definitely, honestly, another year or two, you're not going to have these movies to kick around anymore, I don't think.
Good.
So.
God.
Yeah, and I like found footage.
Yeah,
I
like found footage too, but it's like any other subgenre. It's got to be done right.
Correct.
I mean, look at zombies. You know, they're done to.
Yeah, and they're on the way out too, I think. Well, we can hope, but we'll get to that. Not to sound like an asshole, but I'm zombied out.
Yeah, me too.
You know, so... Okay, here's my number 3, and I don't even remember if this is found footage.
Wait, number 2. You're number 2, right?
Number 2, sorry. The rating was a 3. I was looking at the rating. I don't remember if it was found footage or not. I think it might have been, but it's Alien Outpost.
I didn't see it. No, that was a Scream Factory release also. I skipped it too because everybody hated that.
Well, I know I'm not alone in that. And again, Alien, I get excited. I want to see it. Like there was another one this year called what do you call it? Fucking Area 51, and a lot of people hated it. I did not hate it. I thought that was another movie, a little better than average, but that's another one. But this one here, this Alien Outpost, was just fucking boring. It was documentary set up, but it was all. I felt like I'm watching. There's all these intense action scenes, and I'm not a really action scene kind of guy, so. It became a fucking war movie almost, except instead of fighting other soldiers, they were fighting, I don't know, other shit. These fucking things. I didn't even remember what they looked like, but it wasn't anything cool or memorable. It was just like watching fucking someone play Call of Duty or something.
Yeah, they were fighting this other shit. Just big giant turds flying around.
That would have been better. I'd remember big giant turds. I can't even remember what the enemies look like. It just was fucking boring. I'm sure I was doing the 1.5 speed on that too. I know I was. It was just... Yeah, it was the year of the 1.5 speed. But I'm glad I discovered that at least. It saved me. Saved me fucking...
It'd be funny if you put it back down to normal speed and it turned out to be like a totally different movie. Like it was really a vampire movie.
Well, I give it its day in court. I watch for a while and then I'm like, okay, enough. 1.5. Then I'll go back. I'll give it a few more minutes. Maybe it's going to improve. No. Okay. Yeah. No good. Alien Outpost. Just fucking avoid it, man.
Well, here we go. Do we get a drum roll?
Okay. Let's see what I can do.
Let's see what I can do. All right. My number 1 bottom horror film of 2015 is #horror.
Hashtag garbage.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Horrible. That's it. It was just horrible. Acting, overdone. Timothy, is it Hutton? I don't know.
Yeah.
He just yelled he should have been in Human Centipede 3 because he just yelled his way through his role. When he got mad, it was the most over the top overacting I've ever seen. Not ever seen, but recently seen. And the rest of them, the girls were just bland. There are no likable characters. The intercut, I don't know, emojis or what the fuck were dropping into the frame. It was just garbage. And then the reveal of the killer was horrible. I don't even think it made sense either. I don't even
The
think
movie made no sense whatsoever.
I don't even think the timing made sense. Anyway, done.
That's it.
Yeah, Timothy Hutton, what was he thinking? Oscar-winning actor. I actually like him, but that was just dreadful.
Glad I skipped it.
I think it was based on a true story.
Yeah, loosely.
Yeah, because I don't I can't imagine that a bunch of girls got together and just hashtagged smiley faces for 2 hours and then got killed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Is it like Smiley or something?
Oh, it's nuts. You got to. I want you to avoid it, but yet I want you to watch it, Dave. I want the listeners to avoid it, but you need to watch it.
I will watch it. I'll watch it. Is it anything like Eye Horror? There was another movie out this year called Eye Horror. Did anybody see that?
No.
Eye Horror? No.
I thought that was a website.
Eye Horror or Eye Horror?
Eye Horror, not horror. No. Like hashtag horror, Eye Horror. Yeah, I thought maybe they were the same thing. I don't know.
They both sound equally as bad.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, Eye Horror, or pardon me, hashtag horror. Let me avoid them both anyway. We can just go ahead and say that. Last year I said that on the other show. I said I never saw, what's that movie? That it was big at the box office. Not Witchboard. Of course not Witchboard. That's a good movie. What's that fucking Ouija? I never saw Ouija, but I declared it a piece of shit on my show, and I usually don't do that. But
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
okay, well I'm declaring hashtag horror and Eye Horror a piece of shit without seeing it.
Well, I can vouch for hashtag horror for sure.
Okay, all right, Brandon.
All right, number one.
I think I know it, but I think you mentioned it the other day.
Yes, I've been talking about. I watched it like last week or 2 weeks ago, and since I watched it, I've given it away. I've disinfected my house. I took a shower.
I hope. Yeah.
Burned the clothes I was wearing while I watched it. It's just an absolutely disgusting, filthy, unredeeming film.
Not in a good way.
Not even a good way.
Not that it was so gory, it was disgusting.
Everybody is raving this movie. Everyone loves it. Everyone's telling me how much they love the soundtrack. And I'm like, soundtrack? I don't even remember any music in this. And the name of that film is Death Scorch Service. Now, I should know what to expect coming from a company called The Sleazebox. But this is literally scene after scene of various prostitutes being brutally murdered. That's all it is. And
I saw Jason Lloyd posted something earlier today on it, and I'm like, that looks horrible.
It's beyond horrible, and everybody's praising it and yelling at me like, how can I hate this? It's garbage. It's not even a movie. They attempt to throw in a story in the last 2 minutes, which actually was a pretty good twist, but a little too late, and it's just very mean-spirited. One particular kill with a baseball bat with barbed wire on the end. Use your imagination. Just beyond disgusting. Just too much for me. Not my type of film. Might appeal to some people, but like I said, I went on Facebook right after I finished watching it, and I said, who wants this? Somebody said, I'll take it. I said, okay. They're like, you want me to pay for shipping? I'm like, no, just give me your address. I need to get this out of here.
Damn.
That's a bad movie.
Yeah, I made a post literally saying that I gave it a 0. And then people are like, come on, a 0? I'm like, yes, there's nothing redeeming about it. And I'm like, all right, well, somebody made the film. I'll give it a 1. I'll give it a 1 for being made.
I have to see it now.
It's atrocious. It's garbage.
Hey.
It fits right in with you with Headless. Exactly the way you described Headless, this is 10 times worse. Because at least Headless attempted to tell a story. This is just bad acting and just really over-the-top nastiness.
Damn. And there's no plot.
No, they show a few flashback scenes that you're like, okay, this is what's going on, and then in the last 2 minutes of the film, they throw a little twist at you, and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Fortunately, I just watched 70 minutes of various women being tortured and
I think that's the cop out now. I will throw a couple of scenes of the mother being abusive, the sister trying to fuck him. Oh wait, am I talking about Headless again?
Oh shit!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And
Was
that'll
the
explain
gore?
why. Yeah. Oh, we locked him in a cage all this time. That's the reason why.
That's why I can't argue your description of of hating Headless, because that's how I felt about this one.
Yeah.
Right? Was the gore good at least or no?
The gore was very good.
Oh,
I gave it a point for the gore. The gore was very good, but I don't like extreme horror.
okay.
You know what I mean? I'm not a huge August Underground.
Me neither. But if the
Snuff
gore's
type
good, I could dig it. I'll watch anything where the gore's good. If I could see some shit, I'm like, oh wow, nice practical effects. That's fucking cool. I will give it a chance just based upon that. But of course, I prefer a script. You know?
No script whatsoever for this film.
Yeah.
Jason posted the scene you're talking about.
Yeah.
Earlier today.
Oh yeah, I didn't
saw
want to
it.
look at it because I didn't want to spoil it. Okay.
No,
You wanna spoil it.
I watched it. I'm like, "Oy, holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What? It was gory.
No, holy shit, that just looks not like my type of movie, but I have a feeling I'm going to be lured into having to watch it.
That's what it is for 70 minutes. It's that.
Then I don't know. I'll probably have to make my own judgment call on it, but I feel like I'm going to torture myself just like you did watching that one movie on half speed and go from there.
So everyone's either watching movies at half speed or 1.5. That's the moral of this episode.
No wonder Woman in Black 2 was 4 hours long.
Yeah, no wonder you hated it so much then. Holy fuck. 4.5 hours of nothing.
Yeah.
You got to tell us your number one, Dave. Come on.
Okay. My number one, I doubt anyone's even seen it, but it's a movie called The Cutting Room.
I've seen it.
Have you?
I have.
Okay. So it was found footage, shaky cam. Started off. This is why it gets a 3. I don't go below a 3. It actually started off with a good premise. It was a found footage type mockumentary thing about these students, and one thing led to another, and they got involved, and they found out somebody was cyberbullied, and then they go to some cave for some reason, and I forget why. All I know is that it got really boring. They only brought one flashlight. The killer appeared at one point and did one thing to one person but didn't kill anybody else and just like kind of stood there. And then, I don't know, it wasn't written good. It wasn't it was filmed bad. And it had a nice start. Even the opening scene was creepy. There's like this old school music playing from like the 40s or something. I don't know what it was, or maybe like a happy song or like a Jeepers Creepers. I wish I knew the song, but it's an old radio song from the early days playing, or maybe a happy song. I don't remember. And you just see this torso. It pans over and you see this torso sitting on top of this fucking thing. I don't know. And I'm thinking, okay, this is a killer's lair and this is what's going on. And then they went to this mockumentary thing, and then it just fell apart. Nothing was explained. Nothing made sense. It was shaky cam and boring, and I was fast forwarding. I was 1.5ing this. And that, if I do that in a found footage movie, that's really bad. Because number one, they're short, and you know how it is. When you're watching a found footage movie, you're seeing through their eyes, so it should be somewhat fucking interesting or realistic looking. I don't know. Brandon, did I leave anything out that you remember?
I just thought the reveal of who the killers were was absolutely atrocious, because if you go too fast, you'll miss it. Because they don't reveal it in the movie, they actually reveal it as the first credit.
What?
And you actually think it's part of the credits, because the film ends and it says directed by so-and-so, and it has 2 names on there, and those 2 names are the killers.
What the fuck?
You might have missed it. And it was something I meant to talk to you when you brought it up, that you had watched it.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the moral of the story was that?
Well, do you know who the killers were?
I can't remember dick about the movie. I just remember.
I just remember thinking, oh, it's got to be this person with a helper, and it turns out it was. But you can only tell at the end when the movie that they're filming, killing these students, ends, and it says directed by, featuring, and you think it's the credits, and then the actual credits start right after.
You're gonna make me watch this movie again?
No, just watch the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And it was British. It was a foreign movie, right? Wasn't it? Wasn't it British?
Was it British?
I'm pretty sure I remember them having those accents. Yeah.
Those crazy accents.
Those crazy Brits. Yeah.
Cheerio.
Yeah, it was a British found footage movie. So I'm like, well, it might be decent. The last time I saw
That
one
sounds
like that.
torturous.
Have you seen Ghost Watch?
Hey,
That's
governor. I'm sorry.
Hey, governor. Yeah. It's a ghost, right?
Tis a ghost, I see. We make fun of everybody here in Canada.
It's okay. We make fun of Canadians.
Yeah,
So.
well, hey, we know. We know.
Oh, fuck. Well, okay. I guess I'll go back to the cutting room's last 2 minutes and see if I can make anything out. But, oh my gosh. Awful. So, guys, if you trust us... Oh, no, wait. We can't even say that. If you trust some of us...
Why they don't trust Brandon?
We have more to talk about. I don't know, because some of the movies that are on these lists might show up on other people's lists later. I don't know.
The top 10.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think Dave just revealed he has Headless in his top 10.
Yeah,
might
I
be
think he's got it like
foreshadowing.
number 1.
Spoiler, I don't have it in my top 10.
We may be foreshadowing here. Okay, well, we're going to get into our different categories. We'll talk about Hollywood, how we feel about that this year, and then we'll go into our categories, different movies, and then we'll go to our top 10s, our listeners' tops and bottoms. Tops and bottoms. Like we're a fucking the Playboy Network fucking podcast. Send us pictures of your tops and bottoms, please. We'll rate them.
She's got perky nipples.
Now we're going into Hollywood, which is kind of a controversial topic amongst horror fans. Although, you know, I think this past year has been better than the previous years, actually. And that's why I thought we should talk about it. We had probably a good, 12, 13 movies come out to the theater in wide release,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. A lot more than usual.
Definitely a lot more than usual, and from where I sit, overall, better. I mean, okay, the Gallows. We said what we said about the Gallows. And then you guys were speaking of Lazarus. I didn't see Lazarus Effect. I didn't even realize that it came to the theater. I just thought it was a Netflix movie, or I don't know. I didn't know what it was.
It had a wide release. Very generic.
Yeah, it's worth checking out, but it's pretty generic.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was not wide release, but I found out it was. I don't know. I don't see many commercials at all, so my only outlet to horror is basically, for theatrical is where I find everything else, and it's usually just on social media or websites. So even though I used to read news stories on one of my shows, I didn't realize that was a theater movie. So I don't know, but I mean, we actually did have some good ones. I mean, I don't think like Green Inferno. That did come to theaters. I saw it at a theater. I saw It Follows at a theater.
Mm-hmm,
I don't know if those can really be considered wide release. I mean, It Follows wasn't intended to be wide release. They gave it that small run because of the buzz that was generated by it.
Yeah, they pulled it from VOD.
Right, they pulled it from VOD to put it out there. So
Yeah.
And some people, it was kind of surprising because it actually did get a little popular. They actually showed it. My wife's a flight attendant. It was one of the movies they showed on a flight. So
Really?
Isn't that weird?
I guess
Yeah.
it beats showing alive.
Alive? Oh, right. No shit, huh? Did you ever see that movie, fucking Airplane, the comedy? And
Yeah.
they're watching some fucking movie where there's a plane crashing on the screen.
That's what it makes me think every time I see that scene.
That's great. But I mean, those came out, and like I said, I was surprised to hear. That's how she saw it. She's like, yeah, they were, because she heard me talk about it a ton. And she's like, can you believe this? She goes, they were showing It Follows on the plane. I was like, what? So it did get some release. But I mean, Green Inferno, I don't know. Like I said, I saw it at the show. I don't know how many people did. It seemed like it came and went pretty quick. But would that be considered a wide release film? Was it supposed? If it would have had legs, would it have opened in more or been shown in more theaters? I don't know.
I tend to get most of the horror movies that get a release. I don't know how wide these were. They did come and go. I saw It Follows in the theater. I consider them theatrical releases just basically because they came near me.
Fair enough. Christian, you saw it in the theater or no?
I did not. I did not. And Green Inferno was weird too because why did that get shelved? I mean, did it get shelved just because of the controversy? Because it was made like 2 years ago.
Here's what I don't understand. Green Inferno is coming from a director whose every single other movie had been shown in theaters. he has connections. He's Tarantino's boy. He's in with those guys. I don't understand why this didn't come out as a regular wide release. I don't know. Is it because of the subject matter? Is that too much for U.S. audiences that they thought that they could handle? Maybe, I don't know. But then Knock Knock came out and it was fucking VOD. So
it's very weird because they did the marketing campaign that has become very commonplace for horror films nowadays, which is showing audience reaction. With the green night vision. So they were trying to market it as like a you haven't seen anything yet type campaign, but it didn't really generate a lot of buzz, or it didn't have any legs in the theatrical run, and definitely in Canada, that's for sure.
It did come out in over 1,500 theaters, I'm reading. So that's not the biggest release, but that's pretty big.
It's not too shabby, right?
No, I mean, it made over 7 million domestic.
No shit. I tell you what, I went there opening night, midnight showing or 10 p.m. I don't know, one of those, limited engagements where it was the first showing. And fucking, I got there early thinking it was going to be packed. And me and my buddy went, and there was like maybe 4 other people in the theater. It's like, what the fuck? It was the same thing when I went to see Lords of Salem a couple of years ago. And that's what I compared it with. Like, it was a very limited release. But apparently now, like you said, all those theaters and that money, then I guess it did better than I anticipated. But sitting in the theater that night, I was like, well, I don't think this movie's going to make much money, but I guess in other places it did.
I have a feeling that's going to be the same fate for Rob Zombie's 31 as well.
And even some of the horror fans are going to avoid it because they're going to wait for the NC-17 version if he decides to release that.
Oh, he said he will release it to...
Oh, yeah, so a lot of people are
of
just going to skip it.
right?
Yeah.
So.
And he will, but I'll still see it. I'll still see the R-rated version.
Me too.
I can't wait.
I'll see the PG version.
Yeah, there's one for my daughter. We'll watch that, yeah. You know what, though? There were some good movies. There were some ones that were acclaimed that came out. We had The Visit, and a lot of people, despite how you guys may think about it, I happen to like it, but it's critically and amongst the fans, it was received well. And that's Shyamalan, and, that's a guy whose name was kind of... it became a discredit. When there was a time where it was a coup. Hey, the new Shyamalan movie's coming out, and now it's like, oh fuck, there's another Shyamalan movie coming out.
Don't M. Night your life.
Right.
You get Munson out there.
Munson, very good.
No, I like The Visit. I'm a big M. Night fan though. I like most of his movies, even some of the ones that people dislike. So I support his films, but they are very hit and miss.
Yes, they are. But, I mean, The Visit was successful. I mean, I'm going to get to the box office numbers in a minute, but I know critically and, amongst our peers, it was definitely, well received.
So.
And it was effective. It was creepy as hell.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking good. And Unfriended. Now, that's a movie I never anticipated liking. And I try to always go to the theater to see horror. Anytime horror comes to the theater, I go and I try to support it. There's one I missed that I wanted to see, and that was Crimson Peak. I didn't see it.
Oh,
I got to see it.
It's unfortunate for you.
It was good? You guys both liked it?
Did you see it, Christian?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it too. I really liked it. I mean, visually, it's a stunning film.
Fuck. I chose Paranormal Activity 5 over it.
Oh, what were you thinking?
Well, I'll tell you what I've seen every Paranormal Activity in the theater. Every fucking one. Because I like the series, okay?
Was this the 5th one or the 6th one?
Well, it's the 6th, but it's... Yeah.
Marked ones doesn't count.
I call it Paranormal Activity 5. It's really called Paranormal Activity The Ghost Dimension, but I don't like saying that. It's just whatever. It's Paranormal Activity 5. Fuck you.
You don't even like saying the correct title, but yet you went to see it in theaters. What did you say? Give me 2 for Paranormal Activity 5. They're like, we don't have that in here. They made you say it.
Yeah, they made me say it.
They made you say what you want to see.
Nope. We have The Ghost Dimension. Would you like to say that? It's like inviting a vampire in. You have to fucking say it. So I chose that instead, and I couldn't help it. I figured it wouldn't be out long.
Bad decision.
I read something about the 3D being fucking very cool in it. And
you have chosen poorly.
Well, maybe. That remains to be seen, because I enjoyed what I saw on the screen when I saw it. So, I don't know. Crimson Peak, I heard a lot of different things. Some people said it was great. Some people said it wasn't really horror. I just heard different things, and it didn't have legs because I wanted to go a few weeks later to see it, and it was gone. It was an October movie.
You know what? Here, you want the controversy? Here's controversy. Crimson Peak's horror. Bone Tomahawk is not horror.
Oh, I beg to differ.
I wanted to start the controversy because I know that's going to be on a budget top 10 list. And the reality is, it's just a really cool Western with horrific elements. Really horrific elements. So who's to say, really?
I know.
Crimson Peak was a ghost story. It's a horror movie. It just
Right.
might not be someone's cup of tea. So that's where it boils down to it. And I was just saying that for shock value. I really actually enjoyed Bone Tomahawk. Remember we had this discussion because I had started it and I'm like, oh, I'm not digging the dialogue. The delivery of the dialogue in the first 20 minutes really irked me. But then you get used to it and the movie grows on you. Yeah, we'll talk more about that I think a bit later, but
Cool. I honestly, I really do wish I see it. I'm not regretting that I saw the Ghost Dimension in the theater because the 3D was really clever what they did with it, and to watch that movie in 2D, which I've done since, it doesn't have the same effect. So I'm glad I got to see it for that reason, but I really do wish I would have seen that Crimson Peak as well because, I mean, yeah, you're right, it is ghosts. How are ghosts not horror? Unless they're fucking dancing around and putting on musical numbers, then I guess it
That could
wouldn't
be scary.
Well, yeah, I mean, Glee with ghosts or something, maybe. I don't know.
Zombie Glee.
You know? But I just...
Zom Glee?
Zom Glee, yeah.
Zombie.
But I wish I would have seen it. You know, my bad on that, but what are you going to do? We had one remake, Poltergeist, which it's...
Started great, ended horribly.
I'm okay with it, actually. I'm okay with it. I thought it was a good...
I agree with Christian, but I'm okay with it as well. It was above average, but you know,
For a remake, no, definitely above average. Love the acting, love the way it was done. Hey, why did they change the girl's name? Don't understand that. Don't care. Didn't affect my enjoyment of the film. Just kind of puzzling. I thought it relied too much on the light and the effects at the end when it set up such a great story because the setup is brilliant. I think they make you like that family. I think you get a good bit of backstory without them shoving it down your throat. The clown is just as creepy, if not creepier, in this version than the original. So there's a lot of good. Then it just went a little too light and effects at the end. And
well, Sam Rockwell even mentioned that when he was promoting the film that this one was more family friendly. So
well, the first one was PG-13.
Yeah. I think it was PG.
It was just PG, but it would have been PG.
Guy ripped off his freaking face, man. I know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And then you have Steven Spielberg attached to it. You can have like maggot-infested chicken legs and steak cross, and then that guy tearing off his face.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man, that was terrifying as a kid.
And
Terrifying.
the clown too. Ah, fuck that. That was terrifying.
The tree and the clown.
I fucking love that movie. I love the original, and I was gonna save it till later, but we're on it now. Poltergeist the remake, to me, was exactly. Here's what I liked. They did a modern take on Poltergeist, which essentially is what a remake is supposed to be. I like the way they set everything up. I really do. I thought that the way they had the guy with the fucking hashtag your house is clean, having him come in and have that be a little different, that he was that he had that ghost hunters type show. I thought that was a smart way to do it.
It was good, yeah.
Right?
The fact that his voice was like, there's an evil here. Like they didn't have that whiny, high-pitched voice that woman in the original did.
Yeah, and I love her, Tangina. I think she's great in that role, but it would have been too fucking hammy nowadays. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't really fly with today's audiences. But I like the things they did in it. I like that we finally saw the other side. That when and some people complain about the CG, but I honestly it didn't look poor to me. I was fine with it. I like that we saw the girl on the inside and all those bodies surrounding her. I always wanted to see it. I remember when Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, was coming out. And when I saw that title, The Other Side, as a kid, I was excited. I'm like, oh, we're going to see fucking... I thought it was going to be what Carol Ann saw on the other side. Because that's what they called it, you know? But turned out it wasn't, and it was kind of a disappointment. But I like that. And I like the scenes when the girl is running around the house and the duality of fucking... The real and... I hate to coin this, to use this phrase, but the other fucking thing, where you see the footsteps her shadow running up the stairs, but she's not really there. Her presence, but she is. It was cool as shit.
Yeah.
It just, for the first time in my life, though, I wanted a movie like this to be longer. That's where they dropped the ball. They tried to cram the same 2 hours worth of shit that they crammed in the first movie, which is a 2-hour movie, into a 90-minute movie. And that's the problem. You don't get to know the family enough. You don't care about the family like you do the first movie. Poltergeist is like a top 15 movie for me. So it's just one of those things that whole existence of that movie really takes me in. It's just one of those movies that I'm passionate about. But I don't hate the movie at all. And some people did, but I don't know, man. I really dug it. I mean, it wasn't fucking great, but I think my grade is like a 6.5 out of 10. That's, you know.
Well, yeah, I would agree. Like, it was up there, and it probably wouldn't have been higher if I just thought the second half matched the build up. And I think you're right. They give you the quick introduction, and boom, they're into the ghost stuff. Done.
The comedy at the end kind of pissed me off, because it was like, remember when they show them the last house and what they did and how they all run out, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When they're looking at the houses, that was a little bit too much. It was much better in the original when they just go to the fucking hotel and they just push the TV out, and it gives you a chuckle. That's it. But I think they overplay that hand to make, what a way to end it. I don't like that. And this is one thing that bothers me about this when people talk about it, is of course it's going to get hated on because it's a remake, because that's what people do. They hate the remakes, and they hate remakes of fucking beloved movies. But especially anything ghostly. Everybody wants to rip on any fucking ghostly thing, and that's what they do. But
you know why they do that though?
No, why? Why do they fucking do it?
Because they're assholes. If you hate on this movie because of that, it's because you're an asshole. I just want the audience to know that, because you know what I hate? The argument that this has ruined my enjoyment of the original. Go fuck yourself.
Yep.
Go back and watch the original and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, dude.
It's never gone. It doesn't kill it. It's like people complaining about George Lucas with the first 3 prequels of the Star Wars movies. They raped my childhood because they... Shut the fuck up. You either like them or you don't like them. You got the originals to watch. Shut up, watch them, and move on. People are idiots. I mean, we're passionate.
Yep.
I guess that's what it boils down to. We're all passionate. But it's just a movie. So if you don't like it, move on.
Exactly. Don't give it a rating of 1 out of 10.
Yeah, quit being an asshole.
Right. Fuck that shit.
What do you think this is? Headless?
Right? Don't shit on Headless either. But here's something about Poltergeist. One more thing I want to add. Everybody complains because the way the girl delivered, and I do love the way on the fucking TVs now, the way that scene was with the TV, with the hands on the other side of a fucking HD TV, and I think that was fucking brilliant that you could see them like that. I thought it was so cool. Nobody acknowledged it. All anybody had to say was, "Oh, the way the girl said we're here sucked." And you know what?
They crucified her. I saw a lot of people writing how much they hated her, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, I didn't respond to them with that. I should have, but it's
no, you want to, but what can you do? You can't even argue with people like that. It's just like...
Because you're arguing against nostalgia. Because let's face it, the girl in the first one was not the greatest actress. But you forgave it because you're a kid when you saw it. There's a nostalgia factor there, so you forgive it. But, I mean, if you want to be realistic about it, I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Fuck yeah, dude. And if she would have said it the same way the girl said it in the first movie, they would have shit on that too.
Yeah,
if she would have said, they're here, people would have said, oh, that's so fucking lame. That's exactly what they did in the first movie. That's why people shit on the Elm Street remake sometimes. Oh, it was terrible. They did the same thing they did in the bathtub as the original. Fuck you. I mean, you can't win with some of this shit. No, now, the way she said they're here might not have been the best. I would have just been... if I was the director, I would have told her just to go, they're here. You know, like, more serious. Her delivery was a little bit not like that. It was a little more nonchalant. But, like I said, if she would have done Carol Ann style from the original, people would have bitched at that too. And that's all I have to say.
What was the actual line? Was it, yo, bitches, they're here?
Verbatim. Yeah, that was it.
I think it was something like that, yeah.
These motherfuckers are here.
You hear that? I think they're here. Is that them? Yeah, they're here.
Somebody's here. I don't fucking know.
Well, that's the pizza guy. No,
I think
the pizza guy's here. Yeah. He's here.
They changed it up a bit. They're
Pizza,
in the
pizza,
hizzo.
pizza. Pizza's here.
Pizza. Yeah, the Canadian version.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're here from Canada?
Poltergeist. Right.
30 minutes are free from Canada. Yeah. Model.
Oh fuck. And then what else we have? We had a few of the sequels. We had Sinister 2, which I didn't see. We had Insidious 3.
Insidious 3 gets shit on a lot because, let's be honest, when Insidious came out, people were like, oh, this is just like Poltergeist revamped. Yeah, but you know what? I loved Insidious. The first Insidious was fantastic.
I love the
second
first.
The second Insidious, I know, Dave, I heard you say you didn't like it. I actually liked the second Insidious. The third one, again, another movie just like Poltergeist. Great first half. Absolutely fantastic first half. For me, it fell flat in the second half. It doesn't ruin the movie for me, but it definitely fell flat in the second half. Some laughable sequences. When they had Lynn Shay, she did some crazy stuff in the end part there that it's almost laughable. I would blame that more not on her acting. I blame that more on the direction, to be honest. Other than that, that's a minor quibble. I know some of our listeners say that that's one of their worst of the year, and it's by far not the worst horror movie of this year.
No, not even close. I actually liked it.
I'm surprised that many people, that I did see people saying that it was the worst of the year. I think it was average. I don't think it was anything special, but I won't get into it now. Maybe another show. Insidious 2 was a fucking piece of fucking trash. It was so bad. There's more fucking holes in that plot than fucking Swiss cheese. It's fucking horrible. And I'm not going to get into it. That's another show, and I don't want to. I'm not here to shit on a movie from fucking 2 years ago. But this was an improvement over 3. At least there was some fucking things that made sense about it. Did I think it was good? To me, it seemed, and even when I watched it, it seemed like it should have been a direct-to-DVD movie. That's the one thing about it. It just had that feel. It didn't seem like I'd want to see that movie at the show. I don't know.
I blame that on the direction. I think, and the script. The script seems a little rushed, and maybe the direction, because there's some dialogue interchanges that you're like, this is just not working. Like, my daughter and I were both like, 'cause she's a big fan of Insidious and The Conjuring and whatnot, and she was even saying, like, we were both loving the first half, and then she was like, something's weird here. And it was just the interaction, like when Lynn Shay's talking with the other two guys, that really they're the only carryovers from the other movies, and they're having some interaction. It was banter that did not work.
Yep.
I think they're trying to, establish like this camaraderie between them and whatnot, and it was just really bad banter that you're just like, wow, this is really not working. It's almost like embarrassingly, awkwardly not working. Please cut to the next scene, and I don't want to ruin it if you haven't seen it, but it's definitely not the worst movie of the year.
No, it's not even the worst sequel of the year. That would have to go to, by default. Now, I didn't even see it. I can't say. But according to what Brandon's saying about Woman in Black 2, that would be the worst.
It does. Angel of Death.
Is it called Angel of Death, or are you calling the movie Angel of Death?
No, it's called Angel of Death.
Oh, okay.
It's called that because that's who you're hoping comes to get you while you're watching it. Please, come get me, Angel of Death. Spare me from this.
So how about Sinister 2? Did anybody see that?
I saw it.
That was what I regretfully didn't get to see.
I saw it. I was...
I don't hear much about it.
Trying to think, how I would rate it, because I just recently saw it. I think, again, I enjoyed the first half of the film better than the second half.
Yeah, another one of those.
But I think it does that intentionally, because, they're setting you up for more sequels.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. I mean, that's what these... Sinister's going to probably have 3-4 films,
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the first one was a great standalone film. Like, to be honest, like I enjoyed it. It was fun, and sometimes you just leave it. Like, why? What do we need more for?
This one does have cool videos of kills, because it's more of a ghostly. This one, because the kids take a bigger part in this one rather than whatever the demon's name is. I mean, you still see him, but
A ghoul.
Bagul, yeah.
Yeah.
But the kids are around a lot more, his minions.
Oh, see, that's interesting, because usually when they go into sequels, it just becomes fucking about that one thing, that one entity that takes, you know what I mean? Doesn't it always seem that way? Sometimes a guy's like a minor character in a part 1, then in part 2 and on, he becomes the main antagonist.
Yeah, no, this one focuses more on the kids, and they're trying to recruit a new kid, and they're showing all their videos, and it's kind of cool. At the end, gets a little silly, but again, setting up for another one, which I'll watch.
Yeah, I just didn't hear a lot about it. It just kind of came and went. I didn't hear it, so I just figured, well, it must have just been kind of blah, you know? And I liked the first one. It seems most people did. It was pretty well received, but this just kind of came and went, you know?
I'm surprised it actually got a theatrical run, to be honest. This one seems like it has all the direct-to-video or video-on-demand attributes to it. Like, I was actually shocked that this was being released to as many theaters as it was.
Well,
Yeah,
it was a big name movie. The first Sinister did well, fucking box office and with sales. So you would think I would have been surprised if it was direct to DVD because I don't know. Sinister's kind of a big name. They all have sequels. Shit, they're gonna have The Conjuring 2. They're gonna have they had the Insidious sequels. Sinister's kind of like in the same realm with that, you know.
yeah.
I didn't realize it was as big. Purge, you know what? I love the first and second one.
Me too.
I like the
Purge.
first. Second, I thought was better, but it's a decent series. Yeah.
The second I actually like better, but I did like the first one.
Number 3 is this year. Or
This year, next
2016,
year,
I guess,
yeah.
Nice. Well, then we have Krampus, and that's the latest one that came to the theaters, and actually did pretty well. And did you guys ever get to get around to it or no?
no, I'm pissed off. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm pissed off guys didn't go.
Sorry.
It's all right. Well,
We're
we'll
off the
talk about
podcast.
we'll talk about it later. It's
I'll
gonna
turn
come
in my
up.
mic. I'll turn in my pop filter tomorrow.
How about that sock filter? How's
I'm
that
using it
working?
right now.
Nice. The sock filter. All right. Okay, well, then that leaves us with the highest grossing horror movie. Well, it's not really straight horror, but it does fit into the realm of the year. It's the one I haven't brought up. Does anyone know what it is?
I do. Only
What
because I have the list in front of
Oh,
me.
okay.
So I'll let Christian try and guess.
That's only why I know, of course. Right, I would never have guessed.
I'd have to guess Goosebumps.
Yay! Yeah, you're right.
It makes sense.
Yeah, man. 78 fucking mil.
Yeah.
Damn. Now, I don't know anything about it. I know the stories. I'm familiar with
Yeah.
them. But this was the number 35 movie of the year. And it's not
I
really...
can't wait to watch it. I haven't seen it yet, but I can't wait to check it out. It looks like a lot of fun.
I went with the family. We all loved it.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
you like... Oh, yeah. Nice.
I loved it, actually.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it just looks like a really fun film.
Yeah. It's a family horror movie.
Yeah.
You can't say that about there's a few of them that have been done, but this one had some scares. It was definitely amped up the comedy, of course. The comedy wasn't insulting if you were an adult. It was actually quite enjoyable. The scares were more jump scares, but it was just a hell of a lot of fun.
Nice.
I'm sold.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter reads the books. I know that. I guess when it comes out, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, the old episodes are up on Netflix. I've watched some with my nephew. I'll definitely buy him this movie when it comes out.
Nice. I got my daughter started on. Anybody remember Tales from the Crypt Keeper by any chance?
Tales from the Crypt Keeper?
Yes. It's
Is it a
actually
show?
it's an animated thing that came out. It's Tales from the Crypt, except it's Tales from the Crypt Keeper. It was made for kids.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it wasn't around very long, but all the episodes are on YouTube, so my daughter and I have been watching that.
I'll have to check them out.
Yeah, it's
me
cool.
too.
It's cool. Okay, so we know that it's Goosebumps is the number one movie. Then we get to real horror after that. And The Visit comes in next. Made 65 mil. And I'm glad for that. And that's number 42. So, granted, horror isn't going crazy compared to other movies, but it's there. And Insidious Chapter 3 was number 51. Poltergeist was Insidious 3 was 50. Poltergeist was 51. So they're hanging around, you know? The Gift must be a different Gift. It can't be the other one. Wait, The Gift was from last year, wasn't it?
No, The Gift was this year.
Was it the horror movie or
Lots
the
of people
thriller?
love that one, hey?
I thought it was fantastic. I just
haven't
didn't
seen it.
classify it as straight up horror.
I didn't see it and I just assumed it was a thriller, but
Right.
Yeah, it's more of a psychological thriller. That's why I guess we haven't really talked about it, but it's definitely worth checking out.
like Knock Knock, for instance, I wouldn't consider that a horror movie. I loved it, but I wouldn't necessarily. I'd consider that a thriller. I mean,
Thriller slash horror, I guess.
yeah, I mean, well, you're only saying it's a horror because it's directed by Eli Roth. Otherwise, you would probably just think it was a thriller movie if it was anybody else.
I don't know. Like, okay, Hard Candy. You seen Hard Candy?
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw.
I consider it horror, and it's more like a thriller. But I consider it horror because of the elements involved. I don't know. It's more hardcore. It's more in your face, I guess. It's not like watching fucking Basic Instinct or something like that. It's more in your face. So I guess that's why, to me, I consider it horror. I don't know.
I thought the best part was that they didn't kill the dog and they took Monkey with them. I want to see a sequel where we just follow Monkey and see if he joins the girls going from more houses to more houses.
That'd be cool. I wish the dog would have got it, though, but only if it had it coming, not just for no reason.
Only if it had... Yeah, that dog had it coming. Cut its head off.
Yeah, like another movie that we're going to talk about later. Yes, I'm a big fan of that. Anytime a child or a pet gets killed, it bumps the movie up a point.
Really?
I'm all for killing the kids in the movies, but the animals,
What's the difference? Why do you not want to see... Okay, here's what I don't get. People don't want to see a kid killed because it's innocent, a little 5-year-old kid, whatever. People don't want... And that's why it's shocking. And they love... But horror fans will say, I love to see that. How is a 5-year-old child any different from a fucking dog? It's the same thing. They're innocent. They're not very bright. So that's why it's such a horrible thing when they die. So why don't people feel like me that when their family dog gets killed, that's great? Because it's the same thing and they're innocent. That's why it's cool.
Crickets.
Yeah, crickets. Why?
I don't know. I got nothing. I just like animals more than people.
I've heard that before. That's fine. I don't know. It's something about the innocence of a child and the innocence of a pet.
Yeah, no. It does definitely add to the disturbing factor of a movie. So it definitely does bump it up. Because I've never watched a movie where a kid or a animal gets killed and been like, yeah, they had it coming.
So we have a few left on the top 100. That's all I have here is the top 100 for top grossing films. So after The Gift, like I said, that got us sidetracked on that whole thing. Then we have Unfriended. It was 72. And like I said, that took people by surprise. I really liked it. Sinister 2, there it is again. Finished 78th. Lazarus Effect, there's that. Then The Gallows makes it at 88. 22 million box office. Interesting.
The Gallows?
Yep.
Yeah, it was...
Oh, wait, I missed Krampus. That should have been number 1. But that was number 61. It made 40 million. And then I think there may be 1 or 2 more on here, and that's all we had. But overall, Paranormal Activity, of course, 98. Overall, I think a successful year. Some things are promising. Definitely better than the 2 years previous.
Yeah, 2016 definitely looks promising as well.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And now we have just a couple of things. We don't want to get too deep into it because it's going to be a long show. We have to give our 10s and we have to talk about what you guys have said about some things. You know, supernatural movies, we had a shitload. And we can't go into all of them, but we had a shitload. Horror comedies, this is something I just wanted to bring up. I've been saying it all year. And the funny thing is I was saying it mostly in a derogatory sense. I was saying this is the year of the horror comedy. Because it seemed like everything that kept coming up was horror comedy. This new horror comedy starring so-and-so. This is coming up this day. And it was horror comedy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Funny thing is, I ended up liking the majority of them.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good year for horror comedies.
Now, me personally, I don't know how you guys feel. It's not my cup of tea. I have never watched Leprechaun or fucking Jack Frost. I don't like trauma movies. I don't like fucking Dead Alive. I don't like any of that fucking goofy comedy shit. It's just not... I like my horror straight. I do like some things with comedy elements in them, yeah. But it's just... Typically for me, it's not been my cup of tea. And that's why I was complaining. And something I thought to bring up was that the last time we saw this happen, it was right in the middle of the horror boom of the 80s. And all of a sudden, about 86 and continuing through 87, things started getting comical. Evil Dead 2 was comedy. Texas Chainsaw 2 was comedy, etc. And then you kept seeing more of that stuff happening, right? Where in the early 80s it wasn't. It was slashers, and that's what was going on, regular horror. Then these comedies started coming in, and it seems that after 86, 87, horror took a dive.
Yeah.
And right? And so now that I'm seeing this happen, my biggest concern was if this is where we're going, things are peaking right now. Are we already going to take a dive just when we started peaking in horror? I don't know. But I can safely say that when we get to my top 10, you'll see what I'm talking about. I ended up liking a lot more than I thought I would. So,
Same with me.
how do you guys feel about horror comedies in general?
I actually don't mind them. I actually quite like them. It just depends on the. I'm not a Leprechaun fan, but I've loved Return of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah, yes.
It's how it's handled. I even like Return of the Living Dead 2. A lot of people don't like that one. I actually didn't mind that one. It's not in the same league as the original, but I still liked it. It's just a good balance, and that's all that it needs to be. However, they tangle the different elements. That's what it boils down to for me.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I like horror comedy too, and I think the reason why we talk about it so much this year is because there were so many good ones.
There were.
If these movies were horrible, we probably just would have been like, this wasn't the year of the horror comedy. We're saying it's the year of the horror comedy because we probably have about 5 or 6 movies that realistically could have made your top 10.
Sure. But I was saying it negatively before I saw any of them. They just kept coming out. I'm like, oh boy, here we go again. Fucking horror comedy. I was like, this is the year of the horror comedy, apparently.
Yeah. Well, you said, you just want it played straight, but I like to break my movie watching up. I like a horror comedy. Even if it's silly and ridiculous, I'll pop it in and watch it just to break it up. I can't watch everything serious, and you need a break once in a while. So.
Oh, for sure. And we talked about Final Girls, the first show. We all liked that one.
Mm-hmm.
I figure maybe we can bring one into the light that's not going to be on our top 10 that you liked. For me, I would say Cooties is one of them. I really liked Cooties. I thought the first act was fucking tremendous. I thought they were excellent characters. I really enjoyed it. It was so well written. I think as the movie went on, we didn't see as much gore as I would have liked to, and then the third act really didn't pull me in. Also, it's still a good movie. I'd still say 8 out of 10. Nothing wrong, no shame in that. Good movie, but that's one I thought I'd mention. Bloodsucking Bastards 2 is another one. But cool. You guys have any that aren't on your top 10 that you want to recommend?
I found 2 that could be interchanged. Might have been Bloodsucking Bastards and Scout's Guide to Zombie Apocalypse. I like both of those. I think they're both fun. Again, if I was a 15-year-old, those would have been probably my favorite movies.
Yeah, Scout's Guide was a lot of fun. If I have to give 2 shout-outs for films that didn't make my top 10, Suburban Gothic was a lot of fun, and Deathgasm was awesome.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Deathgasm just missed out on my top 10, but those 2, definitely check out.
I like them, and I haven't seen Scout's Guide yet. I think I fucking own it, and I haven't seen it. A lot
of fun. A fun movie.
Oh, yeah. Tons of fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
Again, you said you're zombied out, but...
No, that was a good one, though. Yeah.
Maybe that's why I haven't got to it, because I'm zombied out, right. But yeah, overall, the horror comedies, hopefully it doesn't get too ridiculous next year where everything's a horror comedy, because then it might end up crashing, because there's only so many times you can do it and have intertwine horror and comedy, have it be as clever as it's been this year. I don't know if, because you might start seeing a lot of stupid shit, because we've seen that before, where it's goofy. To me, there's a difference between humor and comedy and fucking goofy shit, And
Human Centipede 3?
See, that's not comedy. I list it as a horror comedy. For me, it's comedy, but I could see why nobody else would think it was a comical thing. That's me. Now, here's something else. Slashers kind of made a comeback this year. I thought I'd bring that up more so than recent, and that's a good sign. We had Lost After Dark. Mm-hmm. We had Headless, which may or may not be a slasher, according to Christian.
May or may not be a movie, according to Christian.
Right. Right. We had Charlie's Farm. Girl House, which I really liked.
Girl House, I loved. Yeah, it was good.
Yes. Now, Girl House, that's one I could say, no, that's not going to be on my top 10, but it was hanging around there. It's in the 15 zone.
So gets an honorable mention from me.
If you haven't seen Girl House and you are a fan of fucking old school slashers, check it out. Same with Lost After Dark and Charlie's Farm as well, honestly.
Yep.
They had that formula.
Definitely, yep.
Very disappointed with Cub, though.
Cub could have been better. It was okay. I like it. It's above average.
It was above average, but I think the hype got to it, and it just didn't deliver for me.
Yep. And now found footage is the last thing I really want to bring up. Like I said earlier, it's kind of the beginning of the end of the handheld thing. And I know a lot of people are happy. Woo! Yep. Celebrate. I get you. I know. We have seen some shit one that's only, but I do think that the mockumentary thing is what it's all about. I do want to shout. We had The Visit. We had Nightlight. Creep. Creep is the one that a lot of people like. The Atticus Institute. You guys talked about. House with 100 Eyes is one I want to talk about.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Good film.
You seen it, Brandon? Okay, good.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I'd recommend it. That it's not, it's out of the ordinary, but it's fucked up, but it's good. And Nightlight, honestly, was one of my favorites this year, and it's definitely not for everybody.
I still got to check that out.
Yeah, it goes through the eyes of a flashlight.
Oh, really?
Yes, and something I'm just gonna try to sum it up as best I can.
Is it a shaky flashlight?
At times, yeah.
Is the flashlight scared?
It's a flashlight, so yeah, it's not gonna be perfect. It's not on a fucking tripod, no. So.
How many flashlights were harmed? No, I'll just stop there.
I've only seen it once, so I can't even say. I have to watch it again. But outside of my top 10, I ranked this one pretty high. It was good. That and Creep are not in my top 10, but they're pretty high. I liked them. Here, I'm just going to sum it up like this. With me and found footage, and this doesn't work for everybody, and I understand, but for me personally, I feel like I'm more in the protagonist's shoes when I watch a found footage movie than when I watch a regular movie. I feel like I'm in there. There's a handful of movies that in the third act, my heart is beating fast, where I really feel that I'm in that with them. It's like the level of immersion is strong. I'm right in the movie with them. I'm behind that camera breathing. And it takes me in the way other horror movies don't. And I wish it had that effect on everybody else, because they would understand my obsession with them.
No, I think good found footage does have that effect, and that's what makes it so good. Because the best found footage movies are really quite creepy, because you get involved there. Unfortunately, some of them just... I think it's maybe a lack of character development or something. You just don't care enough, maybe.
Maybe, but even if you care about the one person, and they're the last survivor, and their shit hitting the fan, and you're with them... It always sucks me in deep. It's just something that I really love it. I wish other people can have that level of enjoyment that I have.
So were you cheering for the flashlight at the end?
I was cheering for the person holding the flashlight.
I'm making fun of this movie, yet I'm so intrigued to check it out. It's one I haven't.
I'll tell you, it's very average throughout, but the third act fucking sells it. When there's been movies like that where just the third act of a found footage movie really sucks me in. There's an Alien movie from last year called Alien Abduction, I think it might have been called.
Alien Abduction.
Yeah, and there was another movie called not Treehouse. That's from this year. What the fuck was that called? I forgot. I'll bring it. It'll be our cliffhanger for the next show. But there's a certain movies where I just in the third act and there's the last person there, and I really feel that I'm in their shoes and I'm sucked in. Willow Creek was another one. A lot of people hated it. In the right atmosphere, it really fucking did the right thing for me. Anyway, I don't want to go too off topic, but
hey, you know what? You just reminded me of something. In our first episode, we left a cliffhanger. I said that there was a common denominator between
oh yeah, yes.
Friday the 13th Part 2.
Take a drink.
And Alone in the Dark. And we never did reveal that on air. We talked about it after we stopped recording, I believe, and then I realized we said, "Oh my gosh, we forgot to talk about it."
We're very unprofessional.
Yeah.
We forgot our ratings the next week with the recommend, not recommend, buy, or whatever when we did our non-spoilers. It's a work in progress, guys. Sorry. If you don't like it, don't fucking listen.
Yeah. So I'm not going to tell you today. I just thought I'd bring it up.
You're still not going to tell him.
No, it was Steve Dash. Steve Dash, who played Jason for the most part in Friday the 13th Part 2, also played a doctor role in Alone in the Dark.
There you go.
That was the connection. Sorry. You just reminded me of that. Don't tell me why.
It's all good. Cliffhanger. I said the magic word.
Take a shot, Friday the 13th.
Yep, take a shot. Said it again. Watch out. Does anybody want to recommend a found footage outside of the top 10?
I guess what we do in the shadows, because it's not in my top 10. And the only reason I would say it's not in my top 10 is really, it's not a horror movie. Just because it deals with vampires, it's not a horror movie. It is a comedy. It's a mockumentary that just deals with vampires, has gore. I would definitely recommend that because it's a great movie. It just can't be in my top 10 because it's not a horror film.
It's a good recommend.
Well said.
I'm behind you on that recommend all day. Cool. One quick thing. I learned something about myself this year, and it's home invasion movies, because we had our share. Knock Knock, Christie, Bloodlands, a.k.a. White Settlers, Treehouse, Judy, and Tormented, a.k.a. Berkshire County, to name a few. I watched all these movies, and of those movies, Knock Knock was the only one that I sat and watched throughout on regular speed. The other ones all ended up being 1.5 speed and a half to get through the movie. Because now maybe it's just me, but I've learned this about myself. Anytime I'm watching a home invasion movie and it's just 3 or 4 people chasing one person for an hour, I can't fucking hang. I can't. I get bored with it. It's just too much. I love a final chase scene in a, I won't say the movie, in a slasher movie. I love a final chase, 20 minutes of it. Fine. I'm fine with, but I cannot watch these movies where one person's being fucking chased for an hour. My hat's off to people that can and that enjoy those movies. I just did not. I had to fast forward.
I enjoyed most of them.
You did? I wish I was like you. I wish I got fucking bored silly with it. I'm fast forwarding it. I'm like, holy fuck, they're moving so slow. They're taking one step at a time like a fucking elephant walking. But a lot of people did like some of those movies, so I don't want to knock them. I guess it's just me. You know? It's just how I am. We all are what we are. I like being the level of immersion of a protagonist in a found footage film, but I don't like watching one person being chased for an hour by 3 people. It's just, I don't know. It's just not really my cup of tea, my type of horror. So, all right, head into the Headites. Here we go. We asked, you answered. Thank you, everybody that did. We asked about tops and bottoms. We're not talking about best tits and best ass, although if we had more time, we probably could do that.
Because I'd win them both.
That would maybe next year we'll do that. We'll see. I don't want to alienate the female fans too much, so maybe we
not yet. Watch Headless.
Yeah, Headless. Yeah. Yes, best head. Okay. So we have some things. Brandon, we put some things up there. Brandon may have the most from the official original Facebook post that we put out there. So, would you like to start off with that, sir?
Yeah, I'll start off. I asked people to list their top film and their bottom film for the year. Some people just gave me their top 10s. Some people just gave me some shout outs. So I'm just going to read off some names of people who were nice enough to write in. Keith Tomlin from Tacoma, Washington. No, I don't know if he's from Tacoma, Washington. I'm kidding. I had to do that. Sorry, Keith. I don't know where you're from. I'm not. He gave a shout out. Is he?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Hey, Keith in Ohio. How you doing? He gave a shout out to Creep and Wormwood, which I thought were 2 solid picks.
Cool.
Brian Norris. His favorite films for the year included Green Inferno, Tales of Halloween, and Krampus.
Cool.
And his
Brother
least favorite...
of Chuck?
Brother of Chuck, yes. Also from Tacoma, Washington.
Who was the first name? I missed something. I missed a joke.
Brian Norris.
Oh, Norris. Okay.
Norris, yeah.
Chuck Norris? Waka, waka, waka.
His least favorite film was Insidious 3, because apparently he saw none of the 15 that we mentioned.
Nope.
Martin Henderson, It Follows was his favorite film of the year. His bottom pick was The Pack, which I didn't see. Was that a werewolf movie?
Huh. Sounds like, but I didn't see it either.
Sounds
or
like it,
a
yeah.
bad dog movie.
Yeah. Bad dog. Get back in your pack. The end.
Sit, boo, sit.
Good dog.
Marco V. My man Marco, who
Marco,
kept saying he sent me his list, and I kept not getting it. Finally got it, but he gave me his top 10, and I'll just read them. Number 10, Unfriended. Number 9, Final Girls. Number 8, Deathgasm. Number 7, Green Inferno. 6 was Sinister 2. 5, Girl House. 4, Hidden. 3, It Follows. 2, The Editor. And 1, according to Christian, is not even a horror film, Bone Tomahawk. Way to go, Marco. You put a non-horror film in someone. I'm just kidding, Marco.
Nice.
You know, I'm in the minority here. I mean, a lot of people think that's one of the better horror films of the year. And I'm just saying, it's horrific. A Western with horrific elements.
Yeah, I would say it's a Western first with horror elements, but I still have it on my list. So,
Yeah.
so Marco, I'm with you.
I'm with you too. And the
I'm here
Hidden.
to make enemies.
The Hidden was a good film.
Yes, it was interesting. If anyone hasn't seen it, check it out. It's an interesting take on something, and to say anything would be spoilerific, so we can't. But recommended.
Spoilerific. I guess I'm assuming it's not a remake of The Hidden. The original.
Nope.
Okay.
No, it's not. I think this one might just be called Hidden, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just called Hidden, not The Hidden.
But check it out, Headites. I'm giving it my seal of approval at least too.
Yeah, so continuing
Dave
on.
Z's seal of approval. Sorry,
This is
Brandon.
Dave Z's. Cody Robinson, top pick, Final Girls. Bottom,
Cody.
The Voices.
What about the voices?
Cody Robinson said it was his least favorite. He couldn't get into it. I actually quite enjoyed this one. This was the Ryan Reynolds film.
Oh, I didn't bother with it.
He plays a killer who hears voices in his head, but the voices are his pets talking to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like a Twilight Zone episode. Wow.
I mean, you know, it's basically a setup that he's crazy and they're not really talking to him, but I thought it was well done. I liked it.
I'll check it out. It sounds curious enough. Pets. Do the pets die or no? No, don't tell.
No.
Me. Don't tell me. Oh.
Oh.
Bottom line is to get buried alive in this.
I mean, no, yes.
Okay. Well, I know Cody's been pimping Final Girl since it first dropped, so
Hell yeah, Cody.
I expected that.
Casey Bates.
Casey, all right.
All right, Casey.
Sister of Master.
Sister of Master Bates.
Brother of Norman.
These jokes don't get better with time. I'm sorry, folks.
They're getting progressively worse.
It's all right. Casey's my homie. All good.
Dave, go ahead and cut Christian's mic while you can. Top pick, Final Girls for Casey. And the bottom was The Gallows, which I would have agreed with you until I saw Death Court.
No,
Derek.
That's good.
My main man, Derek Bourgeois.
Derek B. All right.
Yeah. His top pick was The Editor, and his bottom pick was Muck. And he loves to tell me how much he hates Muck, because I actually didn't mind it.
Now the
And look,
editor, I dig.
The Editor was terrific.
Most do. Muck is one of those movies, Brandon, like Jinn. I've never heard a fucking good thing about it.
Yeah, I've never heard a good thing about it before or since I've seen it, but I just didn't hate it. Don't get me wrong, I didn't love it, but it's part of a trilogy, and it's the middle part. So a lot of
It
people
is?
are like, yeah, it's the middle part of a trilogy.
What is it? The sequel to Gravy? What is it?
Yeah, Muck and Gravy. No, actually, part 2, I believe, comes out this year, which will actually be the first part.
Muck 2?
Oh, really? They're doing it Star Wars style?
Yeah, that's why people hated it, because they're like, what the hell's going on?
It's like an episode 4?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
You do that when actually people care.
Yeah. Nobody cares except me. I'm actually looking forward to the Muck 2 release.
Muck
Okay.
you.
Muck 2, Muck me, Muck everyone, Muck and Meyer. Okay, Jason Donnie. He listed a couple for his favorites. It Follows, Zombievers, Unfriended, What We Do in the Shadows, and Maggie, which is surprising to see on somebody's favorite list because I've heard a lot of negativity about it.
Yeah,
Wasn't
Maggie was middling, for sure.
Yeah, that was right in the middle for me too.
I was okay. I'm not even an Arnold fan. I think that's why I liked it, because I had no preconceived anything about Arnold. So seeing him in this kind of subdued type of role, I don't know, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, no, it didn't bother me. I didn't love it.
It was dramatic. That's all.
Yes,
You know.
dramatic Arnold. His bottom picks: Harbinger Down, Christie, and Final Girl.
Final Girl,
Final Girl.
without the S.
Final Girl with
Yeah, the one with the boyfriend.
Abigail
Yeah.
Abigail Breslin, yeah, who's also in Maggie.
in Scream Queens.
Yeah, Chanel number 5.
Yeah, nice.
Hell
The
yeah.
one where it's backlit. The forest is backlit like no forest in God's creation.
You know, the fact that the forest was backlit, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually about to start laughing, but that was like the 20th thing that was wrong with that film. That film was a mess.
So wait, Christy was towards the bottom, you said?
Yeah, I liked Christie.
It's like I said before, I couldn't get into the long chase of the same person. I didn't hate it. What else did he say? There was something else.
Harbinger Down.
That I've heard. I haven't heard that it sucks from everybody, but I've heard the same thing, that it was
So
a fucking
boring.
a knockoff of the thing. But
It's a
obviously,
boring knockoff of the thing. It's just really boring.
it's on Netflix, and I haven't bothered with it, so that
Don't.
tells you something.
Remove it from your queue immediately.
All right.
Go ahead. We'll wait.
All right, I'll turn on my TV. Okay.
Okay, I got 3 more people to
Oh, I like this.
go through. I got Wilhelm.
Yeah, Wilhelm. All right, my man.
His top pick was Final Girls, and his
Nice.
bottom
Yeah.
pick was The Gallows. I think he's in cahoots with Casey.
they,
Look at that.
yeah,
They know each other.
yeah, they do. They're lasers. Well, they're Headites now, since there are no more lasers.
Casey and Will, create your own list next time.
Oh, look.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, he's fisticuffs.
Nah, I don't.
Leave the lasers alone. Damn it, poor guys. They've lost enough.
Long live the lasers.
Yeah, man.
Okay, Abraham Ram,
Yeah, the Ram Man.
the Ram Man. He put a lot of non-horror on his list, which I won't yell at him about because he does have a lot of horror too. But I'll just go through this top 10. Number 10, Final Girls. Number 9, Always Watching, which I didn't see.
A Marlboro Hornet story. I did.
Yeah.
It's a final found footage.
Number 8, The Visit. Number 7, Goodnight Mommy. Number 6, Unfriended. Number 5, he has like 30 films. He's got Age of Ultron, Star Wars, Terminator Genesis, and Jurassic World.
What? Okay.
Yeah, he's got a lot in there, but that's okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Number
Who's
4,
this?
this is Abraham Ram.
Oh, the Ram Man. Yeah, he can say what he wants. Okay.
The Ram Man has free speech on the Exploding Heads podcast.
He does. I'll give him that.
I don't
Number
even know.
4,
You'll know him.
I feel like I know him now. Goosebumps and Crimson Peak were number 4. Number 3 was Mad Max. Number 2 was Krampus. And number 1 was It Follows and Straight Outta Compton.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Hughes is going for his favorite movies of the year too.
Yeah.
Can't fault him for that.
Nah, and he did like a top 30 there. Number 5 had like 12 answers.
Right?
The Ram Man.
He worked hard on that. Think about that.
He
Shit.
did. No, good for you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
All right. And Joanna Rose.
yeah.
My girl Joanna, who, by the way, won our short story contest. So she has a nice prize pack coming her way. And don't
ABCs?
worry. Yeah, she won the ABCs.
Cool. I can't wait to read that shit.
Yeah, hers is awesome.
Sweet.
Okay, her bottom picks. Green Inferno, Human
Oh.
Centipede 3.
All
Yeah,
right, there we go. I don't agree with her first, but the second.
I didn't agree with the first
absolutely.
either. Yeah, Human Centipede 3, Lazarus Effect, Axe to Grind, which I never saw, and Woman in Black 2 was her number 1 least favorite. And her top 10, number 10, Sinister 2, number 9, Unfriended, number 8, Insidious 3, number 7, Almost Mercy, which is a film I gotta say, if you haven't checked it out, check it out. The lead actress in it is awesome.
Almost
Yeah.
Mercy. Okay.
I like her. The movie was just average with me, but yeah.
Yeah, the movie was okay, but I think she really saved that movie and made it a really good movie for me.
I liked her. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 6, Krampus. Number 5, What We Do in the Shadows. Number 4, Goodnight Mommy. Number 3, We Are Still Here. Number 2, The Editor. And number 1, It Follows.
Nice.
Thank you, Joanna.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
My homie, Willis Wheeler. We don't agree on much, but we agree on some. But he's cool. He had a couple. His favorites were Green Inferno, Krampus, Wormwood are his faves. I don't have a least fave because I try to avoid the bad stuff. Well, I'll just tell him the stuff I love, and then he'll probably watch it and say they're bad. So, Mark Ball. All right, another former podcaster now. Now here's the one. Okay, his favorite is He Never Died, and his least favorite is Sunchoke. I'm going to Brandon on these movies because I don't know them. He himself says, oddly enough, I'd say both barely qualify a traditional horror, much like everything else on my movie list this year. But I saw both of them at a horror film fest, so I'm going to say close enough. So, Brandon, are you aware of these?
Sunchoke, I feel like I might have heard Jason Lloyd mention, but He Never Died is actually the 158th film that I'm watching right now.
Oh.
It's with Henry Rollins.
Oh, okay.
And it's quite enjoyable so far, but yeah, not really horror yet.
All right. So Mark Ball bringing
A few elements of horror, but
Uh-huh.
not straight up horror.
He's bringing some obscure shit to it. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
here's Willis. Willis had a comeback. Willis Wheeler said, Insidious 3 because I hate those movies, but I did not see it. So
We can't count that.
Right.
Come
I
on,
know.
Willis, you gotta see it.
I just had to out.
What you talking about,
Wild-
Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? Damn it!
Nice.
Christian has all the good one-liners.
I had to out him, Wild Man Willis, because he didn't even see it and he hates. He doesn't like Ghostlies. He likes
I'll
fucking.
spend the next 30 minutes belittling you, Willis.
Nah,
Go.
we'll be cool. All right, Ryan Lewis, another podcaster from Grave Shifts podcast and Grave Shifts Radio, to be correct. His least favorite, Insidious 3. Wow. Best, It Follows. Insidious 3 getting a lot of hate, but getting some love. Tristan Gnarly Martin, another laser.
He wrote a funny comment.
Everything he writes is funny. Favorite, The Final Girls. Least favorite, once again, Insidious 3. Wow.
Read his comment that he wrote to it.
But now he says something else. I changed my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Least favorite, Paranormal Activity, The Ghost Dimension. I'd rather eat broken glass dipped in poop juice than watch that ever again.
Oh, man.
Do you guys have poop juice in the States?
I thought that's a Canadian thing.
Yeah, I think it's imported through Canada.
They sell that
Canadian's
at
finest export.
It's in the cooler at Pizza.
Yeah, we'll sell whatever we can. Yeah. You guys want it so badly. We'll sell it to you.
Oh, Sir Gnarly strikes again. Okay, all right. So he hates on Paranormal Activity. It happens. Okay. Rob Doyle, the best. He has a few. The Visit, Bone Tomahawk, Tales of Horror. And least favorite, again, Insidious 3. Holy fuck. Oh, and Rob Doyle's going to add a Christmas story, a Christmas horror story, our last review, to my best of 2015.
What was that Tales of Horror? What was that?
Tales of Halloween, maybe?
Did I say Tales of Horror?
You did.
Tales of Halloween is what he wrote. If I said
Oh, okay. I thought I missed the film.
I
I was
apologize.
I got excited. I'm like, Tales of Horror. That sounds awesome.
Nope, sorry. Jerry V. Least favorite, The Fucking Gallows.
That's what it should have been called. Give me 2 for the fucking gallows.
And Camera Dennis, even though it doesn't count, I'm going to read it anyway. He says, Tusk was not my favorite, but I was surprised how creepy it actually was.
Tusk. That's last year, isn't it?
It's last year, but out of respect for Cameron, I read it. So
Cameron was calling in for our 2014 year-end show.
that's okay. Better late than never, right?
Yeah.
So
Everyone's going to hate me.
Cameron,
I'm going to get so much hate tomorrow.
Wake up, Cameron, you fuck.
What you
I'm kidding.
What
I
you
don't
talking
even
about,
know.
Willis?
Yeah. I'll just use that for everybody. No, Cameron, we're kidding, man. Thanks for responding even. Jeez.
Okay, now I'm going to the Twitterverse. And yes, at EH Horror Podcast. Twitter. That's what the fuck we're at. Anyway, I posted the question about tops and bottoms on Twitter. And we got a few. Here. Let me see. Evil Taylor Hicks, who is all over our Twitter feed a lot, says...
Evil Taylor Hicks.
He says his favorite was The Final Girls. Just a very satisfying homage. No gore notwithstanding. Because he's listened to the show. He knew what I said. So, yes. So his favorite was The Final Girls. So we have that. Graveyard Shifters. Some good friend of mine that is... Her name is Ashley. She's one half of the Girls Will Be Ghouls podcast. But she's also Graveyard Shift Sisters. Her favorite is Unfriended. Her least favorite, It Follows.
Oh, least favorite.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. I love the girl, but I can't agree on that pick. But hey,
What you talking about, Willis?
not on It Follows. But hey.
What you talking about, Ashley?
Oh, Evil Taylor Hicks had something else to say. The worst was World War Z. I know it came out last year, but I just saw it this year. Okay, so I'm gonna honor him because he's a Headite.
Evil Taylor Hicks.
Yeah.
You can rate whatever you want. It's when you see the movie then. It doesn't matter what year it came out.
I know a podcast that does that, actually. Anything that's come out in the last 3 years and they just happen to see it this year, they include it on their on their top tens. Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Jaws will be my number one. I just saw it last week.
Do it up. Rhonda Nightingale, favorite, Crimson Peak. Yes, I'm counting it. So I guess she's taking umbrage with some people that say it's not horror.
Yeah, Rhonda's bang on.
There you go. Haven't seen enough to pick a worst, but I feel like Knock Knock would be it.
Really? She didn't like the tits.
Oh,
Obviously,
she didn't like the tops?
She
Okay.
did not like the tops.
Those tops were her bottom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's all. I hope I didn't miss anybody in. Oh, no. Steven. That Steven C says, "We Are Still Here" was my favorite of the year. And that rhymed. Okay.
Did you write "and that rhymed"?
No, that was my own clever
Oh, okay.
add-on. Yeah.
Clever it was.
Thanks. So there we have it, guys. That's the listeners. That's the Headites. We thank you very much. Seems like Insidious 3 was a big loser. And what do you think was the big winner? I don't even know.
Final Girls, it seems.
It does seem Final Girls.
Final
right?
Girls and It Follows, I think. We're probably said
Yep.
about the
Except
same
Ashley. What you talking about, Ashley?
The Final
kidding.
Girls that swallow.
That's
Did you say it swallows?
The Final Girls that swallow. I said, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said it swallows.
that
Well, I
has
did,
hit written
kind
all
of.
over it.
I made a joke because of It Follow. I said swallows.
It was a good
All right.
joke.
My wife calls it It Swallows. She doesn't like it.
They made a movie about me?
You swallow? Is that what we're saying? Confessions. True
I don't even know
confessions.
what the hell's going on right now.
I
Episode
don't
3.
know.
No. Okay, guys. We're now at the main event. I know everybody's waited. They've sat through us bullshitting about this and that and talking about
Canadian pizza.
and I hope they're still here. We are still here. Oh, maybe that'll be on there somewhere. Didn't plan on saying that, so that was clever.
That's called foreshadowing, people.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. We are on our top 10. Now, should we do honorable mention firsts?
Yeah, why in the hell not?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay, I think everybody should do 2 honorable mentions. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go last? You guys pick. I give you guys free reign to pick who's picking when.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. I don't have 2 picks. I have 5 honorable mentions.
Then fuck you. Then I'm gonna have 5 too. Okay.
No, I'm literally just gonna breeze through them because the 5 films that I picked are science fiction films. They're phenomenal films. They would be in my top 10 if they were horror films, but they're not.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna read the names of the movies. After I'm done, if you guys want to comment on any of them, if you've seen any of them, if you've never heard of any of them, go ahead. But Suicide Theory, These Final Hours, Turbo Kid, Time Lapse, and Coherence.
Haven't seen any except Suicide Theory, and I give it an 8 out of 10. So I'm right with you.
Yeah, Suicide Theory was terrific. These Final Hours is more of a apocalyptic film. So
Oh, I've seen These Final Hours. That Australian movie. With
Yeah.
Yes.
I loved it. Turbo
Agreed.
Kid might be my favorite movie of the year.
Wow.
Just absolutely phenomenal. Time Lapse, also a phenomenal film. Definitely check it out. And Coherence is a sci-fi thriller that I saw at the beginning of the year, all the way back in January. And honestly, this movie is worth seeking out and checking out.
Nice. I'll keep
Very
all of them in mind. Okay. I'll definitely watch all of the ones. I watched 2 out of the 5, but I'll watch the. Well, I've been planning on watching Turbo Kid because a lot of people talk about it. But
Yeah, I saved Coherence and Time Lapse for last because most people haven't heard of those, but they're top notch. Check them out.
nice. Okay.
Awesome.
Christian, do you want to go next or do you want to go now?
No, well, next or now I can do both.
It's up to
Go
you.
next, then.
I'm
I'll go
letting you guys.
next and now.
I'm letting you guys make the decisions. I'm on my 4th drink. Do
No
your
problem, Dave. So I'll go next and now, if that's okay with you.
thing. Okay. Oh yeah. I didn't mean next, and I meant next. If someone else was going to go now, you go next after that person.
Yeah,
I see.
the next person would be you.
Well, yeah. What the fuck?
This is all staying in.
Yeah,
So
good,
anyway, I
good.
kind of blew my load, aka my head exploded earlier with 2 of my picks. But I'll go. So if we're gonna shoot out 4, I'll give you 4. Bone Tomahawk and What We Do in the Shadows. I'll give special shout outs. I said they're not horror in my opinion. One's a comedy mockumentary that has blood and vampires in it. One's a Western that has cannibalistic Indians. And ultimately, both you should check out. They're great. And then my other two would be Bloodsucking Bastards and Scout's Guide to Zombie Apocalypse. Both are really fun and great films, but they didn't make my top 10.
I like that list.
Yeah, me too. I do too.
I've seen
Okay.
them all, but I'll check them out again.
Check them out again.
I'll check them out again too. I'm going to bring up a movie called The Treatment because it's not really horror, but it kind of is. But I rated it pretty fucking high, higher than I rated some of my top 10. So check out The Treatment. It's, what the hell language? Brandon, you must have seen it, correct?
I actually have it sitting in front of the TV downstairs. I have not watched it yet.
You know, okay, so you don't know what language. It's a foreign movie. I forget what language.
Yeah, from Artsploitation.
Yeah, it is Artsploitation, correct.
I will look it up while you continue talking.
Okay, well, I recommend that movie. It's not quite horror. It's horror in the way that, I don't know if anyone listening, I hope you have, has seen the movie Big Bad Wolves, which is something else I brought up on my last year's show on Banana Leisure when I said...
Cool movie.
Yes, okay, cool movie. Not exactly horror, but horror elements, torture stuff, and interesting stuff. This is kind of goes along the same lines as Big Bad Wolves.
Okay, cool.
So
I'm going to check it out now. It's a Dutch film.
It's Dutch, okay, thank you. But I have to recommend that. I have to recommend The Final Girls. It did not make my top 10. We heard about it week 1. Week 1 when I gave it an 8 out of 10, and I said my other ones would probably be a little bit higher ranked, so I put that on there. What else? There's a movie called Pernicious. It's on Netflix. I've seen it one time, and I haven't given it the second view, so I couldn't figure out if I wanted it top 10 or not. So it's going honorable mention. But there's some really good things about it. Apparently, from what I've heard when I've mentioned it, I liked it a little more than most people. But there's some really cool torture stuff in the beginning. Has a really cool ending as well. And a pretty basic horror story. Girls overseas getting involved in some supernatural shit. But don't want to give anything away, but I really enjoyed that movie. So
Good film.
Yeah. What would you give it if you had to rate it?
I think I gave it like a 7.
Okay.
Or 7.5.
That's fair. The first time I saw it, I gave it a fucking 8.5. And then the more I talked to people, I was like, well, maybe I was just too excited about something. Maybe. And like I said, Dave Z, second view Dave Z, or whatever the fuck I said before. Without the second view, I couldn't do what I wanted to do with it. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Couple more. Girl House. Well, I mentioned that earlier. I don't have to say that again. Green Inferno. Green Inferno was on my top 10 until I had the second view the other day, and I dropped it just a notch, and it's off the top 10 now. Still enjoy it. Can't have too many bad things to say about it, but wasn't as gory as I remembered, and I really didn't like what happened in the fucking. Ultimately, I don't like the way it ended, and like I said before, that's a big thing with me. I don't like something that happened with one of the surviving people. I didn't like the way that played out. So
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
okay, so that did something. And Spring, I've been back and forth on whether it should be on the top 10 or not, and it just got replaced last night because I watched another movie for the second time. Watched Spring for the second time, and it actually went up, and watched another for the second time, and that went up. So it was very close. So if there's going to be an 11, it would be Spring.
Cool.
Interesting.
So I'll leave it at that. So I probably flapped my jaws enough. Okay.
You sure have. Yeah.
Thank you. And I need that reassurance. So.
Yeah. A lot of editing.
Yes.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Please
I'm
don't.
joking.
No.
No, I'm kidding. No, actually, no. It's been great.
Okay.
All good stuff.
Good. All good stuff. So now it is official. Exploding Heads Horror Podcast Top 10 of 2015. Let's begin. Who's starting?
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, so I'm cheating right off the bat. I have 2 picks for number 10, and I'll go through them real quick. My first pick is a movie called Flowers.
Oh, I
Which
couldn't
is-
get a hold of that fucking movie.
And the reason why it's number 10 on my list is because it's a film that I'm not in a rush to check out again. It's very abstract, surreal. It's a silent film.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's quite haunting. The way I would describe it, it's like watching a nightmare on the screen. It's about 6 dead girls who wake up in the floorboards. Hey, in the floorboards. In the floorboards below their killer's house, and it's their journey through the house to get out. And there's deeper underlying themes, but I'm not gonna spoil anything. But each of the girls is referred to as a flower, so that's why it's called Flowers.
Are they all
But
virgins?
it's just an absolutely phenomenal film, and definitely worth checking out at least once.
Does anybody get deflowered?
Oh, I think that's how they kind of all ended up dead.
Oh, that's a spoiler. Oh no, you said they already were dead.
No, that's the synopsis of the movie. 6 dead women waking up in the crawl space below
Oh,
their
so they weren't
house.
really dead. I'm sorry. I apologize. I got a little.
They're dead. You know they're dead.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. If you don't know they're dead, you're confused from the start.
They got holes in their heads and limbs that are missing. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they're messed up.
Cool.
So check that out. And my tie for 10th is The Editor,
Ah, okay.
which, for a Canadian film, just paid homage to Italian horror just beautifully. And I loved it. And it probably would have been higher on my list, but I only saw it once. I probably would have benefited from another view, which I will rewatch it at some point soon. But it was awesome. The dubbing was phenomenal. Like, usually the dubbing is so bad in the original films, but they actually dubbed it
Beautiful.
so perfectly bad. It's like, how did they do that?
It reminded when you watch it at the beginning and you see it done, you're like, I'm watching like a Dario Argento film, or like like when you're watching one of those films for the first time, you're like, this is awesome. The way they
Very nostalgic, especially if you're a fan of Italian Canadian horror.
Awesome.
2 10s. All right.
Mine's very quick. Mine's Deathgasm. My number 10 was Deathgasm. I thought it was a lot of fun. Again, it throws in everything in the kitchen sink. You've got heavy metal. You've got gore. You've got demons. It's just a hell of a lot of fun.
Concur.
Yes, definitely concur. Deathgasm was a pleasant surprise. I even recommended it to a buddy of mine that came up the same time I did, graduated with him, and I knew he was into heavy metal, and I know that he likes horror. He's not a fanatic like we are, but he's very friendly with it. So I was like, dude, you have to watch Deathgasm. I'm like, if anybody would dig this movie, it's you. And I finally last week on Facebook, I reminded him. I said, dude, watch fucking Deathgasm. He goes, okay, I'll watch it this weekend. And then he watched it Friday, and then Saturday he put up a fucking post. I have to thank Dave for making me watch this movie, for suggesting this movie, and sure enough.
That's awesome. And they just announced a sequel.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm yesing it or not.
I'm yesing it. It's a perfect film for a sequel.
I did yes it instinctively, but I don't know.
It deserves a sequel.
You think? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it'll be just as fun.
With what happened in the first one, I don't know. I could just see them jumping the shark with it. I don't know. I'm weird about sequels sometimes. I don't know. Okay, now in my number 10, this is weird because it became official last night. Because Spring got bumped for this movie. And I haven't watched this movie. This is probably the one that I watched the longest ago. Well, one of them. And I think it had really... Because we did a review for it on Banana Leisure. So it's been, maybe 6 months since I've seen it. And I watched it one time. And it's not available on DVD. You cannot purchase this at all. You can only watch it I saw it on YouTube or something. So... But I rewatched it last night because I had a friend sent me something over. And I'm glad I watched it because I realized how much I loved it. And this movie is Clown. That's what I get.
No, you've recommended that before, and I did try to find it. Couldn't find it anywhere.
Okay, so you did. Oh, good. I'm glad that wasn't that you saw it and did disagree. I can hopefully get one to you. But I got to tell you, it really took me by surprise. I never thought that when I watched it a second time it was going to bump Spring, but it did. It's really old school. I came up in the 80s. It's real old school horror formula to me, where I'm also a sucker for mythology of something. And they have this mythology of clowns, how they really started off as something else called cloynes, and what they really meant. and how it evolved into something else. And I don't want to spoil anything, but the guy puts on the suit, he can't get it off. The first act is like body horror, and body horror and me don't get along, but do. It's like we don't get along because it freaks me out, but we do get along because it freaks me out. If you catch my meaning, it's something that gets me. I'm like, holy fuck, there's some things going on, and I'm like, oh, I can always picture myself going through that shit, and that's what's going on in this movie. So there's body horror in the first act, then it turns into something else, and then he has to do what and I can't give anything away, but you see the progression of a normal man, family man. You see the progression from how he starts into how he can't remove this clown outfit, and ultimately what he becomes this demonic thing along the way, and it's just done well. And it's like I said before, without spoilers, when certain people meet demise, it bumps things up points. And I'm just going to leave it at that. And, it's more than that. I mean, if it wasn't filmed well, and if I didn't care about the characters at all, it wouldn't have mattered. But pretty much everybody involved did a good job, and there was just the smallest bit of humor that was just placed perfectly. So it's probably a surprise to some people, but yeah, Clown
Cool.
is number 10.
Surprise to me, but I want to check it out again now.
You've seen it, one time?
Yeah.
What did you think about it?
It was above average to me, but it was a little bit of a letdown. I think it was overhyped for me,
Okay.
but I'm certainly open to a second viewing, and who knows?
Check it out. It's got that old school formula, which I'm a sucker for. It's just so. Maybe that's why it weighs in. And where 2 weeks ago I never would have thought that Clown would have been my number 10. It would have been Spring or Green Inferno, and they both got bumped, or even Grow House. So here we are. But yeah, that's my number 10.
So number 9?
Go ahead.
Number nine. Yep.
Number 9 on my list is not a horror movie. It's Bone Tomahawk.
It is a horror movie.
It's a Western with horrific elements.
Absolutely. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, terrific film. I loved it. I think the reason why, again, I have it so low on the top 10 list is for the fact that I would classify it as a Western first with horror second.
But it's damn good. Although some stilted dialogue at the beginning. I still think he was trying to be too Tarantino-esque at the beginning, and I was just like, just my freaking regular dialogue. I know it was a period piece, but it felt like I was watching a bad stage play with some of the interaction between the husband and the wife at the beginning. That's where I really was like, it was really bothering me. And then for whatever reason, it just stopped. I don't know if I just got used to it, but it just felt like it became a regular movie after that.
The gore was top notch.
Gore was
brutal.
Unbelievable. And I'm glad I could get to talk about this because it's not in my top 10. I did give it an honorable mention, but for a $1 million budget, if I have that figure correct, it looked like it cost 20 times as much at the very least. They put every bit of that budget on the screen. That movie looked amazing for that budget.
Yeah, it looks epic for that type of budget. It looks epic for a $20 million budget if it had it.
Well, that's exactly. I said 20, and that doesn't really even give it justice. Truth be told, I mean, it was. I mean, I know we're not talking grand scale, but you still had the sets, you still had the costume design, you still had the horses, you still had everything else. Like, it looked great.
Yeah,
It sure did. Do you guys know that these actors were paid scale?
I assume they had to. They did it for the love of the craft, which also goes to show you that they must have bought into the vision of the director and writer.
Or read the script and said, wow, I love the dialogue. You know?
I'm going to act like
this
shit.
film deserved a big release. It deserved a theatrical run.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked it didn't get one.
Yeah, this is the type of film I would have gone to see in the theater.
I would not have because I fucking hate Westerns.
Boo.
Yeah, I know.
Boo, Dave.
I know.
Yeah, no, it's great. It just didn't make my top 10 horror movie list of the year.
Fair enough. What did make your number 9? That's the question.
I guess this will surprise you guys. But it would be The Visit. And it's the I would say this is my favorite found footage movie ever made. And the reason I can say that as of right now is because I hate found footage movies typically. Hate's a strong word, but I typically do not enjoy them. I like Blair Witch, enjoyed Open Water, and then really it was all downhill from there. I mean, I could enjoy some of the VHS. I'm just not a fan. But some of them, like Atticus Institute, again, it's done like a mockumentary style. Same here. They at least explain it, even though still some of the filming is a little forced and whatever. At least they explain it right from the get-go. Hey, we're going to document this occasion. And I fell for everything hook, line, and sinker. That's all I'm going to say. I never saw it coming, and I was like, wow, that was great.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. That was made so well. I'm right with you there.
That's all I want to say, because I don't want to give anything away.
And that's what it is about that movie too, right? You don't want to give too much away because, right. And you almost forget that it's found footage.
Yeah.
Because you're just watching the movie as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Have you seen Wreck and Wreck 2?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Wreck 1 and 2 are great. Fantastic. Okay. In fact, I stand corrected. I forgot about those ones. I actually don't mind Quarantine. But Wreck 1 and 2 are great. 3 and 4 I wasn't blown away by, but 1 and 2 are fantastic. No. So I stand corrected. They were gory and probably the scarier found footage movies made.
I tell you what, they are great, and I'm going to send you about 10 more titles and see if you've seen them, and then you'll understand my found footage love.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it at that, because I have a list of 20 that I actively keep on hand.
I'm not going to lie to you. Doing this little binge watch has warmed me up to them. I watched Atticus Institute. I watched The Gallows, which I didn't hate. It wasn't my favorite, but I didn't hate it. And, of course, The Visit. The Visit I watched with my daughters, who were really interested because they remembered seeing the commercials for it coming out to the theater, and they just loved it.
That's great, man. That's fucking great. Cool. Well, I'm gonna recommend you more found footage. But I'm glad you feel the way you do about The Visit. It's your number 9, right?
Yep, number 9.
Okay, well, guess what? It's my number 9, too.
Awesome. There we go.
And I tell you, Second View Dave, I did see this 2 fucking times at the movies. I watched it. I went to see this at the show. Yeah, I went to see it with my wife, and I enjoyed it. And certain movies you have to see a second time because of the way something is revealed. And, of course, with the Shyamalan, more often than not, there's going to be something going on. Wasn't a tremendous twist, but it was a cool reveal. I'll leave it at that. And I wanted to see it a second time. Now, as I've mentioned before, my daughter's at that age where I'm getting her into horror. So I decided to take her to see The Visit because it's PG-13 and I can do it. Yeah. And I wanted to see it again. And I sat down and I watched The Visit knowing the outcome, and it didn't take anything away from anything. I really enjoy the movie. It truly is horror. The situation that these children are put in is truly horrific. That's
definitely. How did your daughter like it?
Oh, she loved it.
Yeah. Same with my daughters were like, "Are you sure this is PG-13?" Because it seems they were scared. I'm like, well, they don't really base it on scared necessarily. They base it. The ratings are typically based on some other things. But I was like generally freaked out, and the build of that is great. It just builds beautifully.
It does.
I thought something entirely different and I can't say anything because it's not spoiled.
Yeah,
but
I know.
As it was going along, I was thinking that this was going in one direction, and I was like, well, we'll see what happens. I think that these people are involved in some type of cult. Something's happening here. That's why this happened. This and that. And it's like you said, you don't want to say too much. You don't want to give anything away. But ultimately, when you learn what you learn, it's fucking pretty fantastical. And then, like I said, the second time I watch it, I pick up on things. I'm like, oh, okay, I could see how that would happen. Or, yes, this could work. To me, I don't really see plot holes in it. It seems to work. It seems like that Shyamalan set out to say, well, if somebody says this, I could point to this. No. I didn't fuck up. Look, this explains why. And there you have it, and so on and so forth. But yeah, a Hollywood movie from a Shyamalan, like it's a fucking
Yeah.
Shyamalan.
But I think this was a lower grade. Like I think he's been taking a hit. Like I mean, what did he do? Was it After Earth he did last?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that bombed. And I think that was a big budget bomb. And then he did that Avatar kid one, and that's. I mean, he's been on a downward spiral, and I think this just returned to a simplistic storytelling technique, and probably his most successful film. Dare I say, since the success, I did love Unbreakable though. So Unbreakable and The Sign, or Signs, or whatever the hell it was, are pretty decent as well. But I mean, hell, I mean, I can argue The Village grew on me. I didn't like it the first time I saw it, but I actually loved Lady in the Water.
Oh yes, it's finally nice to know the second person who loves that movie.
Wow.
It got smoked. And if you want to enjoy a soundtrack to a movie, download or if you have Apple Music, I just did it again because I love that soundtrack and they have it on there. The Lady in the Water soundtrack, amazing soundtrack.
I'm gonna check that out. I always like that movie. There's something about it.
It's the soundtrack. I'm telling you, it's the soundtrack to that movie. It's a phenomenal piece of work.
Fuck. Maybe I should have seen it in the theater, because what happened to me was, and this has only happened twice in my life, but I went to the drive-in to see it, and it was a double feature. And the first was Grindhouse, which was fucking great.
Yeah.
It was the good way, where you saw them with the commercials, and one was after the other, and it was wonderful. And the second movie was Lady in the Water. And me, on the contrary, I loved The Village when everybody fucking hated it. So going into Lady in the Water, I had no problem. The first time I saw The Village, I was a little angry and confused because it was kind of marketed as a horror movie, and it wasn't a horror movie.
Yeah.
But knowing that, going into it, second view Dave again, going into it on the second view, I completely appreciated it for being a great movie and a great story, and I've loved it ever since. So I had no problem with that movie. So when I went to see Lady in the Water, I was expecting to enjoy it. Well, I'll tell you what, I lasted about 45 minutes, and we fucking left. I absolutely hated it. And it was, like I said, it was a drive-in movie. So at a drive-in, you don't get soundtrack anything. You know, it's that little fucking shitbox speaker or the one in your car on the radio. So whatever. So maybe if I would have seen it in a theater, I would have liked it more. But I actually left and swore it off and said, piece of shit, and never bothered with it. So
it is a little bit more forced, but I went along with it. It's all about your expectation and you willing to go along for the ride. I was willing to go along for the ride, and I think I heard so much negative flack that expectation level was brought right down, and I enjoyed it. And I remember my wife enjoyed it at the time too. Now, truth be told, I've only watched it twice, but from that, I said that's one of my favorite soundtracks in the last, 15 years. That and Requiem for a Dream.
wow.
That and Requiem for the Dream stand out as like two of my favorite soundtracks.
Requiem for a Dream is amazing.
But yeah, I mean, last year if someone would have told me that fucking M. Night Shyamalan would make a movie and it would be in my top 10 horror movies, I would have said, get the fuck out of here. But here I am, and it's number 9, so.
All right, so am I up?
You're up.
Number 8.
All right, number 8.
Or 8, sorry. What the fuck? 8.
What'd you say?
I said 9. Go ahead.
Yeah, number 8, not 9. Good Night, Mommy.
Nice.
Austrian film. Really, really creepy, atmospheric. My type of film. Slow burn. I think the trailer can be very misleading. Actually, I don't think the trailer can be very misleading. The trailer is very misleading.
I've never seen it.
But that's okay. It's still a terrific film. There's only one issue I had with it, and it's something that's pretty obvious that people pick up on pretty early in the movie, and it's sort of revealed towards the end as if it's a twist. It doesn't hurt the movie or anything. It just didn't need to be revealed in that way. In fact, it might not have needed to be revealed at all. It was pretty obvious throughout. But other than that, an absolutely terrific, psychological, creepy film.
Well, the only problem I have with that is that I didn't get to see it. It was my next one on my list. My next one on my list, because I was like, this could affect my top 10 based on what I've heard about it. So I have it available to watch, and I'm gonna watch it. I just unfortunately couldn't get to it. With all my binge watching, I did not get to that movie.
Well, check it out now. Right now.
Definitely.
We'll wait.
Yeah, stop the pause the podcast.
We won't even
stop.
pause. We'll talk. We'll get filler while you go watch.
be the longest podcast ever.
I'll tell you what, though. I didn't see the trailer because, like I said, I don't see them. I don't watch them. I'm glad I don't. I didn't know anything. I did not figure anything out whatsoever. And I sometimes I feel stupid because certain movies, after I finish them,
Sometimes.
I go on to IMDb.
Sometimes I feel stupid.
Okay, most of the time. I go on to IMDb and I want to see what people say, how they interpreted it, things like that. And I go to the message boards and shit. And a lot of people claim that they figured everything out as to what was going to happen within the first 20 minutes or so. And I'll tell you what's fucked up. Not only did I not figure it out, when the movie ended, I thought, well, you know what? I've kind of seen this before. There's been another movie made, another foreign movie, and I won't say what it is because that'll give things away. But there's been another foreign movie that had a very similar thing happen and a very similar reveal as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, is that going to affect my enjoyment of the film? And at first I was like, I don't think it's going to. I really liked it anyway. But I didn't figure anything out, and it was a well-made movie. So there's nothing I can say about that.
Yeah, no, it was just something that, just the way they revealed it, I felt like people probably caught on. I was like picking up on it very quickly, but didn't take away from my overall enjoyment of the film. Definitely top-notch film.
The second time I saw it, I was like, let me see. And then I'm watching it, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess they do come straight out with it in the beginning almost.
Yeah.
But I watched it with my wife, and she didn't pick anything up. So, but yeah, really good. I don't want to, you don't want to say.
Nah, there's very little you can say, and there's a lot of open to interpretation stuff throughout the film.
Definitely.
So it's a great film.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Looking forward to it. All right. Again, I don't know. Maybe based on what I've said in the past, this might surprise people. But my number 8 is It Follows, which needed to be on the top 10. Didn't sound like it was going to be on my top 10 since I kind of came down on the film. The movie's better than my enjoyment of the said movie. So I knew this movie was good. It got ruined by the fact that it was inhaled as a second coming. I went in with very high expectations and I was disappointed. So I gave it the old Dave Z's second watch in my binge watching and said, yeah, I was very hard on this movie. I still hold true to the fact that I think it kind of goes against its own mythology. However, it's very successful and it's a hell of a lot better than, getting just a regurgitated something or other. At least they try to do something new. That's why it might not fall in number 1 or number 2 position, but it lands at number 8 for me.
Awesome.
I'm glad you gave it the second watch.
My rating actually went down on the second watch, but only by half a point. But I still love the film. I love the cinematography, the music. Just the
music is
really
great.
good.
The music is actually great.
Wow,
yeah.
What a soundtrack.
Almost Carpenter-esque in a sense. I know I'm not the first to say that, but that's what it reminded me of too. Even the first time I saw it, I'm like, oh, this is I love what they're doing here with the score.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say that I don't always notice soundtracks right off the bat, but this was one movie where I'm like, wow, the soundtrack really adds to this movie. Sometimes I'll read, people say the soundtrack to this movie, and then I'll go back and be like, oh yeah, like having a hard enough time paying attention to what everyone's saying. But this one was top notch.
This is funny. It's happened again. My number 8 is Goodnight Mommy.
Woo! Second time for us. Only one with you and Christian.
Yeah, I had the same 9 as Christian. I had the same 8 as you. Yeah, that's fucked up. And like I said, I watched it twice. It didn't take anything away. I think it's fucking shot really well. It's just a well fucking made movie. I think there's a lot of underlying things going on. There's like symbolism, and I don't want to say why, because it kind of gives things away. But there's more than what you see on the surface.
Yes.
I'm into that shit. I'm into some of that artsy type shit, and I dig that. And there's one squeamish fucking scene for me. And I don't want to say what that is either. I'll just say one thing. I'll say fucking super glue. And
yes.
that fucking, what happens with that That fucking makes me squeamish, and that doesn't happen much in movies. So I gotta give it props. And we've already elaborated on it when Brandon brought it up, and just an excellent movie. And like I said, it didn't even matter that I thought it was too similar to an ending and had some plot points that were similar to another movie which I really enjoyed. Didn't even bother me. So, I mean,
As you said that, as I was watching it and I finished the film, I thought to myself, this felt like something. And maybe it's the movie you're talking about. So after we're done recording,
is it Asian?
I don't know. I
You
can't
know if
think
the
of
movie
it.
was Asian. You'd know it.
No,
Okay, well, we'll
I
talk
don't. I
off
don't
the
think
air.
so. Off the
Okay.
air though. Maybe once you say it, I'll be like, oh, that's it.
I'll give you a hint. It was remade into a fucking American movie called The Uninvited, which I never saw, but I knew they remade it. And I'll leave it at that.
Yes. Okay.
I'll leave it
Actually,
at
I
that.
like that movie.
I never
Shockingly
saw
enough.
it. But the original, the Japanese movie, is fucking fantastic. As good as this, if not better. Filmed fucking magnificently. It's just a great movie. But we're talking about this movie, and this movie is great too. So
Yes.
This movie was another one that was really hyped, and I've heard some people say it didn't live up to the hype, and I disagree. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
All right, number 7, my second non-horror film on the list. What We Do in the Shadows.
I take heat for all this, aren't I?
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Just a tremendously enjoyable film. So funny. Has 2/3 of the cast from Flight of the Conchords, and I just loved it. Just faux documentary style.
It's funny. There's no denying it's funny.
Yeah,
Freaking hilarious.
New Zealand horror, New Zealand comedy just appeals to me. Very big into New Zealand comedy.
Just like
Check
that.
out all your, yeah.
Yeah, yep. But it's not goofy. It's not goofy comedy. It's smart comedy. It's
No,
fucking,
it's smart. I mean, it could be considered goofy, but I know what you mean by goofy. You mean slapstick, and I mean this one. It is intelligent comedy, and it's funny. I love the whole bit with the werewolf. There's a lot to love about this, but again, I mockumentary comedy with gore and vampires. That's what I look at it. But you can't. I mean, I'm in the minority here. There's tons of people that have this on their top 10 horror movie lists of the year. I'm just saying that was my excuse to not include it. Is just that I would deem it a mockumentary.
that's understandable though. I could feel you. I mean, as we progress down my list, the more I'm looking at it now, I'm like, holy fuck, half of my shit's not horror, and that's weird. I thought it was horror. You know what I do? Honestly, I'm fucking cheap. I go to IMDb, and if I see horror listed there, I count it as horror. And if I don't, I don't. That's why I didn't watch Gravy. Because Gravy just says comedy. Doesn't even say horror. So it's like, I go to IMDb, and if it says thriller, horror, comedy, or horror, comedy, romance, or something, as long as horror is in there, in any of the categories, I watch it, and I will consider horror. And if it doesn't, I ask around. And then if everyone says, oh, no, it's definitely horror, then I'll say, okay, IMDb's wrong. But honestly, it hasn't happened to me yet. So far, I've been in agreement on the way they classify their movies.
Well, my number 7, if you want to keep moving on.
Let's do it.
My number 7 is The Editor.
Nice.
I loved it. Absolutely loved it. We've already sort of touched upon it earlier. It's gory. It's got scares. It's got great cinematography. It's got great acting. I mean, it's a comedy too, and there's some goofiness in this movie too. Chocolate cake, anybody? That's all I'll say. And that it's got Paz. Was that her name? Paz, the nurse.
Paz de la Horta.
Who can't act herself out of her bra. But the reality is that it doesn't matter because it rocks.
It does.
It's just really, really well done. And I'm not just saying that because it's a Canadian-made movie. I was shocked to find out it was a Canadian-made movie when when the credits were rolling. I was just like, this is awesome. That just upped my kind of enjoyment of it, like a pride thing. But it was a great movie.
Yeah, and I agree with you there.
Me too.
It is a great movie, definitely. I'm so glad that after all this time, they put it out now.
Yeah.
It's weird. So that's something about this year, and I guess as we continue down this list, we'll see more of it. But I'll bring it up again that a lot of movies now are impressing me because they're going back to old school shit. They're taking an older type of movie. I mean, like with Final Girls, for example, they're taking 80s slashers and they're doing a thing on it. And then in this movie here, they're taking obviously Italian giallos from the 70s and 80s, and they're doing their thing on that. And that seems to be a recurring theme in this year's movies. So certainly movies on my list, and my next movie included. Number 7 for me is Deathgasm.
Cool.
Yeah, I fucking loved it.
Yeah.
It's again, someone said a horror comedy, and I didn't rush to see it. I was like, well, whatever. And I was immediately pulled in with the graphics and the animation right off the bat. The way it starts.
Yeah, with the credit sequence is fantastic.
Yes,
yeah.
And every time they introduce the characters, how they do the sketch drawings, they animate it and stuff, and
Yeah.
the graphics of all the metal shit from the 80s and stuff. It was just so good, and there's really not too much negative to be said. It's filmed well. Another New Zealand comedy. I mean, there's a serious side of the movie. There's some serious shit going on, and
the one thing I'd say is that they just, because all the characters are quite likable, except they make the friend fuck the girlfriend, and you're like, why did they do that? I mean, I'm sorry if that's a spoiler. I don't care. I mean, it doesn't really. It just is a weird. That's the one. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know. I mean, again, I know how it turns out, but the reality is, it was just. I was like, that would have been the only misstep because they made everybody so likable, and that was just a shit thing to do. So that would be the only thing that they could fault with the movie.
I agree.
You're right.
It doesn't really make sense with her. I mean, it kind of makes sense later how he bails and then they go through that little thing, and he's kind of a fucking asshole.
Just have the Han Solo moment or whatever like that. But,
it was a Han Solo moment. You're right. Let's blow this thing. Yeah. Right. You're right. That's true. But man, it was. There's serious stuff going on besides that. It's really cool. You know what? It's kind of like a movie. It's like Trick or Treat meets Evil Dead 2.
Absolutely. That's what I was thinking. Like the Trick or Treat from fucking the 80s and meets
Sammy
Evil
Kurt.
Dead meets Peter Jackson, and Sam Raimi merged into one.
Hell yeah. The atmosphere was great. It had that 80s fucking feel with the record store and when they were talking about metal and all that shit. The technology was 80s. If you watch it, people don't have cell phones and shit like that. They were passing notes. Remember? That's how that guy got with that girl, because of a passing note that didn't get to her. So it kept it in a 1980s type technology. There was fucking gore and blood, and the kills were creative. And honestly, as far as the humor goes, if they didn't have humor, the movie really wouldn't have worked. I can't see them doing it without it, if you look at it. Oh, and there's something I want to tell you guys about. Did you guys know? This is fucking out of control. I don't know if anybody is a fan of Iron Maiden here.
Oh, I am. Huge fan.
Okay. Oh, really? You'll love this. Iron Maiden Live After Death. Okay? If you take that album and start it when this movie starts, it fucking plays along with the movie.
Oh, I'm going to try that. That's awesome.
Awesome. But seriously, I can't confess to doing this. I heard it elsewhere, but it was almost been confirmed by the director. You can start this album, and it's a live album, which is the weirdest part of all. It's live after death. You start live after death when Deathgasm starts, lower the sound of the movies, and when there's guitar solos in the song, they're playing guitar. When they're screaming or something going on, or sometimes the lyrics are actually they go in conjunction with what's happening on the screen. It's a fucking weird thing, but yeah, not a lot of people know about it, but people listening...
No, I didn't even read it. That's awesome.
Check it out. It's fucking Live After Death.
Now, when do you start it? Right when the movie starts or during the credits?
You start when the movie starts, when you press play, when the movie begins, you press play on your fucking CD as well.
What about the previews?
No, not the previews. Just the movie. Just the main feature.
Just the main feature.
Yep.
Okay.
Just the fucking movie. So, yeah. So Deathgasm is my number 7, right?
All right, number 6. It Follows.
Nice.
We already really spoke about this one. There's really not much to add. I'm actually surprised that it was this high up on my list. I would have expected it to be lower, but last minute tweaks and stuff, I just put more films ahead of it. But I love it. I'm glad I own it. Looking forward to watching it many, many more times. It's fresh.
It is definitely fresh. You could definitely say that.
And I know there's a little talk about a possible sequel. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I don't know if it needs to happen.
No, I don't want it to.
Yeah, I kind of don't want it to happen, but it can still be done in an ambiguous way where it could be just as effective as this one.
Yeah.
Because I believe if they do a sequel, they're going to try to trace the origins of it.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
I wouldn't mind seeing a creepy tale where it turns out they're unsuccessful.
Yeah, the origin story, I don't know if it works with this type of movie. That seems like it's something that's bigger than fucking. It's like me personally. I don't think an origin tale could even do anything more than our imaginations could do.
Yeah,
sometimes
I just love that this film. You can't tell what time period it takes place in.
Oh, isn't that great?
Yeah, that
I
is
love
cool.
it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it too. It's great. And here's something I noticed last time. I've watched this movie 4 times.
4? Okay.
Maybe even 5. I saw it at the theater. I'll say 4 to be safe. But I noticed that last time that the children, the teenagers, all had old cars. But if there was any adult or anybody else, they had newer cars.
Yes.
So there were some newer elements in the movie. Like when you first watch it, it looks like it's all 70s or 80s, except for the girl with the clamshell reading device that she has.
Yeah, because it looks like a cell phone, but all she's doing is reading on it.
Right. But still, it's a device that probably couldn't have existed in the 80s. I can't imagine it being there. But,
I wouldn't even be surprised if you can interpret it as just an alternate dimension.
That's an interesting take. Yeah. Except it's Detroit, and it's obviously Detroit.
Maybe it's Detroit in a different timeline. Whatever year it is. Maybe it's modern time, but in a different timeline where technology hasn't advanced and they're still dressed like it's 1989.
That's an interesting take. I didn't think about it.
I don't know. It's fun to think about those things.
Yeah.
I like that about that movie. The mystery of it makes it so much more effective rather than tying it up in a nice neat bow.
Yep. Yeah. It's fucking great, and the soundtrack as a whole.
Yeah. Top notch.
Totally.
That's my saying. I notice I say top notch a lot.
Top notch. You ever seen
Top notch.
Caddyshack? That's what he says in Caddyshack all the time. Top notch. You fucking dead knight. That's great, man.
All right. Number 6 for me is Blood Punch.
Oh, nice.
I really enjoyed this. Again, funny, comedy, horror. Same guy from Deathgasm. And I just love the way it played out, kind of like looped. And I don't want to say too much if you haven't seen it before, but it plays out really cool. And I love how you learn a little bit more about it. I was trying to explain this to my wife. And as I was explaining to her, she goes, "This movie sounds ridiculous." And I'm like, yeah, it is, but it works. Like, it works within the realm of the movie. But you try to actually explain the plot to somebody, it's really odd. It's really weird.
I just say Groundhog's Day for horror fans.
Yeah, and for that matter alone, it's definitely worth checking out. It was well acted, great gore, and a kind of a cool little ending.
Yes, love the ending.
Yeah, and not too much comedy, really. I don't think.
Well, it just the way they become so nonchalant with things.
Yeah.
You just. I thought it was you today. No, it's you. That type of thing.
Yeah, definitely some humor, but not like. I wouldn't really consider it a horror comedy. Is all I mean. Especially compared to the other movies that we're speaking about now and that we've talked about tonight.
Yeah, true enough.
Okay, 6. Here we go. Number 6 for me is Headless. I fucking loved it, man. Okay,
Why?
take what I said before about the Final Girls being a take on a replication of 80s slashers, and whatever the hell, the editor being a take on late 70s, early 80s giallos, Italy. This is a 70s. It's supposed. I mean, even when the credits roll in the beginning, they have that little trailer, and then they go into that. It says 1978, and it plays out just like a fucking a sleaze movie from that era. From the look of it, the roller rink, the way that people are dressed, it's the same type of shit, except this is capturing a moment in time. 1978 fucking grindhouse movies. That's what I like about it. It's doing a good it's portraying a good representation of that, and of course, obviously, the fucking gore and the mean spiritedness of the kills, and it's like I said before. It's like we brought up before about Maniac. This to me is closer to a remake of Maniac than the Maniac remake was. I like the soundtrack too. I really don't have any complaints. I mean, it's low budget. It's supposed to be low budget. It's supposed to look low budget. It works out that way because of that. Now, if this is supposed to be a serious movie of 2015, taken in the context of a 2015 movie, it would be shitty. But they were smart. They had a low budget. They said, let's make it, I mean, they already knew what they were doing because of Found, of course. But they said, let's make this into a movie. And this is the movie he's watching. It's this underground, fucked up movie. And let's put it out. And that's what they did. And I think they succeeded. I don't know. I like seeing the brutality of what he was doing with with his victims and the reasons behind it. Sure, maybe it's a little far-fetched with, what happened with the killer in his childhood. I mean, his mother probably would have been caught due to the layout, but whatever. You didn't think about that stuff in those grindhouse movies either. Those fucking expletive type movies. It kind of reminds me of like the Herschel Gordon Lewis movies in a way. Blood Feast and shit like that. Stuff like that, and it kind of has a vibe like the original Toolbox Murders in a way. Not, this is more gory than that, but just, I don't know. It just had that feel to me of a movie. Like if somebody just put that movie on and they said, oh yeah, this is like an underground fucking, one of those type of movies. One of those, from back in the day, one of those expletive movies. It fits right into that equation. That's what I like about it, that they did it right. And some of the gore looked great, but I think some of the gore that didn't look great was done with intentionally. It was supposed to, like when legs being sawed off or something, didn't look exactly, like they would look now. Well, not nowadays, not with CGI, but modern practical effects. Of course, it didn't look that way exactly, but I've seen movies like that in the past, and there's more. I mean, tip of my tongue. It's hard to come up with a bunch of them, but it just had that vibe, and it was fucking brutal. I mean, there's been some slashers this movie, and this I haven't seen a good brutal slasher like this in a long time. And there is plot to it. I mean, you hear it's like I said, it's like Maniac. It's like you hear about the abuse that he took as a child, and then you get just enough of what you need of the lead character, of the girl, and the roller rink and that, and you don't even need that much. That's what I like. I don't need to see fucking 45 minutes of character development of someone that's just a red shirt that's gonna get whacked eventually anyway.
Again, hear ya. But I just went through the whole thing going, oh, this is shit.
Right.
Right from the get-go. This is shit, and it never elevated above shit. And for me. And again, I just couldn't. And I know there's a whole market for, oh, it's extreme horror, and if you can't take it, because, you might see some of the ones that are further up on my list and go, well, that's the reason why. But, no, I used to love gore and all that. I mean, I still love gore. It just, I don't know, it's just ugly, and there's just no fun to be had. It's just ugly. It's just ugly for ugly's sake. And I want some sort of enjoyment out of a movie.
I could see that. I do respect what you're saying. I enjoy seeing this as it is. I like seeing the sheer brutality of it, the fucking depraved killer that he is. It's just, the cigarette burn that you see on the film, which they also kind of did with the editor. I think in the editor they made a joke out of it where he was looking up and he saw one of the cigarette burns in the film.
Yeah.
But they did that in this too. It was the same type of thing where they tried to make it look genuine, like a movie from that time period. So I have to respect it for that. And when you add gore, I mean, you're not going to go wrong with me. I'm a gore hound. So I just love what they did with the movie, straight up.
Okay.
So there you go. Headless.
This round is declared a draw.
All right, I can live with that.
I was playing Switzerland the whole time.
Nice.
You both make extremely valid points. I enjoyed the movie a lot. Again, I saw Death Squad Service, so in terms of being just over the top brutal without any story, that film takes it. Headless at least had something that it was trying to tell, so
There you go.
I liked it, but it did miss out on my top 10. Cool. So number 5?
We've had too many alike anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're actually having a lot of similar films. I really wasn't picturing this.
I agree. I hear you.
Yeah, I was not picturing this. And speaking of similar films, my number 5 film is Blood Punch.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah. There's really nothing else to say except that I loved the film. It was just creative. It was fun. Just had me entertained from start to finish.
Yeah.
And I love the ending. Absolutely love the ending.
I love that the title's like, You Are Watching Blood Punch.
Yeah.
Did they do that at the end?
It was the beginning. That was like, I think
Beginning.
both
Oh,
at
the
the beginning.
beginning.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, this for the title card. It was like, not just Blood Punch, but it was Blood Punch. You Are Watching Blood Punch.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe they did it at the end. You have been watching Blood Punch, and that would have been a fucking Argento thing. That's what he used to do with his movie. You have been watching Suspiria.
Funny enough, I do think, for whatever reason, Brendan, maybe correct me if I thought they did do that you have been watching. I just thought they put the Blood Punch title card at the end again, but it was you were watching Blood Punch, or so I think it was the same card.
They might have. It's been a while since I watched this. Honestly, I don't remember.
Yeah,
But I do remember the film, which is a good thing. I just don't remember the title card at the end. I remember at the beginning.
It was really cool. It was another one of my... I had like 10 movies after my top 10 that I rated 8 out of 10. And this was right along with them. Right with Green Inferno and Spring and Cooties and The Girl House. The other movies I brought up. So
Yeah.
it's right there with them for me.
This was just something original, something different. It's just nice to see that. That's why it made my number 5.
Took me totally by surprise.
Oh, yeah, I had no expectations going in. I just heard a few people say Blood Punch is a really good movie, but I hadn't seen any trailers or nothing. Right
Yeah,
on.
good stuff. We're halfway home.
Top notch. Top notch.
Top notch.
Well, my number 5 is like the furthest away from Headless you can get. My number 5 is Goosebumps.
Wow.
I put it on there. I put it on there
Nice.
because you know what?
That's cool.
From going out to the theater, I haven't had that much fun in the theater. It was, like I said earlier, with the whole family. We all loved it. It's a horror film that everybody can enjoy, and it's got a couple jump scares. But I mean, for seasoned veterans, they'll be like, "What the fuck is this Bush League?" But it's fun. That's what it boils down to, and that's why that's on my list, and Headless is not.
It's cool.
Yeah, Dave takes that.
Yeah. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Put Headless in your pipe and smoke it.
So you would consider it horror then, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Okay, that's
this
cool.
is, I guess you could call this kiddie horror,
But still.
in the sense, but and it's definitely heavier on the comedy. So I guess I'm losing all credibility with my argument of what we do in the shadows and Bone Tomahawk, but ultimately, it's called Goosebumps. It's based on a bunch of horror stories for kids, and ultimately, that's what the movie's about. Those stories coming to life and attacking a town. So, yeah, I'll stand by it. And it was definitely the most fun I had with the family in the theater, other than Star Wars this year.
I can respect that. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Well, my number 5 is The Editor.
Awesome.
So We all have it.
Never heard of it. What's that one about?
We all have that fucker on our list. Well, anyone that knows me, that's listened to me in the past, knows that I'm a fucking Argento freak, that I love giallos. And hearing about this even before it came out, this is one of the few where I heard there was a buzz for it, and I was like, people were actually messaging me on Facebook and coming to me and saying, dude, you got to watch this movie. This is right up your alley. So it really got billed heavily to me. You know, people like, you have to watch this movie. I'm like, okay, all right, let me watch this movie. So I finally got the movie, and it's funny because the second view, again, is what sold it. Because the first view, I have to admit, the comedy killed it for me. I didn't think it had any business being in a giallo type thing. The first thing I said was, you know what? Yes, there was a lot of cool elements to it. But if they would have played it straightforward, this could be the movie of the year. And that was my first reaction to
I remember you saying that, but I just don't see how this could have been played straight. I mean,
Why? It's
I think
giallo. Giallo's how straight played straight.
I think the story was secondary here. I think the story would have been mediocre.
Yeah, but look at it this way. The comedy that was in there could have been left out, and we wouldn't have been any the less for it. You wouldn't have cared if they didn't rip off that girl's face in that one scene. And, you know, just some of the goofy shit they did. If they
But the comedy was what was the homage, because it was like you saw like the blind girl, which made you think of
Beyond, right?
the Beyond and all the things. You know, the axe in the door.
Mm-hmm.
That seems hilarious because like every giallo has like an axe for the door where the person's head is like right by it.
And that to me wasn't the comical stuff. See, that was paying homage, and that was nods to fucking giallos and shit like that.
Chocolate
but I'm
cake.
talking. What's that?
The chocolate cake.
Oh, the cake. Oh, I wish they would have. That was the worst. If they would have taken that whole cake shit out and taken
The cake felt unnecessary. I'll admit that.
it was, and take off the ripping of the face off, and fucking. There was just a couple of things they really, and the guy being too fucking cocky in the beginning. Oh, I don't want to fuck. I just want to watch me. It was just. Honestly, if they could have taken out 50% of that shit because it was goofball, you can have some humor in that. That's fine. Humor and comedy are different things. Argento always had those quirky characters in his movies that broke up the tension of a fucking mystery, and you know they were weird, and you chuckled at it. That's fine, but putting comedy in a giallo to me is like putting comedy in a fucking what's the most serious movie you can think of where it's
Headless.
yeah, like taking fucking 70s sleaze movies about fucking depraved killers and putting comedy in it. It doesn't fit.
Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer.
There you
the
go.
musical.
There you go. See, shit like that.
The Broadway musical.
All right, let's watch fucking Dances with Wolves or Schindler's List and add fucking jokes to it. It doesn't have a place in a movie like that. And I'm not saying that giallos are the fucking be-all, end-all, most serious movies. Of course not. Like I said, Argento has quirky characters. It's not to be taken 100% seriously, but I think they went too far. But granted, it's my number 5 movie, so let me get back to that.
The dialogue is killer in this movie. I love the dialogue.
There's really great things going on. The practical effects when they used it were great. The cinematography was great. It was spot fucking on. You're talking Argento, you're talking Fulci, you have Claudio Simonetti doing the fucking soundtrack. You can't get more authentic. It's a love letter to Italian cinema. It's like we said earlier, the dubbing, the authenticity, right down to that dubbing. It's perfect. The beautiful women that are in it. It's just the wacky ending that they had. It's all out of fucking Italian giallo cinema. It's wonderful. So it has to be on my list somewhere. It could have been number 1 if the comedy was out of it, but I'm not here to knock it. It's my number 5 movie. I loved it. Like I said, it could have been a little better. I give it an 8.5 where I wish I could have given it a 9 or a 9.5. That's all.
You still can. Come on, do it.
You do it, Dave.
I wish I could. I really do.
Two things that will help you get that, but the fact that I love it, just like in every gallo, like, oh, the editor over here. I love how they refer to him as the editor all the time instead of his name. Or, hey, I thought it would be fun to have a cripple around. Like,
Yeah, that was...
I think they said that 2 or 3 times. Like, his head is slightly deformed. He's a cripple. It's just absolutely hilarious. And the fact that I thought it would be fun to have a cripple around is brilliant, like writing, because honestly, those giallos, when you're watching an Italian one, the dialogue or the dubbing of those lines are so matter of fact that's kind of how sometimes those phrases and the dubbing is done. It's like that matter of factly. So it almost seems like spot on, yet it's so ridiculous at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, I realize that it's part of the charm when I'm watching those movies. So I don't get it. It puts a smile to my face, but it's not meant to make me laugh out loud. You know, that's the difference. You know, that's it played a little differently in the editor. But man, what a great movie. The authenticity is it's spot on. It really is. And then I found out it was a Canadian movie doing fucking Italian fucking giallo cinema. And the posters they had, how cool was that, man?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. They looked perfect. It was just, they talked about that one movie. What did they call it? I forgot. But the title of it was just like a fucking...
Something with the cat and the razor blades?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A cat with something or whatever.
Cat with 5 razor blades or something.
Right. It was just like, it was so authentic to fucking Argento and Fulci and Bava. And it's just, you know, anyone that loves those kind of movies, it's a must-see. It really is. I had that one complaint with the comedy, but what are you going to do? I still enjoy it enough to make it my number 5, so it is what it is. Great movie.
Awesome.
So now here we are.
The final 4.
Final 4.
All right. Number 4 for me, A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night.
Ah.
I was blown away by this film the first time I saw it. Actually, the only time I saw it. I haven't rewatched it yet. But black and white, character piece about a vampire in a made-up town called Bad City.
Right.
Top notch.
Top notch.
Notch.
We got to get that soundbite from Caddyshack. Top notch, top notch.
Notch. Yeah, no, I'm actually really excited about this director, this female director.
Was this her second or her first?
I believe this was her first.
Okay.
Anna Lily Amirpour. Yeah, this was her first.
It was fucking shot
Nice.
very well.
Beautiful cinematography. Probably
Yeah. Some of the best.
the most well-shot film, I think, of the year.
It's up there.
Horror film, anyway. And I just love it. It had so many beautiful scenes. I love the scene where the vampire and the lead character, Arash, are back at her place, and she puts on the record, and they got the disco light playing and the songs playing. It's just a beautiful scene. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's a good fucking movie. I really got sucked into it. The first act, I was really into it. Like you said, I can't disagree. The cinematography was great, and it's a rookie fucking director. It was great. Unfortunately for me, there just wasn't enough to sustain my interest in the second half. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I got bored with it, unfortunately. But
Yeah, you have to really connect with these characters, otherwise it's not going to be your type of film, because it's not really driven by action.
yeah,
It's much more a character piece.
it was well made, and I love character pieces. I guess
Yeah.
maybe they just didn't resonate with me. Maybe it requires that second watch. I still rank it. I still have it like a 7 or a 7.5. I enjoy it. I just remember walking away from it feeling a little unfulfilled. I was like, well, it started great. I just fell out of it. I don't know what. I don't think I was even distracted. I don't know what it was. It just didn't grab me the way I thought it was going to. But can't dispute that it's a well-made movie at all.
Yeah, this had me from the opening with him walking down the street and you see all the dead bodies and stuff. I was just like, I was really creeped out. It created a really doom and gloom atmosphere.
And the black and white shit, fucking
Yeah, beautiful.
yeah. You didn't see it, Christian?
No, and again, not yet. Another one on the list. I heard
Might
it
be
was
on
amazing.
Netflix. Might be on Netflix.
It is on Netflix.
It
It
is
was on
Netflix.
US for a while. Okay, I didn't know if it was on yours or not. But
Canadian Netflix.
yeah, because they are different, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, it's weird.
On Canadian Netflix, it's a girl walks home alone with one other person.
Alone with one other person.
Works home with one. Oh man, I just shit the bed.
It's still funny. The joke still works. Honestly,
It still works.
walks home alone with one other person. That's still funny.
It's going to be edited out, but
Anything Canadian gets funny.
As long as you edit out as long as you edit out my major stutter earlier, I'm fine.
nope.
I'm so fucked up. I forgot what he's even talking about.
I don't know. I stuttered at something. I think when we were talking about Willis. What you talking about, Willis?
That's funny because I watched what do you call it today? Different Strokes on YouTube. I watched the episode where Sam gets kidnapped, the little boy, and the guy tells him, goes, "I will kill your family, Sam." And then I watched the other one where fucking the bike shop owner tries to molest fucking Arnold Dudley.
I remember that episode. Like, I remember being so freaked out, but I still remember that episode because Dudley was there. It's like, and Arnold's like, we're just, because he had the girly mags hanging around. It's like, I'm just sitting here waiting for the Pizza the Pete's. And I remember thinking that line was absolutely hilarious there. And then the guy, the bike owner tried to touch Dudley.
He sure did. He tried to touch them both. And the funniest part of it all is Arnold comes back after the first day before it's too deep, because he slowly seduces them. And he comes back and he goes, "I'm ready for another load," he tells them. So fucking funny. And then Dudley eventually becomes Reggie the Reckless, which is also funny.
Friday the 13th.
Uh-oh, I didn't say it. See, take a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay, number 4.
Number 4 for me or?
You.
Me.
You.
My number 4 is We Are Still Here. Great ghost story. Low budget. I liked it. I didn't have, I read some things that people had problems with the acting. I thought the acting was fine. That was spot on. It worked. It played out really well. And in fact, I think this may have even ranked higher, but just playing with my top 4 a little bit, it landed in 4th. And it was a fantastic film. And I look forward to seeing it numerous times.
I enjoyed it too. It's not on my list, and I'll tell you why. I enjoyed probably everything that you enjoyed about it. I had no problem with the acting. My only issue was that I had to wait till the fucking closing credits to really get fucking all the exposition as to what was going on in the story. That was my only
Even
issue.
with that, all the exposition at the end, you still don't get the entire story, and there's things happening throughout that kind of like, well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I still like the film. It was in my top 10 until my second watch, and then it dropped out. But it is a beautiful looking film, and the acting, no problem with it. But too many little holes here and there.
Interesting. Okay.
A good simple story though. That's what I like. It's old
Yeah.
school. It was like a 70s movie. It almost reminds me a little bit of like House of the Devil or something. Different, of course, but just, I don't know. It had that
feel.
That feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt good. And I really, really loved the fucking way those guys looked. Those fucking ash monsters or whatever you want to call them. Oh, man.
Yeah. I might just be missing stuff with the story. Maybe there's a simple explanation to the things I'm missing, but just a few things I'm like, wait, that can happen, or can it? But
well, it's Fulci-esque is what it is.
yeah, well, isn't it basically is like a love letter to Fulci, I believe.
There are some nods with Fulci.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as I wouldn't consider it a love letter. I don't think it's that much resonating in it, but there are nods, I would say. Unless I'm missing, I don't profess to be the hugest Fulci fan. I'm an Argento guy, and I know my Fulci movies to a degree. So there are some things I may be unfamiliar with, but yeah, I'd say that. But I really love the way those fucking things looked. Because think about it, it was a ghostly slasher.
Yeah, really, at the end of the day, that's exactly what it was. And I just loved how it played out. Like, it was just some, again, like how any ghost movie really plays out. You get little hints as the movie sort of progresses, and then you get the ending. And admittedly, I even was left with my head scratching a little bit, but that didn't ruin my enjoyment of the movie. In fact, it just said, "Oh, I can't wait to see that again."
Yeah, it didn't ruin my enjoyment of the film, but I felt like it would have been better if this one was wrapped up a little bit neater. Just just for me anyway.
Yep, still enjoy.
Just on my copy.
I'm with you on your copy.
I get the bonus feature that says, "Here's how the movie really ends."
No, this movie's making a lot of top tens, so I could totally see that. Like, my only problem was is that I really would have liked, and it wouldn't have taken that much to have somebody sit down and explain every 30 years or whatever the fuck it was. All those newspaper clippings that we got at the end, they could have been done in the film, and I would have enjoyed it much more than
It was kind of said like just in passing.
it was said in passing. But all the really cool stuff, to me, the best part of the movies, the best part of the fucking narrative, is in the final credits. And when I see that I have to knock it down a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, but still a damn good movie. It's just that one little thing. But yep, can't fucking dispute the pick. It's still a good movie, no doubt about it. Okay, number 4. I know nobody has this movie because nobody else has seen it. But my number 4 is Krampus.
Woo!
Cool. I can't wait to see it. I really wanted to see this. It's just been the busyness, the craziness of the holidays. I just think we went to see Star Wars. That's why I blame Star Wars for it instead of Krampus.
Well, that's okay. I can respect that. It's unfortunate. Hopefully you can still see it in theaters. I don't know. But it was a great experience in the theater. And I'll tell you, okay, I don't watch trailers. I think I've mentioned this before. I don't watch them. I don't want to be spoiled for any fucking thing whatsoever. I'm really uptight about that. I admit that. This movie, Krampus. Now, I knew there was 3 or 4 Krampus movies coming out. There was that Kevin Smith movie. There was something called Comes the Krampus. There was something else. There was this Krampus. I knew they were all over the place. I didn't know one from the other. Now, I went to the movies maybe, I don't know, twice over the past 6 months before I knew what this really was. And the trailer came on. And I watched the trailer because I had no fucking interest in the movie. If I'm going to watch the trailer, it means I don't have any intent on watching the movie. It's not a horror movie that I care about. I don't give a fuck. I thought it was some stupid comedy. I didn't care. So I sat through the fucking trailer twice watching it saying whatever. The trailer's misleading. Yeah, didn't care, didn't think I was going to see it. Then I had a couple friends see it when it first dropped. Then I heard that Michael Dougherty did it, who did Trick or Treat. And I was kind of interested. Then I had a couple friends see it, and they said, you know what? Go see this fucking movie. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe so. So I went to see the movie, and it just fucking far exceeded any expectations I had. It had such a feel of dread and of Christmas that I don't think any other movie has replicated it before, or maybe never will, to combine them. It was like elements of Gremlins, fucking Christmas Vacation. And then, granted, I know those are comedies, or they're lighthearted. Mm-hmm. Yes, and there are lighthearted things going on in here. And yes, there are a few. Here's the thing: there's one character in particular, this aunt that comes there. She's the drunk and whatever, and she makes some comments that are off color or humorous. But the thing is, for me personally, every single thing she said, every joke that she said, hit with me. So when that happens, that's going to elevate your enjoyment level. It's like everything she said, I was like, ha, 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 that's great. It was just my humor. It just hit perfectly. And that was really it. Everything else, it wasn't really over humorous or anything like that. It was a good story. Then when the horror hit and the shit that was going on, the atmosphere and the way it was filmed was fucking great. When they went outside and the storm hit, they go outside and the only thing I can compare to it is Storm of the Century by Stephen King, which really does a great job of fucking, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but of people being snowed in somewhere and the dangers of the elements outside. I really love it. But these people go outside, and first the girl goes outside, the one character, and it's all dark. There's no electricity. It's dark. It's snowy. It's fucking scary. The wind's blowing. And the first time you see the Krampus character, and he's on top of a house, and then he jumps on top of another house, and he's so intimidating the way he looks. And they keep him in the shadows, so to speak, for a while. And then, see, I don't want to give anything away. It's so fucking cool, the atmosphere. When they go outside, it's scary. So it's a PG-13 movie with some comedic elements in it, but it's fucking scary. The atmosphere, it's just, I can't explain it. It's just one of those movies that takes you in, and I was just completely sucked into it. I was like, holy fuck, this is intense. I took my daughter. She wanted to see it. That's why I went, honestly. She's like, I want to see Krampus. So like I've been saying about my daughter, if my daughter wants to see a movie that's remotely having any horror elements in it, I'm fucking jumping.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay, let's go. So me, my wife, and my daughter go. And I was into it. And they had shit. I don't want to give a damn thing away. I'll just say that there's one thing. Okay, the fates of some of the characters, what happens to some of the characters, really impressed me. I didn't think they were going to go a certain way, and they did, and I was great. And then there's other people besides the Krampus. And this isn't a spoiler, because if you know the Krampus legend, you know he doesn't work alone. Santa has elves. He has, so to speak, elves of his own. He has other fucking minions doing work for him. And the way they looked and the things they did were fucking great. And I don't want to give anything away, and I wish everybody could see this in the theater, because it probably enhances it. There's one thing that happens. In the middle of the movie, something happens, and some people may argue that this changes the tone of the movie when it happens, because it was completely unexpected, and it was a CG thing, and something happened. I personally was like, it took me by surprise, like, oh, that's cool. And then something happened, and those characters didn't come back again till later. But let's just say that he has different type of fucking things working for him, and yes, some of them are childish because it's Christmas related, and it's tough not to spoil it. You know, they even go to this one thing in the middle of the movie. It looks like one of those old animated things, like a Rankin Bass fucking thing, when the girl tells the story of when she was a kid. The old lady does, and they go into animation for fucking 5 minutes, and even that is great. Then it gets to the end, and I'll tell you, I'll say one thing. The way things were wrapping up at the end, I'm watching this movie, and it could have gone anywhere from a 7 to a 10 in my ratings because of what they were doing. They were faking out. They were doing this. I thought this was going to happen at the end. Then I thought this was going to happen. Then I thought there was 4 possible things. It was one of those kind of movies where I'm guessing, at one point I'm saying, please don't do this. Please don't ruin this movie for me. And ultimately, they did not. And the way it ended, I was like, thank you. Excellent. Great fucking movie. And it's tough.
I want to see it now.
You guys really... I push it to everybody. And I've heard other people say they don't like it. I disagree about the changing of the tone. I don't think the change of the tone... I don't think the tone of the movie changed when this one scene happened. I could see you being taken a bit back by it, because it's a little bit ridiculous and a little CGI and a little comical. Yeah, fine. I can't dispute that, but everything else that happened in the movie after that wasn't just that. That was just a small part of it. So, I don't know. I never expected to even care about this movie, and it fucking blew me away. So that's... And I'll say it right now. I don't think... Actually, I know. It's definitely my favorite Christmas horror movie, and I don't think anything's gonna fucking beat it now.
Wow.
Nice. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a big statement.
Bold.
Yeah,
Bold.
That's an endorsement.
That's a top-notch statement.
Top notch. Yep. I hope you guys can see it, or we'll go see it while it's still out there. It's too bad Christmas is come and gone, because it adds to it. But I just, man, it really fucking never thought it was going to impress me, and it did. Awesome. Actually, 3 of my final 4 are those kind of movies, so that's what makes them exciting for me.
All right, number 3.
Top 3, baby. Here we go.
The top 3. This might be a surprise to some of you. You probably think this would be my number 1, but it slid to number 3 for no apparent reason, except I was just tinkering around too much. Final Girls.
Cool.
There's really nothing more I can say that I haven't said in episode 1.
Right.
But I just absolutely love this film. I have no issue with it at all. I don't need the gore. I don't need the TNA. If it was in there, fine. Given the story of the writer, and what you told us, Christian, just seemed unnecessary for the type of story he was trying to tell. And I get it that it's an homage to 80s slashers, but it still does it great and in a very fun way.
I agree. My only issue we talked about on Spoilers, episode 1. Other than that, fuck.
Yeah.
It's great stuff. It was my honorable mention, so I can't say anything negative about it, you know? We've definitely spoken our piece about this movie.
Absolutely. Well, my number 3 is The Green Inferno.
Ah.
I actually really love this movie. Again, can't remember if we talked off air or on air about it. My 2 quibbles would be the ending. You mentioned, Dave.
Yep. Yes, I did.
The very end, just that part, just rubbed me a little the wrong way, and I didn't like the acting from her friend at the beginning.
I love that chick.
Yeah, I know you love the chick, but her acting was dreadful. I know she's supposed to play a certain type of character, but that character was a bad actress, evidently, because it took me out of the picture so much. Because it's like, why did they cast her? But
or was the actress a bad character?
Sorry? Oh, yeah.
There you go. Or was the actress a bad character?
Yes. Wow, we could wax intellectual about that for hours. Except we won't. We won't. It was mouth dropping gory. The one sequence that I think everybody will know when they see it. You're just like, whoa. And again, another kind of love note to older style of exploitation cinema from late 70s, early 80s. And I thought Eli Roth did it beautifully.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
And that's it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I enjoyed it. The second time, like I said, it dropped down a little bit, but it's still a good movie. You know what I feel about Eli Roth? I can't get into it. It's a long story. I talked a lot of shit about him while he was gone all those years, and then he came back, and I thought he was going to fall on his ass. I didn't know what the deal was. And then, here it is. Krampus, yeah. Green Inferno, and then Knock Knock. Here's what I think. I think Eli Roth, they are Eli Roth movies. He didn't get any better as a director, yet he didn't get any worse. That's what I think about him. Green Inferno was another Eli Roth movie. And I'm not hating on it. I enjoyed it. You know what it was? My only negatives were, like I said, about the end. And the second time I watched it, the gore didn't really seem as much as it did the first time. The first guy, the smorgasbord scene, was awesome. And then I don't remember much else happening gore-wise. But when I saw it at the movies, I remember being blown away by it. So, I don't know. That's what I'm saying about the second view. The second view is all important. So my second view bumped it down a little bit. I thought it was gorier than it really was. At least that's what I got my second view. But, like I said, can't complain. My only real bitch is the end. But I'm glad he didn't shit the bed. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad he's still a competent director. Hopefully we see more from him.
We will.
Yeah, we know we will. Fuck, there's no hopefully. The guy, he's not going anywhere. So, it's funny, though, that one of the movies he produced made my fucking list, but the two that he directed did not. And I'm not shitting on the movies. I was okay with both of them. It's just, I found that funny. That clown ends up being on my fucking list. I would never would have thought that. So, kind of funny.
So what was your number 2?
Oh, yeah, don't forget.
Or number 3. Number 3, sorry.
Oh, yeah, number 3. Where am I? I forgot I was in this conversation. Okay. My number 3 is one that we've discussed already. What We Do in the Shadows. Is it a horror movie?
Yes.
I gotta tell you, going into this movie, I didn't know a fucking thing. I knew that there was comedy in it, so I didn't rush to see it.
There was comedy in it because it's a comedy.
But the kind of comedy that it wasn't slapsticky at all.
No.
It was good humor, but it stayed true to fucking vampire lore, and it showed us things with vampires that we'd never seen before. And that's like a bold statement, but it showed you always wonder, how do they go into places when they have to be invited? And, how do they live their daily life when they live for fucking centuries? It's things that nobody ever thought to even put on fucking camera. It's just, it answers vampire questions that nobody's thought to answer, but they should have been answered. It's so good. Every character.
Peter
is great. Every character resonates with me. They all do a fucking great job acting. Love it.
Yep.
I really do. It's a very, very smart movie. Love the characters. I love every time they were showing the old pics.
Yeah.
The old pictures and the drawings and the history and everything that they went into with the background of everybody. It was so smart. And they used effects when they had to, and what's his name was great. Was that Peter? The Nosferatu?
Yeah, that was Peter.
Oh, man. He was great. Everything they did. I'm not even a vampire guy. It's one of my least favorite fucking subgenres in horror. But I appreciated this movie so much, and I never would have thought that. If you told me comedy elements in vampires, I was in no rush to see it. But I sat down, and I did not have a fucking dull moment. I watched the movie, and I was just blown away. I was like, holy fuck, it's so good. It's so good that I forgot, that you forget when you're watching this movie, that it's found footage.
I thought found footage is more when some idiot is like, hey, look, I'm carrying my camcorder around and I'm going to just hit record and record every little conversation. This was at least under the guise of, we're filming a documentary. Here you go. And again, maybe they are the same genre, but to me, this is a mockumentary. They've been around for a long time, and found footage is a separate subgenre of that subgenre. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Right.
But like an offshoot of it. And yeah, found footage to me is just like, keep the cameras rolling. We got to record everything.
Right.
And this was a set mockumentary and or documentary that's just faux.
But still, that's what it is.
Yeah. No,
and
true.
It's great. I love these mockumentaries, these kind of movies. I think it's fucking great. Shaky cam is one thing. I think they all fit under the umbrella of found footage. And I know there's somebody listening saying, assholes, found footage is not a subgenre. Yes, I understand. But for the sake of the show and for categorization, that's what we're doing here. But I get that. And it's not shaky cam fucking found footage.
But you know what, Dave, though? That one person that's shouting that out can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, that's an asshole.
Yeah.
That guy's an asshole.
That guy is a fucking asshole.
Well,
he's definitely a bottom. Yeah.
Maybe a bottom. I've encountered plenty in our little clique of people that talk horror, that we're supposed to all be friends with, that want to get uptight about that. So I do like to acknowledge that. I realize that it's not really found footage, and there's shaky cam, and there's this, and there's that, and there's the mockumentary or the fall documentary, whatever you want to call it, and that's the future of it. And it's great, but as it's going on, you actually forget that it is that. And that, it's a testament to the movie. It's movies like this that blow me away, that I sit down not expecting anything out of them.
Yeah.
And then the credits roll, and I'm like, that movie was fucking great.
Yeah.
That's why they make my top 10, because I go in with little to no expectations, and I come out saying, holy fuck, wow.
And so much rewatchability with this one.
Yes.
It's true. I mean, and we were talking about it, and again, I did do a shout out, and I believe this comedy is great. I
believe this.
But it's not ha-ha.
I believe this musical drama, it was terrific.
There are a lot of horror elements going on here. I mean, obviously, it's about vampires.
There's vampires, there's werewolves, there's death, there's blood. It's hard.
Right. Yes. There are.
I'll give it to you. I said it here first.
Think about it. American Werewolf in London probably has just as many fucking laughs as this does.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
One of my faves.
Yeah,
Why did you have to bring that up?
Haha, see?
Have any of you guys ever seen Friday the 13th?
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Never heard of it?
Take a shot, though.
Take a shot.
All right, gentlemen. Final two.
My number 2 is actually a found footage film. This film
Subgenre?
This film I went into completely blind, except reading that online that it was on Netflix and that it's good. Check it out. and it absolutely was one of the most effective found footage films I'd seen. Period. And that film is Creep.
Wow, nice.
That's some. I've heard there's some mixed feelings of this movie.
I'm sure there are, and you know what? This is one where I just gotta. I mean, I just have to simply go by how I enjoyed it and how it affected me, and it was, for lack of a better word, it was creepy as hell. It was effective. I saw it going one way, and then it completely went another way, but it was totally well done and just very unsettling. And there aren't many movies that unsettle me, but this one creeped me out.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I'm sure it might be on some people's bottom list, but bottoms.
It's on some people's bottoms.
It's on some people's bottoms. Get it off. Get this creep off my bottom.
I enjoy it. It's another one. It's one of the ones that I said was I rated 8 out of 10 and was in my 10 to 20 that was considered to be on the list. So
yeah, and I really like Mark Duplass, and he's usually much better as a comedic actor. But he did Lazarus Effect, which was but this, he was just, I was really intrigued by his character. There was one. He's the creep.
Yeah, he's
really
great. He's fucking great.
Actually, he's shockingly very versatile. I mean, when the fact that he's in the League and plays that character, then you'll see him he's on a drama on TV. This guy's like everywhere now.
He did that. And he did that time travel film.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it.
It's on the tip of my tongue too. Shit.
Yeah. Safety Not Guaranteed.
Yeah, Safety Not Guaranteed. That's what it was.
Yeah, but he's terrific in this, and you really don't know how this character is going to unfold. But it was really, really creepy and effective. There was one little plot hole, if you will, that kind of makes how it ends and the whole story of it a little bit unbelievable, but nothing where I'm, losing sleep over it.
Essentially, it's a movie with fucking 2 people in it.
Yeah.
And they keep you engaged enough through fucking almost 90 minutes of movie that there's nothing negative you can say. It's set up so well. I really liked it. I'm right with you. Very good movie. I agree. I mean, it's not my top 10, but like I said, I definitely, it really impressed me. I've watched it 3 fucking times.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
If you count your rewatches, you've probably seen about 300,000 movies this year.
I know, right?
You saw Krampus like 37 times in the theater. Green Inferno 58 times.
Yeah, man, I rewatch. Well, you know what I do? I get a movie, I watch it, I enjoy it, and then I want to show it to somebody else. I'll either show it to my wife or a friend or my brother or something.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Certain movies you like to see other people react to it.
Yeah, I do that all the time. If I show it to another person, I usually watch them more than I'm watching the movie.
Right, yeah, it's cool to watch it alone. But, sometimes the way it ends, you're like, I want someone else to experience this, and I want to see what they think about this movie. If they're blown away, as much as I am when they watch the movie. Okay. So, Creep was one of those movies.
Yeah.
My wife didn't like it, though. She got pissed off at the end. I was like, oh. But whatever. It didn't take away from me. I enjoyed it.
Top-notch stuff.
Mm-hmm. Top-notch. Yeah.
Everything's top-notch.
That's the last one.
Bullshit.
I've been intentionally doing it the last 3 times. I think the joke's worn out.
That's when it becomes good again.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2. Okay. Let's move along.
My number 2. It comes no surprise. The Final Girls said everything I could say about it in the first episode. I had this at my number 1 spot for a while. However, I did a little bit of juggling as well. I love this movie. I don't even think the gore or nudity or TNA that I mentioned I felt might have been lacking in the movie, and his shitty mask. Other than that, even if that was all fixed, I don't think it would have necessarily kept it put in the 1 spot. But it's a great movie. Love it. We'll continue to love it. And that's my number 2.
Awesome.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Number 2 for me, It Follows. Yeah, I fucking love it. I know it was hyped up, and I remember the first time I heard about it, Jason Lloyd saw it at the show last year, and he was like, man, wait till you see this movie, It Follows. And I'm like, all right. He goes, I knew I wouldn't get to see it till the next year. And then he put it as his number one for last year. So I'm like, wow, okay. I'm really excited. Then I hear more buzz. And then I went to see it at the theater because I got the theater run. I knew I knew it wasn't going to last long, but I went to see it at the small fucking old theater in my neighborhood. And I sat down and fucking 10 minutes in, I felt that I was watching something special. The soundtrack and the first of all, the intro was one of the best intros I've seen.
Yeah, that opening scene was
right,
effective as hell.
That
Reminded me of
opening
like The
scene was
Ring.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah, wow, what a great opener.
Yeah.
And then the soundtrack just fucking blew me away. I was like watching this, and the cinematography when they had that opening shot with the girl when she runs out and it spins around and it it eventually comes back to her, but you see, so you're watching this and you're watching the way it's shot and you're listening to the soundtrack and everything at once. I was like, you know what, this is the fucking special movie. And it kept going on, and then I was just completely into it. Such an original idea. Like, maybe one of the most original ideas for fucking, and you can't even call it a villain because you can't even see it. I guess you can, but one of the most original ideas since Nightmare on Elm Street. Just awesome. Just a fucking awesome idea that this is how this is spread and that this is what happens to you and that it could look like anything. And I don't know, just like I said, I've watched it 4 times and I've analyzed it, and I have literally no issues with it. I've heard other people complain, and I just don't see it. Like the stuff with the pool, you have to realize that these are kids. This is what kids would do.
Exactly.
Right? People say, oh, that's stupid. Why would they do that? I'm like, they're kids.
They do that because they don't know what they're supposed to do.
What would you do in that situation? How could you? And people say, oh, how is that scary? Here's how it's scary. It never stops. Even if it walks slow, it never stops. You have to stop. You got to sit. You got to shit. You got to sleep. You have to stop. This thing can fucking pursue you as long as it's in existence. You have to do what you have to do, and it never ends. It's a terrifying fucking thought. So, based upon the premise of what it is, that's scary enough. And the way it's filmed and the fucking soundtrack, which is, like we said earlier, very Carpenter-esque and really a lot like Goblin as well. It's just one of the best fucking horror soundtrack. Probably the best horror soundtrack I've heard since fucking 2012's Maniac, which that also blew me away when it first came out.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the best horror soundtrack I'd heard in years.
Yeah,
and
you masturbate to that one, don't you?
Yeah, well, I go to sleep with it at night, and I usually
that was
masturbate
what it
before
was.
bed, so
Yeah.
I guess you could say that, yeah. So, yeah. I masturbate to It Follows, and then Afterglow is Maniac, and then I fall asleep during it, yes. So, but,
It's a good soundtrack.
Yeah, it is. And see what it does? Right. But seriously, what a great soundtrack. I mean, I thought Maniac was the best soundtrack I'd heard in years. And then this came out, and I definitely think it surpassed it. And let me add that Krampus is also a great soundtrack. Different, not horror-rific, just great. And I should have said that earlier. But,
Man, you keep selling me on Krampus. I want to go see it now.
dude, I'm telling you. Yes.
I hope it's still playing near me because I got to see it this week. I got to see it either tomorrow or Thursday.
I hope you feel the same way I do, because not everybody does, but I really hope you do. It really took me in. But yeah, It Follows and It Follows was number 1 for me for like fucking 10.5 months. I didn't think anything could surpass it. I'm like, nah, nothing's going to surpass it. I watched it 4 times, like I said. The last time I watched it was the first time I watched it on Blue. So, and I was like, okay, this is still fucking awesome. So yeah, people can hate all they want. I think it's a fucking excellent film. There you have it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what your guys' number ones are. I think I know what yours is, Dave. Christian, I have no idea. Of course, that could be because it's 2:30 in the morning. But
For old
I don't even know what my number one is.
You better figure it out quick, homie.
No, I know.
I know.
All right, guys, the moment of truth. And gals, my number 1 film for 2015, Spring.
Wow.
I was absolutely blown away by this film. I don't know if it's because I connected with the lead character on some sort of personal level. You know, him dealing with a tragedy and kind of wanting to just uproot and start his life all over. And then it becomes almost like two movies in one. You got that, and then he goes to Italy, and it turns into this scary, horrific film that eventually unfolds as like one of like the most like awesome, hair-raising love stories that I've ever seen in a horror film.
It was definitely intriguing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
this is one that my wife and I caught. I think this was on Netflix. I don't know because we saw it, and it was. Yeah, I agree with everything you said. The acting, the cinematography, the effects
Beautiful,
work, the effects work on
haunting,
it.
and
Yeah,
yeah, I love the last scene.
Yeah.
Just the very
Yep.
last shot. I just love it because it gives you just enough for you to know what happened, and that's it.
Yep. We should talk off air in case I misinterpreted it, but that was the one tiny thing was the resolution that
I hope I didn't misinterpret it because if I misinterpreted it, then it's not my number one movie anymore, and we have to start all over.
oh maybe I misinterpreted it and that's why it wasn't in my top 10. It was for a minute. It was for a hot minute. Actually, I sent my top 10 into somebody else just a week ago and Spring was on it. And then I made change after I saw Clown. But ultimately, what happened at the end left me a little bit dry. But everything else you said,
I
I'm
was
right
wet.
on. And it's great. You were wet.
Left me wet as hell. Moist, in fact.
oh, moist.
Here's what's
Moist.
great about it. The last fucking 20 minutes, the only thing you see in that movie is two people talking. That's it. The fucking climax of that movie is a conversation between two people, and I was not bored with it for a second.
Loved it. Yep.
Right. That speaks volumes to me. And like I said, it was painful for me to not have it in the top 10. It was the honorable mention. It was right fucking there. But I think if it would have ended differently, maybe I misinterpreted it and I'll feel bad now. But ultimately, the last exact thing that happened, I was like, I wish they wouldn't have done it that way. I wish they would have done this. So who knows? I don't know. Maybe we'll have to discuss that off the air.
Definitely.
But still a great movie. And like I said, I'm surprised. You took me by surprise. I didn't get
Hey,
number one.
yeah.
Wow, I forgot about it. I knew you liked it. So I
Loved it.
remember thinking that you were going to have it somewhere on the list. And then,
Yeah, I was back and forth between Spring, Final Girls, and It Follows. Even though I had other films higher than It Follows and Final Girls, I was just those were basically like my three favorites.
right. Wait,
You
so
know,
what happened with your 4 and your 10? Something you were saying earlier? Something?
Good Night Mommy and A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night switch spots.
Okay, all right. All
Eight
right.
and four. They just I loved Good Night Mommy. Maybe it's because I haven't watched it again recently. I was just watching more of A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night earlier, and I was just like, this is amazing. I'm like, I love this. Like this needs to be higher than number eight.
I got to watch it again. I only watched it once. Maybe.
Honestly, so many of these films could be interchanged.
Mhm.
I'd have no problem saying any of
Yeah.
these 10, 11 films I mentioned are among my favorites for the year, if not the favorite.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Like I pretty much had my top 4 settled because I had them ranked the highest, and everything else was kind of interchangeable. And second views is what mattered. So
Yeah.
yeah, I went Green Inferno went off. It was on there. Spring wasn't there. Fucking Final Girls was there for a hot minute. And so there was like 4 at the end that were just fucking bouncing around. So it was weird, but it's fun. It's fun to put them together. So fucking Spring. All right, Christian, what you got, man? What's the big mystery?
All right. I don't know if it's a mystery, but my number, I guess it is. I haven't really talked about this film yet. My number one is Crimson Peak.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
Holy fuck.
I loved it. You know what? I loved it. And, you can read, well, you won't read, which is probably good. Just go out and see it. And the cinematography, the atmosphere, the performances are all great. And you know what? I actually had no issues with the story whatsoever. However, if that's, this is where I can argue that when everything just works and I'm so involved with a movie because it just brings me in because of the way it looks and the atmosphere and whatever, I'll be so forgiving about everything else. And the fact that I like I said, I didn't have an issue with the story, but I read people have had issue or felt like it was very weak. Didn't bother me in the slightest. I didn't even notice it. It was just great. And I know it's a high budget Hollywood production, but and a lot of these other ones here have been lower budget independents, other than Goosebumps that I had on there, and maybe The Green Inferno, I guess, as well. But the reality is that I don't know. He puts it on the screen, and it just sat well like a good ghost story should.
Yeah, you can't deny that a Del Toro movie doesn't look like a Del Toro movie. I mean, they just are always amazing looking.
Man. Wow. Now I really feel bad for not seeing this at the show. Holy shit.
No, it was terrific. I agree with everything you said. I mean,
It's just hard because there's so many great movies.
yeah.
And you know what? I felt like this one just did it for me because it had everything that just it was rich. The cinematography is impeccable, and the performances are great. And, you know, there is a bit of CGI. It didn't bother me at all.
No.
It was spooky. It had scares. But it was just the atmosphere. I was hooked from the beginning, and I watched all the way through. There's some blood. I mean, it's not aimed at kids. It's not the most gratuitous movie by any means, but it definitely has a few surprises up its sleeve as well. And yeah, definitely, Dave, you have a treat in store for you.
Wow. I heard the ghost looked just fucking badass. Straight up. The
I
ghosts
loved it.
themselves.
I loved it. Loved it.
Nice. How, are you a fan of Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was.
How
And
much screen time is fucking Jax have in that movie?
It's no, he's secondary character, but I liked him in it. He was great.
Okay.
But he's definitely a secondary character. It's
Okay.
it's mostly I can't remember any other names. I just remember the movies they've been in. Obviously, Thor's brother Loki. Well, I can't even remember his name. I can't.
He's
remember.
in that too?
The girl from Stoker. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and
Anna
Jessica
Jessica
oh.
Chastain.
Chastain. Thank you.
Okay.
Anna Wachowski was
Yeah, or Mia.
Mia was
That's it.
Wazowski from
Yeah.
Stoker.
Fantastic. Everybody's just
Yeah,
Nice.
top notch cast.
Top
I like-
notch. Yes.
Nice. Yeah, you brought it back one last time.
I had
Nice.
to.
That's
I
my
had
number
to.
one.
Nice. You know, and the trailer didn't give anything away. Like, as I'm watching it, they don't show a ghost. That's I think what it was. I watched the trailer. Like I said, I don't if I'm interested. So I really wasn't particularly interested in it. And I saw the trailer at the show a few times, and it just looked kind of like a gothic, fucking slow-moving, maybe nice to look at movie. But they didn't show really any horror elements in the fucking trailer. And I guess that's to its benefit because when I do watch it, it'll be, new.
It'll be
Yeah,
top notch.
yeah, it'll be top notch.
Top notch. Nice.
I mean, again, I think this one was rated AA here in Canada. It wasn't an R here, but I think it was rated R in the States. I don't think it might be too old for your daughter, but it's something that because there's some brutality in it that and there's also some other scenes in it that definitely borderline and a little questionable for, to have to explain afterwards. You probably would just want to avoid it altogether.
Right, yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, I won't fuck with it with her. Not at all.
I think we could all agree it's top notch.
I'll let you know as soon as I get the Blu-ray. We'll see if it's top notch.
I recommend buying that. I'm gonna buy it.
But that would
think
look
I will.
fantastic on blue.
Yeah,
I will.
definitely a blue.
Speaking of blue, I can't wait to get the fucking blue of my number one. Because
I know what your number one is.
I said that last time I watched it with my wife. I said, I
think I
can't
know.
wait to watch this in blue. Well, okay. My number one, Christian may disagree again.
Yes, I know what it is.
I
No
don't
way.
Whether it's a horror movie.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's Bone Tomahawk.
Yep.
That's okay. That's fine. Love the movie. Love the movie. I got worried because I forgot about Bone Tomahawk not being on there. For one split second, I thought you were going to say Human Centipede 3.
Oh, God, no. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I'd be off the podcast.
No, I would deserve it. No, after a movie like Bone Tomahawk to compare, you can't even. It's fucking night and day. Bone Tomahawk is fucking not even the best, just the best horror movie I've seen. after Star Wars, it's the best movie I've seen, and I don't know how long. And okay, let me preface this by saying something here. I said it earlier. I hate fucking westerns. Okay, now this is what's fucked up about this movie. I knew this movie was about a western. Jason Lloyd told me he saw this movie. Said it's a western. He said Kurt Russell in it, so that piqued my interest. Okay, but I really was like, whatever. It was. I remember he said, I think he had 2 more movies to watch at Fantastic Fest or whatever it was, and that was one of them. And he said, oh man, it was great. I'm like, whatever. It's western. I really don't. I dislike westerns so much that my entire life I've never watched a western. I've never been attracted to them or wanted to watch one.
How do you know you hate them?
It just never appealed to me. You know what I'm saying? It's just I have no desire to watch any of them. I never have, so I never was going to. I wouldn't even watch Back to the Future 3 because it took place in the Old West. I still haven't seen it. I love Back to the Future 1 and 2. As soon as I saw the trailer at the end of Part 2, because they show it if you remember, they show what's going to happen in Part 3. As soon as I saw them in the Old West, I said, I have no interest in this movie.
You could watch the parts before they go back.
I don't know. All I know is
watch it on 1.5.
I wasn't watching that movie. I had no desire to see it. I have never been intrigued at all by anything in the fucking Old West. Even some of the Twilight Zone episodes, which is my favorite show. Some of them take place in the Old West. I didn't watch them. It's just not something that appeals to me. It's like a lot of action movies don't appeal to me. It's just not my cup of tea. It's just what it is. So I'm watching this movie, and I'm gonna watch it. You know, see what this is all about. It's a horror movie. Jason said it was okay. I'll watch it. Whatever. Had no clue what I was in store for, but I put the movie in, and 5 minutes in, when I'm watching the dialogue between Sid Haig and David Arquette and the way they're talking, I felt like I was watching a Tarantino or a Kevin Smith or something where I could just sit and watch dialogue for hours and not complain, and that doesn't happen. I get bored with a lot of long-winded dialogue. I loved the way they spoke and what they were talking about. It was just enough humor. It was perfect. And once the movie kicked off, I was watching this movie, and a lot of times I confess, if I'm watching something, and if I get up and walk in the kitchen, grab a drink of water, or grab a fucking bag of chips, whatever, fucking this kid, I don't pause the movie. I literally could not fucking tear myself away from the movie as I'm watching Bone Tomahawk. If I had to get up, I had to pause it, but I didn't even want to pause it. If I had to go piss, I didn't want to. I was so wrapped up into this movie, it drew me right in where I was into everything that was being said. Dialogue after dialogue, scene after scene, line after line, I could not fucking pry myself away from it. I hadn't seen anything like it, and I don't know how long. I was just totally took me by surprise. And then, you know, the acting was great. Everybody in it was great. Kurt Russell and fucking what's his name?
Kurt Russell's great, and his deputy, first deputy,
Richard
oh
Jenkins.
yeah, Jenkins.
Oh, yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he was perfect for comic relief. It had just the right amount. It's like a perfect movie. It had just the right amount of comic relief. Not too much, not too little. But the things he said, I could see myself hanging out with people I know and him saying those things, and we just kind of laugh at it. I don't know. It just hit me in a spot that I didn't know was possible for a fucking movie of this type. It just fucking blew me away. Everything about it. What's his name? The guy from Party of Five and Lost, Fox.
Matthew Fox.
Yeah, Matthew Fox. He was great in it too.
Wow, he was great. They were all in the Owen Wilson.
Patrick.
Is that his name? Luke Wilson?
Patrick.
Patrick? Whatever the fuck. Guy from
Not related to the Wilson brothers.
Okay, the guy from Insidious and The Conjuring.
I hated the scene. Not hated. Hate's a strong word, but I detested the scene between him and his wife talking. That one scene felt so forced. Oh, it just really did. It was right within the first 15 minutes. But
When they were talking about him being on the roof and fucking, and he fell off and got the injury, and they made the joke about the cow, and he goes, "Well, and you look better than most cows," or something. He said something, "Well, you haven't seen Bessie," or whatever the fuck he says. That shit, just that joking around between a husband and wife, that seems so I don't know. It just seems so natural to me. Like all the dialogue seems so natural to me.
At what point did he go into the further to get his son? Oh wait, am I crossing movies here?
You are.
Fuck that shit. Oh my God.
No, I hear you. I hear you, Dave. No, it's enjoyable, but admittedly, it took me a while because I felt like it felt like a knockoff. It seemed like a knockoff of a Tarantino film at the beginning. And then I guess must have got into the groove and into the vibe. And there was a couple of scenes that kind of turned me off, and then I was there, and I was right there with you, and it just builds, and you go along with it. Like I said, I can't believe this movie only cost $1 million.
Right? Wow. I was overwhelmed. I thought the dialogue was so good. I'm thinking I could never, ever, ever on my best day write dialogue between characters anywhere near what this fucking guy wrote. I was just blown away by the writing. And then everything else just on top of it. The story was just so good. I was into it. And then when you see what you see, and there's fucking cannibals, and what happens later, and the gore, and the way things happen, and the way...
Again, so matter-of-factly.
Oh, it's great. And just the one line, say hello to my wife. Or no, say goodbye to my wife. And then he's like, I will. Say hello to mine. That was so fucking heavy.
That was a great line.
That was a great line. Beautiful. And again, then I'm like, maybe it was just too hard at the beginning. Because when it first opened, it was great when it was David Arquette and
it was great.
That was great. It was awesome. Then all of a sudden I'm like, well, now I'm not liking it. And then I got back into it again. But Kurt Russell, everything was flawless from a direction standpoint and from the way it builds, the way it starts the story, and how they get kidnapped. I guess I shouldn't have said that. I'll cut that part out.
That's no big deal. Someone got kidnapped.
Fuck, it's a setup.
Story,
Yeah.
Right.
Anyone who takes offense to that is an asshole.
Yeah.
That's our thought process. Hey, you said no spoilers. Fuck you.
It's so weird when you told me you didn't like the dialogue week one, I don't know if it was on air or off the air, we were talking about it. Yeah. I was thinking to myself, you saying that you don't like the dialogue, it would be like someone telling me I don't like the soundtrack to fucking John Carpenter's Halloween, or I don't like the gore in Friday the 13th. Take a shot. It's so strong to me.
And I know, because I remember you going, what? No, you got to give it another chance. You got to give it another chance. And I did. But it was that scene that I felt was overly long after the opening. And then it went to the husband and wife. And then it was just like, I'm not digging this, like, dialogue at all. And it felt just, like I said, a bad stage play. And then maybe I was just not in the mood. I don't know. Because then it's like I said, snapped out of it. Everything was good. We had that discussion. You said go back. I went back. I started over, watched it again. And I still thought, I still don't know if I like this scene, but every other scene was fine. So It was obviously just me. It was just that one scene.
Well, I'm glad you come around to it more. That's great. I'm over the moon about it. And that's what's the craziest thing, is that it's the last movie I anticipated that happening with. And I sat down and I watched it, and I watched it again, and it's a movie that I know I'm going to watch multiple times.
I'll tell you, it's the best Western I've ever seen.
Wow, so I better not watch any more Westerns.
No, I'm just trying to tell you it's not a horror.
I know.
I'm sorry.
But come on, that shit's horror.
No, it's a horror.
It's monsters, cannibalistic monsters they have to go fight.
Well, if you're saying The Green Inferno is a horror movie, then you have to say to say this is too. Honestly, because you could go like it's instead of cowboys going. Hey, I mean, it's the same idea, and holy shit, you're right. It is horrific.
Right? Holy fuck. Yeah. So that's it. We made it, guys.
Longest show ever.
Yes, I don't think we'll ever have a show this long again. Our first show was long. Our second show was pretty much what we anticipate lengthwise, and this was another long one. But hey, it's a year-end review. It should be long, But we want to do it right, so.
Oh, we did it right.
Yes, we did it right.
Did it
top notch.
We done did it top notch style.
Even though you've probably read a bunch of other people's bullshit top 5 or 10 lists, This is the real McCoy.
Yeah, all those other people, assholes.
Yeah.
Yep.
A bunch of fucking assholes.
Yep. You don't
Getting
need it.
paid by the majors to put their movies on their list.
Yeah. There's no payola going on here. Well,
Definitely not.
No, we got fucking Crayola. That's about it. We wrote out a list with fucking crayons. Shit. So yeah, well, all right, guys. Thanks for listening. We're tired. It's been a long recording session. It's been a long night, and thanks for listening. Thank you, guys. Brandon, Christian, thank you for being here with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a great time. We're not going to push anything now. It's too late.
It's too late.
We're
just
going
want to say this episode's been top notch.
Top.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard that before. I was gonna say epic,
Yeah.
Epic,
but top notch just sounds right.
Top notch works. Nobody else says it.
Top notch.
You know? Yeah. Nobody else but Ted Knight and Caddyshack. So we're bringing it back. You know.
Hey, we're all gonna get laid.
Yes. So yeah, thanks everybody, and I don't even want to tell you what we're doing next show because we're really not even sure. But thanks. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. Just find us if you want to talk. We're around. So
We'll be back next year.
well, we're already in mid-January. Shit.
What
do you think? This is going to be recorded and come
Damn
out in
it.
2 days? What is this?
Wait, let me time travel back.
Yeah, Back
It's
to the
been a
Future.
great start to 2016, huh?
There you go. Great start to 2016.
January 30th right now. I'm roasting marshmallows. I'm exhausted.
Roasting marshmallows.
I don't know why I'm roasting marshmallows by the indoor fire.
Hey,
Like a hobo
whatever it takes.
at a
Right.
trash can fire.
We'll have some shows coming out soon. Maybe a February Valentine special. Maybe not. Maybe who knows? The next show might be the fucking Clyde Barker Fest for all we know. I don't know. We don't know what we're doing. All we know is it's late, and as long as you keep listening, we'll keep putting shit out. So that's about that. We gotta call it quits. It's been a long night, and it's been a top-notch event.
Good night, everybody.
Take care.
See ya.